At the seaside villa, Chen Mo and Tony are correcting Mark 42's battle suit. Although the newly developed battle suit of Tony has the function of decomposition and deployment, it can automatically sense Tony Stark's position and dress automatically after he gives the dress order through gesture or command. However, due to the new application of this function, there are still many deficiencies in details. The dressing process is a little rough, and the speed, accuracy, and softness need to be improved. After breakfast, they came to the lab and got busy. Just as they were adjusting their uniforms, Tony Stark's cell phone suddenly rang. Tony Stark's private phone is rarely known, except for those in the Avengers League. Few people outside know, and few people call him, usually at most Harper. Tony took out his cell phone and looked down and found that it was really Harpy. But now they have just started. They should not have arrived at the company. What are you doing on the phone at this time? Without much thought, Tony got through directly. Hi Harpy, what's up? I'm busy. Tony, Pepper was kidnapped. There was Harpy's anxious voice on the phone. Tony Stark heard it, and the action in his hand was fierce. His voice was suddenly raised. What do you say? We were attacked by desperate creatures on the way, and Pepper was captured by them. Damn it! Tony Stark threw away the phone and looked at Chen Mo, but he didn't know when he was dressed. I'll go first. Chen Mo took a look at him, then disappeared in front of him, but in order to save time, he started to move out of the villa immediately. Tony Stark looked at Mark 42, which was scattered on the table. He felt powerless for a moment. His proud, rapid deployment function was weak in front of Chen Mo, and the ability to blink to deal with emergencies can be much faster than his battle clothes. But it's obviously not the time to think about this. Tony Stark stands at the table and quickly makes the dress order. At the next moment, a dozen of armor parts on the table will start up quickly and fly towards him. Soon, he finishes the dress in a deformation room. The speed is much faster than before, but you can't match Chen Mo. Put on the war clothes, Tony Stark quickly starts the thruster, along the side of the garage access to the ground, and gallops out. On the other side, Chen Mo, who came out first, let Jarvis locate Harpy's position, and then he started blinking continuously, and in an instant he appeared beside Harpy. Looking at the burnt hole and the blood stained on the shirt on Harpy's stomach, Chen Mo can easily know what happened before. Fortunately, he has strengthened the self-healing ability for all people. Even if it is only 3 times the physical quality of ordinary people, the self-healing ability of the 3rd-level mutant is enough to enable Harpy to survive the fatal injury to other parts except the heart and brain. Feeling that a person suddenly appeared around him, Harpy was surprised. When he saw Chen Mo, he relaxed and hurriedly told Chen Mo the situation. After hearing this, Chen Mo frowned. Obviously, these people were sent by Aldrich Killian. They were covert and well-planned. They not only escaped Jarvis's exploration, but also quickly seized Pepper before they found out. They disappeared. Since Eric 7 was killed by Chen Mo before he could start to fight with Pepper, neither Tony Stark nor Chen Mo knew that Aldrich Killian had already made his decision on Pepper. According to his unbridled style in the movie, Chen Mo thought that Aldrich Killian would attack the villa directly, just like in the movie. Unexpectedly, Killian chose to attack Pepper. In the movie, although Aldrich Killian also catches Pepper, he catches her by the way when he finds Maya Hansen. Now he has a clear goal and attacks on her. Although Chen Mo had considered the safety of Pepper before, but after analyzing the actual situation, Chen Mo did not make further arrangements. Stark Industry is not far from the villa, but also protected by Harpy. Even if he meets the ultimate creature, he can resist for a moment, ask for help in time, and move by the moment. It only takes a few seconds for him to arrive at the scene and support. Moreover, Jarvis monitors all the cameras around him at any time. It is very difficult for the other side to attack and evacuate quietly, especially with one person. It is almost impossible to succeed. But now it seems that they have some carelessness. The other side unexpectedly completed the attack, kidnapping and evacuation in just a few minutes. Chen Mo used his hearing and mental power to probe around, but he did not find the trace of Pepper and the attacker. It was obvious that he had been out of his perceptual range for a long time. This kind of performance is absolutely not what AIM in the movie can do. It's more like the hand of Shendon Bureau and Hydra. However, Shendan Bureau and Hydra are under Chen Mo's control. Obviously, they can't move their hands, and they can't be involved in the kidnapping of Pepe. So there's only one explanation. AIM is much stronger than what the movie shows. There are two possibilities in this situation. One is that AIM is very powerful, but the real strength of AIM is not fully shown in the movie. The other is that the change he made to the world before caused the butterfly effect, making AIM more powerful than in the movie. But Chen Mo thinks these two kinds of situations should have. The space of a movie is limited, and what can be shown is certainly not comprehensive, and its influence on the world is also very huge, which will inevitably change a lot of things. The world has been changed by him since the plot of Captain America 70 years ago. In addition, the subsequent plots of Iron Man and Avenger Alliance have also changed greatly with his participation. And all these series of things have developed to the present, and the impact and change will only be greater. The plot of the movie can only be used as a reference now. Although the plot of Aldrich Killian and Tony is similar to that of the film, and they started at the scientific conference in Switzerland 13 years ago, there are still many differences between them. Before that, Aldrich Killian was very careful to leave ahead of time and let them fight for space in Miami. In fact, it has shown that Killian is much more cunning than the movie. It is not appropriate to continue to predict his action with the movie plot. Chen Mo can't help but reflect. This time, he really has some general ideas. Two of the world's most powerful forces behind the scenes, Hydra and Shendan Bureau, are under his control. With the unification of Wakanda, Africa as a whole, Chen Mo has actually mastered most of the world in secret. The earth of this world can be said to be his back garden. In addition to his own strong power to defeat Thor, he is invincible on the earth, and no country, power, or individual can threaten his safety before he comes to the earth. Chen Mo, who is familiar with the plot, can't help but relax his strong control over the world and his own strength strengthened by T-Virus. He doesn't pay enough attention to AIM and Aldrich Killian. In addition, for Jarvis, Chen Mo also has some blind trust, but does not consider that he is only artificial intelligence after all, and has a huge dependence on the network and electronic equipment. Once the enemy is prepared, whether deliberately avoiding or using targeted interference shielding equipment, Jarvis will lose effect. At this time, after Pepper was suddenly attacked and captured by them, Chen Mo finally put away the original relaxed and casual and became serious. Although he may not care about Aldrich Killian and his ultimate creatures, Tony Stark, Pepper, Harpy, and others, including most of the Avengers Alliance, cannot ignore their power. If they come out regardless of the consequences, they may really pose a great threat to the Avenger Alliance. Of course, with Chen Mo's clearer understanding of Aldrich Killian now, he should not recklessly make such a risk-taking decision, and continue to complete his huge plan for many years in a more secure way, which is the most sensible choice at present. Now Chen Mo, who is thoroughly serious, knows that Pepper will not be in any danger for the time being after careful analysis. Even if Tony Stark is not needed to help him improve the desperate virus, he also needs Tony's steel war clothes to help him seize the President of the United States, and Pepper is the only thing he can threaten Tony. Killian will not start against Pepper until he reaches his goal. After thinking about the current situation, Chen Mo didn't delay. If you can find a clue, it's better to save Pepper in advance. At this time, Harpy's location is not the place where the attack occurred. In order to prevent them from asking for help, Alan Bright set up a signal shielding device at the ambush site. Harpy woke up and walked back hundreds of meters to get out of the shielding range. When asked about the location, Chen Mo directly reached out and wrapped up Harpy. Then he started a blink, appeared again, and returned to the place where the attack took place. The fallen tree is still across the road, cutting off the road. The fire at the original tree trunk fracture has spread to the whole tree. Due to the early time and the small number of cars on this road, there is no other vehicle passing by here and being blocked by the tree. After moving to the scene of the attack, Chen Mo just glanced at the scene, and then he grasped the situation of the scene completely. Regardless of the burning trees and the severely damaged cars, Chen Mo's body soared directly to the top of the 10-meter-high mountain wall inside the road. There is a thick forest above the mountain wall. Each tree is very thick and strong, with a height of more than 10 meters. It has luxuriant branches and leaves and grows very luxuriantly. But at this time, near the edge of the mountain wall, there is a tree with only a stump more than 1 meter high. The upper part is burning with flames. Obviously, the big tree that cut off the road below is from here. From the signs of burning 2 sections of trees, it must be the pen of desperate creatures, and only the high temperature they make can cause this effect. Taking back his eyes from the burning stump, Chen Mo looked down to the ground under the tree. As there are few people coming up, the vegetation on the ground is very lush. At this time, there are several obvious footprints near the edge of the mountain wall. The people who launched the attack must have been ambushed here. They burned a big tree ahead of time, pushed it down and cut off the road. When Harpy found that the road ahead was broken and stopped the car, he jumped off the cliff from here and launched an attack. Judging from the traces on the ground below and the damage on the damaged car, one of them jumped directly to the top of the car to launch an attack, and the two blocked the road behind. Although Harpy reacted quickly and quickly turned around to rush out, he was hit by 2 people blocking the way and got stuck here. According to the observation and mental exploration, Chen Mo reduced the situation at that time to 8 or 9. Chen Mo's eyes did not stay on these traces. After sweeping around, he finally fell on a device with several antennas hidden in the grass. Once again, the internal structure of the device was clearly presented in Chen Mo's mind, and Chen Mo nodded clearly. This is a high-power signal shielding device. The shielding range should be several hundred meters. In this range, all mobile phones and communication signals cannot be transmitted. It's no more than 10 meters away from the location where the attack took place. Even if Harpy and Pepper ran away directly after the car was destroyed, it's hard to escape from the shielding area before they caught up with them. Suddenly, the signal shielding device is smashed like a heavy hammer. It breaks apart, and the signal shielding here is also released. Chen Mo used his mental power to sweep over the mountain wall again, but no other traces were found. The other side should not have left here. Jarvis has been monitoring the situation on the road. It's impossible for the other side to take Pepper away from the road, so there is only one direction left. Chen Mo immediately flew back to the road and landed near the outer guardrail. Looking at the steep slope outside the guardrail, Chen Mo naively once again leaned out and carefully explored the pass towards the bottom. The slope outside the guardrail is mostly rock. Although Chen Mo has found some traces, they are not obvious. However, when his mind probes the sea below, Chen Mo's eyes are bright. In a sandpit on the sea, Chen Mo finds a clear footprint. As expected, he escaped from the sea. When Chen Mo asked Jarvis to use the satellite to check the surrounding ships, a shadow came from the sky, landed beside Chen Mo with a roar, but Tony Stark was late. "Daddy, have you found Pepper?" As soon as he was on the ground, Tony Stark asked Chen Mo anxiously. "They left from the sea, and I've got Jarvis using a satellite to search around the ships. I'll look for it too." Although Tony Stark knew that the search speed of the satellite must be much faster than him, he couldn't help jumping up in the air and searching at sea. But in the end, neither the satellite nor Tony Stark could find anything. Even the fastest speedboat can't exceed 200 kilometers per hour, and at this time, it's less than 10 minutes away from the attack, and the attacker can't escape dozens of kilometers as soon as possible. But Jarvis has checked the whole range of 200 kilometers around. Even if they're flying supersonic aircraft, they can't escape from this range. But at last, no trace has been found. Chen Mo is not surprised by this result. Judging from the whole performance of the attack before the other party, their plan is very meticulous. The whole attack process is fast and secret, and the way of evacuation after they succeed will certainly be well prepared. In fact, Chen Mo can probably guess the way they use it. It's hard to hide it on the sea. The submarine they are most likely to use is the submarine. Because of the special environment in the sea, the radar cannot be used. Only sonar can be used for detection. But there is no sonar on the steel battle suit. The sonar detection range on Mark 37, the only one used for underwater operation, is very small. When they find high-power sonar from other places, the submarine has already run out of the detection range. Moreover, sonar detection also has a great weakness. If the submarine noise used by the other party is lower than the ocean background noise, and after attraction processing, it is difficult to find their traces, whether passive sonar or active sonar. Looking at Tony Stark flying in the distance on the sea, Chenmo said to him through a communication device, "Tony, come back." Tony Stark didn't stop. "No, Dad, I have to find Pepper." Chenmo can fully understand Tony's mood, but it's useless to worry at present. Tony can feel things, but he must be calm. They arrested Pepper to threaten us, so Pepper won't be in danger in a short time. What we have to do now is to wait patiently, and they will naturally come out on their own. Then we can find a way to save Pepper. Chenmo's words played a role. In the end, Tony flew back, but his mood was very low. Tony Stark used to be a playboy, but since he was with Pepper, he has completely changed his character. They have a very deep relationship. When Pepper was kidnapped, he would not be easy. However, he also knew that Chenmo was right. Killian had seized Pepper to threaten them. Until he reached his goal, Pepper was still safe. The search failed, and they immediately returned to the villa. It was not until that afternoon that Tony received a call from Aldrich Killian. "Hi, Tony. Long time no see. I heard that your favorite Pepper is missing. Don't worry, she's here." Killian's tone was full of complacency and sarcasm, which made Tony Stark frown with a cold flash in his eyes. At the same time, his hands were constantly operating on the virtual projection in front of him, trying to track the signal position of the phone. "Are you checking the signal source? Don't be busy. I can tell you directly that the call is from Pakistan. Of course, I'm not there. Well, this is actually a recording. If you want to see me, you need to help me finish one thing." Tony Stark stopped and looked at the location of the virtual screen in Pakistan, his brow furrowed deeper. This guy is so cunning. Just then, Killian's bleak voice rang in his cell phone. 3 days later, the president will fly from Washington to San Francisco on Air Force One. If you want to save Pepper, you can exchange the president. You only have one chance. If you don't see the president, then I'll let you see her blown to pieces. Do. When the phone was hung up, Tony Stark's face was angry and his eyes shone with killing light, but there was no way to take Aldrich Killian, at least for now. He didn't even know where Killian was hiding. It was a long time before Tony calmed down, but the cold light in his eyes was even worse. It seems that the only way to get Pepper back is to use the President of the United States. Next to him, Harpy sniffs and looks at Tony in shock. He doesn't think it's a good idea. First, he doesn't say whether he can save Pepper. Then what should he do? Capturing the President of the United States from Air Force One is no different from terrorists. The U.S. government and military will never let him go. Even Chenmo can't protect him. Harpy hastily exhorted, "Tony, don't be impulsive. There must be another way." As he spoke, Harpy hurriedly looked at Chenmo, hoping that he would persuade Tony as well. Chenmo then looked at Tony with a determined face and said slowly, "Harpy is right, don't be impulsive." Happy heard Chenmo's words and nodded one after another. Tony usually listens to Chenmo's words most, has him to stop. Tony should not make the impulsive matter. But Happy was just happy for a while, but listened to Chenmo continue to say, "But Air Force One has to go. I'll be with you then." Harpy suddenly froze there and looked at Chenmo with an unbelievable face. He wondered if he had just heard it wrong. How could Chenmo, who has always been wise, be as impulsive as Tony? Even Tony Stark looked at Chenmo strangely. He thought Chenmo would stop him, and even prepared to start secretly. Unexpectedly, Chenmo supported his decision and went with him. Tony naturally knows the great influence of kidnapping the president. Not only will he become a terrorist himself, but even the Avengers Alliance may be involved. But in order to save Pepper, he can't care so much. In the face of their strange eyes, Chenmo said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether we catch the president or not. What's important is to let Killian think we have the president." When he heard Chenmo's words, Harpy was at a loss, but Tony Stark was quick to respond. He first saw the light in front of his eyes, but then looked at Chenmo and asked uncertainly, "Is that okay? Will it be seen through?" "Don't worry, I'm sure." Tony Stark was relieved to hear Chen Mo say so. To be honest, he struggled to make the decision to attack Air Force One, but he couldn't care so much for Pepper. Now that Chen Mo has a better way, he certainly won't insist on catching the president to replace Pepper. Tony Stark still trusts Chen Mo's words. In the following days, Tony Stark has been paying attention to the trend of President Ellis and Air Force One. As Killian said, in the evening of the third day, President Ellis took off from Washington on Air Force One and headed for San Francisco. As Air Force One took off, 2 sets of steel battle suits rushed out of the villa at Marbury Beach and headed for Washington. In fact, in these 3 days, Chen Mo also asked Jarvis to see the dock where the Lu Oil Company's oil ship is docked in the movie, which is also the place where Aldrich Killian executes the last lesson of Mandolin and executes the President of the United States. Although Jarvis found the dock and the ship, he did not find any trace of the ultimate creature. Obviously, Killian won't show up until the last minute, so this time Air Force One, they have to go. But this time, Chen Mo is not wearing his own Edelman suit, but Tony's many suits, in addition to the Mark 42 he now uses, the fastest Mark 40 super high-speed armor. Jarvis monitored the position of Air Force One at any time. Chen Mo and Tony drove to the maximum speed. Within half an hour, they crossed most of the United States and reached the sky over Virginia. Soon, a white spot appeared gradually in the air in front of the 2 people, and they kept approaching in the direction of the 2 people. When the 2 people's vision falls on the white spot, the holographic projection picture in the warsuit automatically enlarges the picture, but it is a Boeing 747 aircraft painted in blue and white. That's what Chen Mo and Tony are aiming for on their trip. U.S. President's plane, Air Force One. Because it was only a domestic flight this time, the military did not send fighters to escort them. With their excellent flexibility and powerful speed, the 2 men, without being found by anyone, went directly under the belly of Air Force One and flew forward at the same speed. Chen Mo releases his mind and immediately covers the whole plane. All the situations in it are clearly reflected in his mind. Chen Mo soon found the figure of President Ellis. He was sitting alone in the presidential office in the front of the plane, but there were several Secret Service agents guarding the office. After confirming the position of President Ellis, Chen Mo did not hesitate to wrap Tony Stark directly with his mind, and he entered the plane in a blink and appeared in the president's office. President Ellis, who was working with his head bowed, felt something flickering in his afterglow, instinctively glanced up, then his eyes widened with shock. Only 2 tall and powerful steel bodies appeared in his office, standing at his desk and looking at him coldly. President Ellis couldn't help glancing at the door leading to the outside room. Suddenly, 2 strangers in steel armor appeared in his office, but the agents on the outside guard didn't respond. His mind flashed a lot of ideas quickly. Could not help but the agents on the outside were quietly solved by the 2 people in front of him. President Ellis's heart sank. However, President Ellis, the supreme leader of the United States, knows that this is not a time for panic. He tries to calm himself down and looks at the 2 people in front of him. He wants to question them loudly, but suddenly finds that they are familiar with each other. His eyes cross the 2 steel bodies in front of him. Soon, President Ellis thought about it, looked at the golden and red figure, and asked uncertainly, "Mr. Stark?" With President Ellis's question, the 2 armor standing in front of him began to change at the same time. The front armor soon opened, and 2 figures came out of it. President Ellis recognized Tony Stark at a glance, which gave him a little relief. The identity of Tony Stark's Avengers Alliance, as well as the performance of disarmament, at least showed that they had no malice. President Ellis then turned his head to look at the other figure beside him. When he saw Chen Mo's face, he couldn't help but wonder where he had seen him, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Although the name of Commander Chen Mo is unknown, few people have seen his appearance. Every time he showed up, he was either wearing Edelman armor or steel armor, and people always thought of him as a man with black armor and a sword shield. Although President Ellis has seen Chen Mo's photos from the materials, he is not as familiar with Tony Stark after all. Under tension, he did not recognize him for a while. Chen Mo said directly, "Mr. President, I'm Chen Mo, Special Forces Commander, Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." When President Ellis heard this, he immediately came up with the information about the commander he had seen and quickly matched Chen Mo in front with the black and white picture in his mind. It's a real commander. President Ellis immediately got up from his chair and looked at Chen Mo and said excitedly, "Hello, Commander. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for all you have done for the people of the United States and the world." President Ellis's reaction made Tony Stark on one side wonder if this President Ellis is a fan of Chen Mo. In fact, President Ellis's enthusiasm for Chen Mo is normal. Chen Mo not only helped the Allies to win the World War II, but also flew the Hydra super bombers to the United States to bomb major cities, saving countless American lives. 6 months ago in New York, Chen Mo risked a huge risk and rushed into the wormhole alone to wipe out the alien army that invaded the Earth. He said Chen Mo said that the guardian of the Earth is not too much. However, as a politician, President Ellis soon calmed down and looked at Chen Mo and Tony doubtfully. "You are." Chen Mo looked at President Ellis and said slowly, "I need your help." Chen Mo will talk about the relationship between Aldrich Killian and Mandolin, as well as the situation that he seized Pepper and threatened them to exchange the president. When President Ellis learned that Killian threatened Tony Stark to break into Air Force One and kidnap him, he was shocked. When Mandolin made the final threat to him on TV and radio, he didn't worry too much. After all, with the defense level of the president, it's almost impossible to kill him. But if it's Iron Man, it's different. It's better on the ground. The defense is very tight. The White House he lives in has multiple air defense networks and underground refuge facilities. Even Iron Man is hard to break in easily. But although Air Force One has anti-nuclear and anti-missile systems, there is no problem in dealing with missile attacks, but it has no resistance in the face of Iron Man. If things really go according to Killian's plan, he, the President of the United States, is likely to fall into the hands of Mandolin. But soon President Ellis calmed down. In the face of the powerful commander and Iron Man, if the other side is really going to be bad for him, these Secret Service personnel on the plane have no effect at all. Moreover, depending on the performance of Chen and Mo, it is not like kidnapping him at all. The most important thing is that, with Chen Mo's identity and the behavior style recorded in the materials, as well as his great achievements for mankind since World War II, President Ellis believes that he will never be threatened by terrorists and really replace him as the President of the United States. In this case, Chen Mo and Tony Stark are here, obviously not just to tell him about it. To understand the current situation, President Ellis soon relaxed, looked at the Chen Mo in front of him and said solemnly, "Commander, if you need my help, please let me know." Seeing President Ellis go on like this, Chen Mo also saved the use of strong, immediately said his requirements directly. "I need you to cut off all external communications from Air Force One and keep the signal silent for at least an hour." President Ellis soon understood Chen Mo's meaning, which was to create the illusion that he was attacked, temporarily confuse Killian, and then take advantage of this time to save Pepper. President Ellis naturally hated the terrorist who threatened him many times on TV and had a very bad impact on his reputation. When he learned that Mandolin was only a puppet in Killian's hands, he transferred his anger to Killian. "No problem. I'll try to put it off for as long as I can." President Ellis said seriously, "As long as he can kill those damn terrorists. What if he plays missing once? As for whether the people in the ground headquarters will be mad or not, he can't care." As for the safety of Air Force One after the signal was interrupted, President Ellis was not worried. Even if all the external information of Air Force One, including GPS positioning, is interrupted, the ground command center can still track the position of Air Force One in real time through satellite. During the trip of Air Force One, there was already air control around the flight route, and no other aircraft would appear. In addition, satellite real-time monitoring, as long as it was not too deviated from the route, it was not necessary to worry about the situation of aircraft collision, and there was no safety problem. Looking at President Ellis's reaction, Chen Mo thinks that Killian has offended the president seriously. If he wants to think about it, he will not be in a good mood if anyone is threatened by a terrorist on TV all day long and clamors to give him lessons, let alone Ellis, the president standing at the peak of American power. Looking at President Ellis, who seems to be preparing for Air Force One to lose contact for several hours, Chen Mo said slowly, "An hour is enough." Chen Mo knew that Air Force One lost contact and the ground command would respond immediately. President Ellis has been able to delay for an hour for a long time, and Aldrich Killian naturally knew the impact of the kidnapping of the President of the United States, and the entire national machinery would definitely work to find and rescue the President. With Chen Mo's understanding of him now, it's a long night's dream. He will definitely complete the public execution of the President in the name of Mandolin at the fastest speed, and put the responsibility of killing the president on Mandolin, the super terrorist. And he can continue to stay out of the business and work with the vice president to complete his control plan and control the United States. The longer the delay is, the worse it will be for Killian, so an hour is enough. Later, President Ellis directly picked up the phone on his desk and personally ordered that Air Force One be cut off from the outside world. Although the personnel on Air Force One were puzzled, they carried out according to the president's order. The network, radio communication, GPS positioning, and all connections between Air Force One and the outside world were cut off. Air Force One lost all contact with the outside world. After Jarvis confirmed that all signals had been interrupted and no one could know what was going on inside Air Force One, Chen Mo nodded to President Ellis, then disappeared with Tony Stark in front of the president. President Ellis looked at the two men who disappeared in a flash and was soon relieved after being surprised. Even if the Protoss and the extraterrestrials appear, the special ability of instant movement is not a big deal. Just after Chen Mo and Tony Stark disappeared, the door of the president's office was suddenly opened, and the president's chief of staff rushed in with several Secret Service agents. Seeing President Ellis sitting there safe and sound, the dignified expressions on his faces were all relaxed. The chief of staff hurriedly came forward and asked, "Mr. President, what happened? You just ordered the interruption of all external signals of Air Force One." At the time of President Ellis's order, although the staff were confused, they carried out the implementation according to the regulations, but they also reflected the situation. After the chief of staff learned that, the first reaction was that the president had an accident when he rushed into the president's office with several Secret Service agents. But now it seems that Mr. President is okay, but his order to cut off all communications is still incomprehensible. President Ellis looked at his chief of staff and nodded softly. "That's right, I gave the order. The reason can't be said yet, you will know later." When President Ellis finished, instead of looking at the puzzled chief of staff, he turned to the Secret Service agent standing at the door and asked, "You've been out in the room just now," one of the agents replied in a hurry. "Yes, Mr. President." "Did you notice anything unusual?" asked President Ellis. The agent recalled and shook his head. Before the chief of staff arrived, no abnormality was found. President Ellis nodded at the words. "It seems that the movement in the office was blocked by something before, but I don't know whether it was some kind of equipment developed by Tony Stark or the special ability of the commander." For Chen Mo's ability, only the general records in the archives, far beyond the strength, speed, and combat skills of ordinary people, and excellent command and leadership ability, are comparable to Howard Stark's talent-level technology R&D ability. However, from the New York incident, Chen Mo's strong strength in defeating the Zetari army, as well as several special abilities just shown, Chen Mo is obviously much stronger than those recorded in the materials. In the past, President Ellis may be afraid of this, but now, when the legendary Protoss and powerful alien race appear one after another, and the Earth is threatened with destruction at any time, the stronger Chen Mo's power is, the better it will be for them. After confirming the president's safety, Air Force One recovered calm, But on the other side, the ground command center responsible for Air Force One's flight safety fell into a panic. Air Force One suddenly lost contact with the outside world. All signals were interrupted, and the ground command center completely lost control of Air Force One. As the top leader of the United States, the air vehicle, in special circumstances, also serves as the Air Pentagon, the command center of the armed forces, and Air Force One has more than one set of communication system. If it is a common equipment failure, it is impossible for all the equipment to be damaged together and completely lose all contact with the outside world. And now, it's not only the communication system, but also the GPS positioning system and the signal sensor monitoring the situation in the cabin have not fed back any signals. It seems that they were cut off artificially. Everything in Air Force One has become unknown. Get the satellite image out now. I want to see what's going on with Air Force One. The head of the command center, sweating, cried anxiously. The crew quickly called up the satellite image, and the figure of Air Force One was displayed on the screen. Seeing that Air Force One is still flying normally, the person in charge is a little relieved, but when he sees the other two figures in the picture, his eyes can't help but coagulate. Enlarge the picture. Soon, a familiar golden red and another black figure beside him appeared in the enlarged picture, but two steel battle suits are flying towards the distance. Someone recognized the golden and red figure and exclaimed, "Iron Man." But why are there two? When the vast majority of people are attracted by the steel battle clothes appearing in the satellite images, a staff member quietly sends a message on his mobile phone in the corner of the command center that everyone didn't notice. After several special channels of encryption, the message finally appeared in front of Aldrich Killian. After reading the message, Killian's face showed an evil smile of conspiracy, turned to look at Pepper, spread out his hands, and said with a smile, "Wow, Pepper, I didn't think of that. Tony, the playboy of that year, has become a lover. In order to save you, he just kidnapped the President of the United States. Do you feel very moved?" When Pepper heard the words, he just looked at Killian angrily and didn't speak. Since she was taken to the yacht, although Pepper has not been imprisoned, the room and the outside deck are full of Killian's men. They all accept the transformation of the desperate virus. Everyone's strength is above her, and the outside is the vast sea. She has nowhere to escape. Seeing Pepper looking at him angrily, Killian's smile slowly faded away and looked at Pepper and said slowly, "In fact, you should thank me, otherwise how could you know that Tony used to love you so much?" At this point, Aldrich Killian's face suddenly flashed a little ferocious. "I'm sure he will die for you." Pepper's eyes could not help but flash a bit of worry. Killian saw it in his eyes, raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, leaned forward to Pepper and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are the booty I snatched from Tony Stark. From now on, you will belong to me." Looking at the ferocity and madness on Aldrich Killian's face, Pepper's heart sank. "Tony, you must not come." With the winner's eyes, he finally glanced at the heavy-faced Pepper, and Killian told several of the guards in the room to watch Pepper, and even turned around to take Alan Bright out. "Send Tony Stark the location of the dock and we'll go now," said Aldrich Killian, with a look of excitement on his face. His plan for many years is finally about to succeed. Using Pepper, he successfully threatened Tony Stark to help him seize the president. As soon as Tony Stark delivers people to him, he can turn on the live TV and let Mandolin kill the president in front of all American people. Once the president dies, the vice president can take over tomorrow. At that time, he can announce that Tony Stark, who attacked the president, is a terrorist and the Avenger Alliance will be involved. Then he can directly launch the Superhero Management Act to control the Avenger Alliance in his hands. As long as the only force that can threaten him is under control, no one will be able to stop him in the future. In fact, without Killian sending coordinates, after leaving Air Force One, Chen Mo and Tony flew directly to the abandoned wharf where the Laux oil ship was parked. After receiving the coordinates from Killian, Chen Mo immediately asked Jarvis to search around the wharf again, and finally found a suspicious large yacht on the sea tens of kilometers away. After the two played the part with President Ellis, Aldrich Killian finally appeared. At this moment, whether it's Chen Mo or Tony, I feel relaxed. As long as Killian shows up, they have the confidence to save Pepper. Of course, Chen Mo is confident in his own strength, and Tony is confident in Chen Mo. Immediately, two people turned propeller power to the maximum, with the fastest speed toward the position of the yacht flew past. Although Chen Mo and Tony are very fast, they are too far away. Before they arrived, Killian's yacht arrived at the wharf one step at a time. At this time, the overall situation has been determined. Tony Stark and the President are on their way. The final plan for many years is about to be completed. Aldrich Killian no longer needs to worry about the exposed problems. This time, he brought all the dozens of desperate creatures he had made over the years. This is a powerful force that can be feared by all. Even if the Avenger Alliance comes, he will not be afraid at all. The most important thing is that he and Pepper are the important hostages. Tony Stark is bound to throw the rat. This operation can be said to be foolproof. The huge yacht stopped at the wharf, and Aldrich Killian looked up at the abandoned wharf, which was shrouded in darkness. "Hands up," Aldrich Killian said in a high, impassioned voice to a group of men behind him. "Get ready now. Mr. President will be here in a moment. A great moment is coming." Pepper's heart sank as he looked at the frenzied faces around him, the ultimate creatures that flashed a blazing light from time to time. While Killian was preparing for the final trial with a group of his men, Chen Mo and Tony Stark flew at a high speed and soon arrived at the abandoned wharf. The huge container cranes stand tall on the wharf, but the shore seems to be a little empty. Except for a large oil tanker with a shabby appearance and a huge size, there is only a luxury yacht parked at the edge, which is the one Chen Mo saw in the satellite image before. Originally, the wharf had been abandoned and no one could be seen at ordinary times. At this time, the wharf, which was supposed to be dead, was alive again. All the lights on the crane and tanker were on, and the whole wharf was on. Many people were busy arranging on the deck of the abandoned tanker. The tanker is the oil carrier of Lu Oil Company. 2 years ago, the ship leaked more than 1 million gallons of oil in Pensacola, causing great damage to the sea area. But with the help of President Ellis, the matter was covered up. Lu Oil Company finally escaped the legal sanctions. Aldrich Killian's plan was to expose the incident on the ship and use it as a reason to execute President Ellis. Of course, he did it just to find a grand reason to kill the president. His previous director's class was just preparing for the day. On the broad deck of the bow, a barrel of gasoline is being transported by the ultimate creatures and placed together. Over the deck, 2 steel wires pull up a torture rack. On the far deck and wharf, a camera is set up in different directions, and the lens is all aimed at the bow. As long as the protagonist is present, they can start broadcasting at any time and burn their president alive in front of countless audiences in the United States. When the figures of Chen Mo and Tony just appeared in the distant sky, someone reported to Killian, who immediately appeared on the deck with a group of people and looked up excitedly at the 2 figures flying in the night sky. After Killian, Pepper was surrounded by a group of ultimate creatures. Alan Bright, who had taken her by herself, stood close to her and watched her movements at any time. Looking at the 2 figures flying in the air, the expression on Pepper's face was extremely complicated, excited, worried, and self-reproached, but there was nothing he could do. Under the watchful eyes of all the people on the deck, the 2 steel bodies suddenly landed in front of them and landed on the deck, shaking the whole deck. As soon as he landed, Tony Stark's eyes went directly over Killian and looked at Pepper in the back to make sure she was okay. Tony Stark was relieved at last, but looking at a group of Killian's men surrounded by Pepper, Tony could not help frowning. The infrared detection results of the war clothes show that they are all the ultimate creatures after transformation. Although he can't wait to rescue Pepper, Pepper is still in the hands of the other party at this time. If he directly attacks and robs, the other party will probably hurt Pepper. On the opposite side of Tony Stark, Aldrich Killian looked at the golden red and black 2 mighty steel figures in front of him, but there was a trace of heat on his cold face, and he took a step forward. Killian said slowly, looking at Tony Stark, "What about the people I want?" Tony Stark can't help but turn around to look at the Chenmo around him. President Ellis, whom Aldrich Killian wants, is still on Air Force One to play with them. Facing Killian's important people, he doesn't know how to answer. Killian saw Tony's action, but he thought the president was in the black armor beside him, and he immediately looked at the black armor that had not moved since it landed. Pepper at the back looked uneasily at the black armor. She prayed in her heart that Tony should not kidnap the president with a hot head. Just when Tony Stark thought about whether to take a chance to rescue Pepper directly, and most of the other people's eyes were on the black super high-speed armor, the first half of the armor was suddenly opened, revealing a very familiar figure inside. Pepper's face was shocked, and Aldrich Killian was thrilled. "Welcome, Mr. President." Aldrich Killian looked at the middle-aged man staggering out of his war suit. He pretended to be a gentleman and said hello. Then he turned his head and looked at Tony with an excited smile on his face. "Tony, you really didn't disappoint me. You did a very good job." But where Aldrich Killian couldn't see it, Tony Stark's face under his helmet was full of surprise. Mark 40 was clearly Dad. How did he suddenly become president? Tony Stark as like as two peas in the war suit. He found that he was the same as the president he saw on the Air Force One, no matter his height, figure, appearance, or clothes. It's hard not to say that Dad did something when he left and captured the president in the war armor, but it doesn't make sense. It's really necessary to catch the president directly. There's no need to spend so much time. What Chenmo said on Air Force One before, even he believed it, is it just a lie? Where did Dad go? Tony Stark looked at President Ellis beside him, and he always felt wrong. But it's obviously not the time to think about this. He doesn't care about the president at all. Pepper is the most important thing for him. Immediately Tony Stark looked at Killian and said in a deep voice, "I've brought you the man you want. Let Pepper go at once." Aldrich Killian sneered at the words, looked at Tony Stark with disdain, and said in a cold voice, "Ha ha, Tony, you are still so naive. Do you think you can leave today?" Killian finished. The body instantly launched and rushed to Tony. Killian hates Tony Stark. Today he's going to beat Stark by himself. It's a shame. Tony Stark looked at Killian, who was hurtling at him with a ferocious face. In spite of his anger, his eyes swept over Pepper, and his expression became dignified. At this time, Killian's group of desperate creatures are surrounding Pepper in the middle. If he just rushes to rescue people, whether he can break through their defense or not, he will be close to Pepper. Even if he is really allowed to rush in, people standing beside Pepper are likely to directly attack Pepper. After a moment's hesitation, Tony Stark had to give up the idea of forcibly saving Pepper and deal with Aldrich Killian, who rushed to him. Since Pepper can't be saved directly, catch Killian and trade him for Pepper. At that time, Tony directly launched the propeller of the war suit and rushed to Killian. In a twinkling of an eye, the two men's bodies collided violently. Killian's fist hit Tony's head hard, making a loud sound like being hit by a hammer. The whole head was hit backward. Tony's knee slammed into Killian's stomach almost at the same time, and his body hurled backwards with great force. Under the protection of Mark 42, Tony Stark was not affected. He soon rushed to Killian again. After Killian landed, he walked back for several steps involuntarily. His stomach also lit up with a bright orange-red light, obviously suffering a lot of damage. However, this kind of injury was obviously not enough to make him fall down. He looked up at Tony Stark, who rushed to him again. Killian's eyes flashed a little ferocious, and his face was angry to Tony. At the same time, his arms lit up quickly, and his fists radiated amazing heat. Two people rushed together, or toward each other, a blow to go. This time, he was hit by Killian's hot fist, but Tony Stark immediately felt a heat coming from the position where he was hit. The picture in front of him flickered, and even the action of battle armor became slow. Obviously, the high temperature on Killian's fist penetrates through the armor, which has an impact on the control system of the war suit. This is still in the case of adding thermal insulation, otherwise the impact on the armor will only be greater. Not only that, Killian's punch contains enough heat to melt ordinary steel directly. Although Tony Stark's armor is made of special alloy, it is also deformed by the punch. In the past half a year, Tony Stark has continuously researched and manufactured a large number of battle suits, which have been updated rapidly. Therefore, the outer armor of these battle suits is not made of expensive alpha alloy, but of gold titanium alloy with poor performance. After all, for Tony Stark, these battle suits are just test items, including the Mark 42 he is wearing now, which is also the first experimental machine to decompose the deployment function. They are also transitional products. Their deployment function is not particularly stable, let alone expensive alpha alloy. Although Tony Stark has money, he doesn't use alpha alloy, which is next to Edelman alloy, as a consumable. There is no problem in the face of ordinary enemies. This kind of gold titanium alloy is also very powerful, strong enough to resist the attack of tanks and artillery. However, Killian, who can produce 3,000 degrees of high temperature, is just restrained by him. But Killian is no better. Under the influence of his high temperature, the speed of the steel battle suit is a little slow, but the weakening degree is not very big. Tony Stark's strength of 3 times that of ordinary people, plus the strength of the battle suit, is still above Killian. The heavy iron fist hit him, and each blow caused him a lot of damage. However, under the strong repair ability of the desperate virus, these injuries can be completely recovered soon. Apart from bringing him a lot of pain, there is really no impact on his combat effectiveness. As the battle went on, Killian was still alive and well, while Tony Stark's armor had changed a lot and some parts had sparked. Seeing this, Killian had a smug smile on his face and immediately attacked harder, ready to take Tony Stark. Just as the attention of all the people was attracted by the 2 men in the battle, President Ellis, standing in front of the black super high-speed armor, had a glint in his eyes. In the case of no one noticed, his figure suddenly flashed, disappeared in an instant. The next moment it directly appeared in the side of Pepper. Before Alan Bright could react, President Ellis reached for Pepper, and a flicker returned to the side of the opened hypervelocity armor, pushing him directly into the suit. Alan Bright only felt the flowers in front of him, and the next moment he found that Pepper had disappeared. She quickly looked up and saw that Pepper didn't know when he had run into the black armor. After Pepper entered the battle suit, the armor opened at the front of the suit quickly closed, and the thruster immediately opened, pushing the suit to rise rapidly, flying towards the sky, and then disappeared in the night sky. Alan Bright was furious when he saw Pepper rescued under his own eyes, even when his eyes fell on the President Ellis, standing there alone. She saw clearly just now that he had pushed Pepper into his war suit. If there was no accident, it would have been him who had snatched Pepper from her. The President has a problem. As Pepper flies away in super-fast armor, both Aldrich Killian and Tony Stark, who are fighting fiercely, notice. The 2 men punched each other and then both retreated. This time, they did not rush to continue to attack, but looked at the original location of Pepper together. Soon they found out that Pepper was gone. Looking at the hypervelocity armor disappearing rapidly in the night sky, it is clear that the disappearing Pepper should be in the set of departing armor. Realizing that Pepper had escaped, Aldrich Killian's face was full of anger. Pepper was not only a threat to Tony Stark, but also a woman in his mind. Angry Killian looked at Alan Bright, who was in charge of guarding Pepper. A group of desperate creatures couldn't see a Pepper. They let her escape in war clothes. What's the use of her? He soon found Alan Bright in front of President Ellis, but what she said next puzzled Killian. When Alan Bright found out that Pepper had been rescued by President Ellis, he quickly surrounded him with a group of desperate creatures looking at the President Ellis. Standing there, Alan Bright said bitterly. A group of desperate creatures all looked at him fiercely, as if they might rush up and tear him to pieces at any time. Surrounded by dozens of desperate creatures, President Ellis's face did not panic at all. He looked at Alan Bright coldly, but his body suddenly changed. Height a little bit tall, originally a little fat figure quickly became vigorous. Originally the appearance of middle-aged people is also changing rapidly. Soon, a sharp and cold face appeared in front of everyone. When Alan Bright saw the face, he was shocked. This face is strange to many people, but she has seen it. A few days ago in Los Angeles, when she was observing Tony Stark's villa through a telescope in the distance, she once saw the man in front of her in the villa. Tony Stark's villa is not for everyone. Combined with the information at that time, she can easily infer the identity of this person. He just disappeared for half a year. He just appeared and destroyed an explosion attack on them, and killed Eric Seven's strongest superhero on Earth, Commander. Recognizing Chen Mo, Alan Bright hesitated for a while. After all, the Commander's name was too big. Even with the strengthening of the desperate virus, she had a far greater power than ordinary people. Facing the legendary existence of Chen Mo, she still felt a little nervous. Not far away, Tony Stark watched President Ellis turn into Chen Mo, but his face was suddenly, "So it is." No wonder he always thought something was wrong. It turned out that the former president was disguised by his father. That makes sense. First, let the president cooperate with them to make a false impression that the president was taken away by them, and then pretend to be the president. As expected, Killian and them relaxed their vigilance and rescued Pepper by surprise while he was fighting Killian. Or Dad's plan is perfect. I choose to believe that he is right. As for Chen Mo's deformation ability, Tony Stark, though a little surprised, soon accepted it. In Tony's eyes, Chen Mo has always been omnipotent. He alone knows that Chen Mo has the super soldier serum, self-healing ability, mindfulness and blink, as well as the suspected space ability of transforming objects out of the air. There is nothing hard to accept when a kind of transformation ability appears. In fact, Chen Mo's transformation ability is rarely used, because it is very troublesome to use. It's not a kind of transfiguration that can be changed with the movement of mind. Instead, it's a kind of subtle control over every muscle, tissue, and cell of the body. It's completed under the subtle control of consciousness. It requires Chen Mo's own little control, which is very complicated. If it wasn't for fear that the direct action might hurt Pepper, Chen would not have expended this effort. "Dad, I knew you could do it." Looking at Chen Mo, who has completely changed to his original appearance, Tony Stark shouted excitedly, forgetting that he once suspected that Chen Mo had cheated everyone and caught President Ellis in his war clothes. Killian, standing opposite Tony, also witnessed the whole transformation process of President Ellis. Even if he understood, he was fooled. And from Tony Stark's words, he also heard the identity of Chen Mo. There is only one person Tony Stark called his father, the commander of the Avengers Alliance. Killian looks at Chen Mo, surrounded by a group of ultimate creatures, and his face is full of hatred. Seeing that his ultimate plan is about to succeed, the result is now a failure. If Tony and Chen Mo can't be left today, it will be the U.S. government and military's all-round encirclement and suppression. But he hasn't completely failed. He still has the vice president's card. As long as we kill both of them, kill people, and then try to solve the problem as soon as possible, and let the vice president get on top quickly, everything will be in time. At that time, Killian's eyes on Chen Mo became full of murderous intentions. Altogether, kill him. With the order of Aldrich Killian, the ultimate creatures who surrounded Chen Mo immediately roared at him. They don't know Chen Mo's identity. Naturally, they don't have any fear at all. Only Alan Bright takes a beat slower than others and stays behind. Killian's orders she did not dare to disobey, but she was equally afraid of the commander. She clearly remembered that Eric Seven died in the commander's hands. She didn't want to follow him. Chen Mo looks at the fiery red light coming from the ultimate creatures, but he doesn't meet them directly. Instead, he puts out his own Aiden alloy battle suit and dresses up quickly. With his skill, although the high temperature can't threaten him, it can't be avoided to be burned by the temperature. He doesn't have the hobby of being abused, so he is better to wear a war suit. Chen Mo and a group of desperate creatures soon fight together. Instead of using weapons, Chen Mo fights with them barehanded. Although the number of desperate creatures is large and their strength is strong, Chen Mo is not so embarrassed to deal with it. After all, whether it's speed or power, his strength is far stronger than these desperate creatures. Before their attack on Chen Mo's fist had been pounded on their face. One by one, desperate creatures had been knocked out by Chen Mo, and other people had been surrounding them again and again. Chen Mo didn't want to break through either, so he stood in the encirclement, constantly coping with attacks from all directions, but seemed to be trapped in the original place. Aldrich Killian saw Chen Mo trapped by his men, and his face was slightly less angry, but when he looked at Tony Stark, his face was still gloomy. It's all this damn thing. When he was in Switzerland, he made himself feel desperate. Today, he broke his ultimate plan. But now, he is no longer the weak one. This time, he will figure out his new hatred and old hatred together with Tony Stark. There was so much hatred in his eyes, Aldrich Killian said to Tony with a grim face. Even if Pepper escapes, you don't want to leave here alive. After tonight, she will become a widow. As he spoke, Killian raised his hand slowly. The light that was just surging under his skin quickly became fiery, and his whole arm became red, like the red iron in the furnace, shining brightly. On the contrary of Killian's anger, now that Pepper has left safely, Tony Stark's mood is completely relaxed. Looking at Killian with hate on his face, Tony Stark shakes his head slightly and says indifferently, "What you said is not accurate. In fact, if I die, she will become a rich widow, but at least I won't die today. But you look, you are already red. Are you not afraid to burn yourself into a pile of ashes?" Glancing at the camera set up in the distance, Tony Stark continued in Killian's angry eyes. "Or you can start the live broadcast now. I will help you perform the last lesson of mandolin." The title can be called "Terrorists Are Not Good." Under Tony Stark's crazy provocation, Aldrich Killian was furious. His eyes were glowing with orange-red light. He stared at Tony closely and wanted to choose someone to eat. "Tony Stark, your mouth is still so annoying. I don't know your teeth are harder than your armor," Killian said, and with a sudden start at his feet, he rushed up to Tony Stark with great speed. Tony Stark quickly raised his hands and pointed the EMP gun in his palm at Killian. He fired it quickly, but Killian is faster than Tony. At the moment when the beam of the EMP gun shot out, Killian's figure quickly dodged from left to right. His body was extremely vigorous and fast, and Tony, who was strengthened by the improved super soldier serum, could not keep up with him. Although the strength of Killian is weaker than that of Tony, he is faster than him. In addition, the impact of high temperature on the electronic system of the battle clothes and the great destruction of the armor. As the battle goes on, Killian gradually takes the upper hand. Tony's armor was damaged more and more seriously. However, with the help of EMP guns, he managed to maintain the current situation. He would not lose in a short time. Chen Mo has more enemies, but he is much easier to deal with than Tony Stark. The space around Chen Mo must be limited. There are only 5 or 6 people who can attack him at the same time. With Chen Mo's response and speed, it's not too difficult to deal with it. With the battle going on, Chen Mo soon found out the strength of these desperate creatures. Their strength is really stronger than the enhanced super soldier serum, and it's not a bit stronger. The strength of these ultimate creatures is not exactly the same, strong or weak. But even the weakest of them is more than 3 times the strength of ordinary people, and most of them are 4 times the strength of ordinary people, comparable to the effect of the original super soldier serum. In addition to their strong self-healing ability, and the ability to control the high temperature, it's really difficult to deal with other people in the Avenger Alliance except for Raytheon and Hulk. And that's just the effect of the virus that hasn't been perfected yet. Chen Mo can't help but look forward to the virus, but now let him have a good fight. After all, it's not easy to find so many powerful opponents who are very hard to beat. Just let them know the upgraded steel battle clothes. When Chen Mo hit a desperate creature again, a strong heat suddenly came from behind him, and in a twinkling of an eye, it hit him hard on the back. It was Alan Bright who launched a surprise attack while Chen Mo was dealing with others. When other desperate creatures fought with Chen Mo, she did not rush to attack but watched outside. Soon she found out that the commander was not as powerful as she expected. Although Chen Mo did not fall into the downwind under the siege of a number of desperate creatures, he did not break through the siege of others and could only stand in the siege and fight back passively. Until then, Alan Bright's heart was settled. How about the commander? The ant kills the elephant. They may not be Chen Mo's opponents alone, but with so many people, even if the commander is stronger, there is only one way to die. After all, he is only human, not God. The hesitation on Ellen Bright's face disappeared completely, replaced by the malevolence and ferocity of his face. But she did not directly attack from the front, but first quietly from the periphery to Chen Mo's rear, and then mobilized the body's hot energy, and so on the whole arm has become red hot, just suddenly launched a sneak attack. In her mind, no matter how strong the commander's strength is, his body can't be harder than steel, which is confirmed by his action of putting on his battle clothes before the war. The commander is not invincible. Her fist is hot enough to penetrate any armor, but it takes a little time to gather energy. When she hit Chen Mo's heart in the back with her fist in the extreme heat, Ellen Bright seemed to have seen the commander's heart broken through by her armor. But things didn't go as she expected. When? Click. An earthquake accompanied by the sound of bone fracture. Ellen Bright only felt a sharp pain on his arm, looked down, but found that the whole right arm was seriously twisted and deformed. The broken bone directly pierced the skin, exposed. Struggling with severe pain, Ellen Bright looked at the armor behind Chen Mo, only to find that the armor itself was intact except that the coating on the surface had been burned by the high temperature. Moreover, after the coating was damaged, the silver armor below was exposed. Under her fist, which could melt any metal in an instant, the armor didn't even turn red slightly. Under the light, it emitted cold light. Chen Mo felt the heat coming from his back and found that the war clothes had become a little slower. This time, Chen Mo felt the ultimate biological ability of high temperature. Through the Edelman armor and insulation, it can still affect the electronic system of the war suit, which shows the powerful high-temperature capability. But the effect lasted only a short time. Chen Mo swept out the two ultimate creatures in front of him with a wave of his arm, then turned around quickly and looked coldly at Ellen Bright, who had an incredible and painful look on his face. Being stared at by Chen Mo's cold eyes, Ellen Bright wanted to back away quickly, but there was no time. A black light flashed, Chen Mo punched out, and the iron fist wrapped in dark armor hit Ellen Bright hard on the chest. Kara, a sound of broken bones sounded again. Ellen Bright's body was hit and thrown out towards the crowd. His chest was deeply dented, showing clear punches, but his sternum was directly broken by Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo's attack didn't use all his strength, so Ellen Bright didn't die under Chen Mo's attack. Through the punch of Ellen Bright just now, Chen Mo judged that her strength was stronger than that of other desperate creatures. She was about 6 times the strength of ordinary people, almost comparable to the captain of the U.S. team. Naturally, Chen Mo didn't give up so fast to let her die. What's more, he was afraid that he would be too cruel to scare these guys away. Ellen Bright's body flew out of the battle circle and fell heavily to the ground. The magma surged in his arms and chest and quickly began to repair. Soon, Ellen Bright stood up again and looked at Chen Mo, who was surrounded by the crowd with fear and anger. He did not dare to go on for a while, but soon her eyes could not help brightening. Ellen Bright found that although Chen Mo's attack was very rapid and fierce, each attack could break people's bones and muscles and fly far away. It was just that. After fighting for a long time, no one was really killed by him. Everyone was just seriously injured like her. These injuries are fatal to ordinary people, but they are only minor injuries that can be recovered in a blink of an eye. There is no life danger at all. Ellen Bright, who had just retreated, saw once again the hope of defeating the commander. It seems that the commander is not as powerful as the legendary one. Although he is indeed much stronger than them, he seems to be dealing with some confusion under their siege, unable to play the strongest attack power, and not enough to kill the ultimate creatures with super self-healing ability. Eric 7 died in his hand, only to say that he was unlucky and met him alone. At this time, the number of them is dozens. As long as we continue to fight, victory is only a matter of time. After finding out that there is no danger of life, Ellen Bright, together with other ultimate creatures, rushes to Chen Mo again. Mo is surrounded by dozens of ultimate creatures in 3 layers and 3 layers outside and rushes towards him constantly. However, Mo is like a rock in a huge wave. He stays in place, attacks quickly with his fists and feet, and dances with black shadows under the light. One by one, the ultimate creatures rushed out by him, fell out of the circle, and the lava surged on them. Soon, they repaired their wounds, got up again, and continued to attack him. This group of indestructible Zioqiang became Mo's best sparring practice. Although their single strength is far from Mo's, they are still very strong. Dozens of people together attack continuously. Even Mo feels a little pressure. These ultimate creatures not only have several times the physical quality of ordinary people, but also can produce high temperature. After finding that ordinary attacks have no effect on Mo, they, like Alan Bright, concentrate all the heat on their fists and attack Mo with red and hot flame fist. Although their fists can penetrate any armor and can't damage the Edelman alloy, the high temperature still penetrates the armor and spreads to the inside of the warsuit. Even if there is a weakening of the thermal insulation layer, it still has a certain impact on the electronic system of the warsuit. Mo had to get up and fight his opponent before all the attacks hit him. Otherwise, if he didn't pay attention and slowed down a little, he would hit him with a bunch of fists. It has to be said that there are many ants that can really kill the elephant. If it wasn't for the strong protection of Edelman's alloy warsuit, Mo would have been injured if he had been barehanded. Under the constant attack of these tireless and successive ultimate creatures, Mo soon became fully familiar with the upgraded battle clothes. Mo was satisfied with all aspects except the weakness of slightly slow reaction at high temperature. Needless to say, the armor of Edelman alloy is indestructible, and the buffer system of the warsuit is also very powerful. The attack of these ultimate creatures can't shake him at all. In terms of strength, Mo is also very strong. Although he deliberately kept his hand and didn't exert all his strength, it's still very easy to deal with the ultimate creatures whose strength is generally 4 to 6 times that of ordinary people. Even if 2 or 3 people work together, they can't compete with his strength. Reaction and speed in the case of consciousness connection, and he did not wear a warsuit when almost no big difference, completely make up for the biggest deficiency of the steel warsuit before, later encounter the strong enemy, can also use the power of the warsuit to deal with. After being familiar with the performance and operation of the war clothes, Mo lost his interest in continuing to fight. Although the strength of these ultimate creatures is also considered to be strong, they have a big gap with him after all. Even though there are a large number of them, they can also let him practice and get familiar with the battle clothes, which has no great effect on the improvement of his own combat power. Up to now, Mo wants to continue to improve his combat effectiveness, but he still needs to practice by fighting with the top powerful ones. Mo can't help but miss Thor. I don't know if his current strength has been improved. I don't know if I can help him to continue to improve his strength in another fight. On the other hand, Tony Stark's fight with Killian is actually more intense than Mo's. Due to Mo's warning to add thermal insulation to the warsuit, Mark 42 did not suffer much impact in the operation of Killian's high-temperature attack, and there was no paralysis in the film. Although Tony's speed is much slower than Killian's, the power of the war clothes is far higher than Killian's. Tony Stark didn't keep his hand like Mo did. He put all his strength into it. Although Killian has avoided all attacks on critical parts by virtue of his speed advantage, he is still hit by Tony's fists and feet from time to time. Under the powerful power of Mark 42, the damage caused is not small. At this time, Killian's clothes had already been broken into cloth strips and dropped to the ground. There was a stream of lava all over his body. He was constantly repairing the injuries everywhere. His combat effectiveness was not greatly affected, but became more fierce and violent under the stimulation of pain. Tony Stark's situation is even worse. At this time, most of the original golden and red handsome armor was damaged. In some places, the armor even completely fell off, exposing the internal insulation layer, framework, and components. Fortunately, only the external armor was damaged. The driving structure and function were not damaged, and the combat effectiveness was not greatly reduced. But with the loss of full armor, Tony is facing more and more danger as the battle goes on. Chen Mo, surrounded by dozens of desperate creatures, was fighting fiercely, but he always paid a little attention to Tony. He also wants to take this opportunity to let Tony exercise well. At this time, seeing that Tony has gradually fallen into the downwind, the situation is getting worse and worse. If he continues, he may be in danger. Chen Mo is not going to drag on any longer. Looking at these desperate creatures who are glowing and ferocious, Chen Mo's eyes flash a cold light in a moment. Although these desperate creatures were originally disabled soldiers, they had already become fierce terrorists. Killian's lethal virus is not perfect. It needs continuous injection to maintain stability and retain the acquired strength and self-healing ability. If these disabled soldiers want to survive soundly, they must obey the order of Aldrich Killian. And as early as the selection of experimental candidates, Aldrich Killian had already screened out all those who stood firm and had justice. The rest were those who had no stand and bottom line and could do anything for him under the drive of sufficient interests. Under the threat of death, the temptation of sound body and powerful power, and the bewitchment and brainwashing of Aldrich Killian, they have all become Aldrich Killian's running dogs, willing to work for him. These people have completely degenerated and helped Aldrich Killian do many bad things. Even if their strength is very good, Chen Mo is not going to leave them. In the heart of these desperate creatures sentenced to death, Chen Mo immediately did not stay. Chen Mo raised his iron fist and waved it to the face of a desperate creature in front of him. This time, Chen Mo used all his strength. His powerful strength plus the strength of steel battle clothes added. Chen Mo's fist, with a huge force, hit the desperate creature hard in the face. Like a shell hitting a watermelon, the head of a desperate creature quickly breaks and bursts under Chen Mo's iron fist. The dazzling orange-red light on his body fades instantly. The headless body falls on the ground soft and completely loses its vitality. In the face of Chen Mo's sudden outburst, a group of desperate creatures were stunned. Looking at the headless body lying on the ground, their attack could not help but slow down. Although their self-healing ability is strong, so that they almost have the body of immortality, broken limbs can also be reborn in a very short time, but this does not include the brain and heart. The guy who fell on the ground was obviously dead. The head that disappeared from his neck could not grow again. The desperate creatures who were brave and fearless under Chen Mo's attack are now hesitating. However, Chen Mo didn't stop. Instead, he took the initiative to attack forward. In the rapid swing of his fists, several people were killed by him, and blood and brain splashed everywhere. It's not that Chen Mo is too ferocious. In fact, these ultimate creatures only have brain and heart. In terms of Chen Mo's height, it's easier to break his head. However, the bloody and brutal scene made people feel cold. The attack became more and more scattered and disordered. Some people in the periphery even had the idea of escaping, including Alan Bright, who was shot out by Chen Mo and fell in the periphery not long ago. Originally, she was going to continue the siege after the recovery of the injury, but at this moment, she saw several people were hit by a blow, and her action could not help but stop, and her feet began to retreat quietly. Chen Mosi in the encirclement did not stop. He killed several desperate creatures one after another in a flash of his fists. However, Chen Mosi was still too slow to kill them. Seeing Tony Stark's situation getting worse and worse, he became more and more in danger, and the ultimate creatures on the periphery had the meaning of running away. In order to solve these guys as soon as possible, Chen Mo immediately gave up the intention of breaking his head one by one. Take back the double fists. Chen Mo raises his hand and takes out the king's sword from the space, waves the bright sword light of Taoism, and kills the surrounding desperate creatures. Several people standing in front of him had no time to react, so they felt a silver flash in front of them, and they lost their consciousness completely. The peripheral people saw Chen Mo's hand suddenly appeared a silver sword. In the rapid dance room, several people were directly beheaded. The sword of the king is in hand. Chen Mo's killing efficiency suddenly increases. With Chen Mo's sword waving constantly, the life of a desperate creature is quickly harvested. In a blink of an eye, Chen Mo's body circle is empty, leaving only a body separated from his head. This time, they finally can't hold on, completely collapsed. Almost at the same time, everyone turned around and rushed out towards the deck. In a hurry, they didn't consider the direction at all. Some even rushed directly to the ship's side but forgot that they could not swim at all. Just now, Chen Mo is just like a god of death. When he wields his sword, he easily reaps a piece of life. This is not a terror they can fight against at all. The images of one sword going down, head separation and row of heads flying are so shocking that they are even more frightened than Chen Mo's previous blow to the head, which makes them totally unable to resist. If you don't run away, it's their turn. Under Chen Mo's long sword, there is only one way to die. But even if they escape, can they really escape from Chen Mo's sword? If he wants to, Chen Mo can use Blink to kill all the escaping desperate creatures one by one. But after noticing that Killian found out about him and stopped attacking Tony, Chen Mo is not worried. Holding a long sword, Chen Mo did not rush to pursue. His eyes swept through the crowd and finally settled on a short-running figure on the deck. There was a cold light in his eyes. Just now, although Chen Mo has been fighting, his mouth is not idle. Through the communication system of the war clothes, Chen Mo contacts Pepper, who is in Mark 40. After appeasing, Chen Mo also knows who kidnapped her from her mouth. For Alan Bright, Chen Mo, who has seen the movie, still has an impression. Eric 7 was killed by him. It is normal for Killian to send Bright to kidnap Pepper, but this also let her be stared at by Chen Mo. Holding a long sword, Chen Mo's figure suddenly rushed out. In the sword dancing room, all the ultimate creatures in front of him were cut off as chests. Soon after landing, they all lost their vitality. It's not long since Alan Bright ran away. Chen Mo killed several people in succession and soon chased her behind. Alan Bright, who fled in a hurry, didn't pay attention to the movement behind her. She rushed to the side of the ship near the wharf at full speed and wanted to jump off the deck and escape from the wharf. She was at the outer edge of the encirclement. She was the first to escape when she saw the situation was wrong. At this time, she ran the fastest naturally and rushed to the side of the ship. With a big jump, Alan Bright's body leaped over the side of the boat and out towards the dock. Alan Bright's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw that he was about to escape. But just as her body leaped out of the ship's side and was about to fall under the influence of gravity, she suddenly heard a loud voice behind her. In the middle of the air, Alan Bright couldn't escape at all. There was no time to escape. At the same time of the sound of breaking the air, she only felt the pain in the vest. Then something cold seemed to pierce her body, penetrate her whole chest, and finally drill out from her chest. Ellen Bright doesn't know if it's her illusion. She feels that time seems to have stopped. Her body suddenly stops falling down. Her body is so still in the air. Even the intense pain in her chest seemed to stop over time. Instead, she felt numbness sweeping her whole body. She felt that she had completely lost her perception of her lower body. And this kind of feeling is continuing to spread up along the chest. Numbness is becoming more and more strong, and the whole body is rapidly losing feeling and control. Alan Bright slowly moved his controllable neck, looked down, and saw a black steel palm coming out of her chest, a beating heart in his palm, flashing a dazzling orange-red light. But soon, just under her gaze, the light on the heart quickly dimmed, and her vision gradually blurred and finally fell into a darkness. Chen Mo killed Alan Bright in the way he had attacked him behind his back. For this vicious and cruel woman, Chen Mo doesn't have any good feelings. When she tries to attack Chen Mo in vain, her ending is doomed. Chen Mo clearly remembers that in the movie, Alan Bright used his extreme high-temperature arm to pierce a policeman's chest. Now she even wants to use this move to deal with Chen Mo, so Chen Mo will let her have a taste of being opened. Feeling that Alan Bright's vitality completely disappeared, Chen Mo suddenly pulled back the arm that had passed through his chest, and Alan Bright's body once again returned to the state of free fall and fell downward. But without the inertia of the previous rush forward, her body did not land on the wharf as expected, but fell into the cold water from the side of the ship and the middle of the wharf. After the light in his hand was dim, he threw out his heart, which was no different from that of ordinary people. Chenmo slowly turned around and saw Tony Stark staring at him. Even with the cover of war armor, Chenmo could think that his expression at the moment must be very wonderful. "What are you doing? Get rid of all these escapees and give me Killian." Tony Stark suddenly woke up from the shock and answered in a hurry. "Oh, good dad." Tony Stark's voice was a little shaky. His eyes swept over Chenmo's bloody right hand. He turned around and rushed to the ultimate creatures on the deck. But in Tony Stark's mind, it can't help but reappear the bloody scene that Chenmo just punched Alan Bright in the chest from behind and took out his heart with his bare hands. It seems that he didn't know enough about Dad. The commander who came out of the Corpse Mountain fire in the World War II battlefield was more ferocious than he thought. Tony Stark can't help but think of the big hole in his chest. If I get angry with my dad next time, will he open a hole for me again like before? Tony Stark only felt that his chest, back, and heart in the middle were cold. Although there was a hole in his chest, he didn't want to see his heart with his own eyes. Tony Stark, who was frightened by Chenmo's ferocity, let out all the pressure in his heart on the ultimate escape creature. The strength of these ultimate creatures is much weaker than that of Aldrich Killian. Tony Stark is not difficult to deal with. In addition, they are frightened by Chenmo now. They only know how to escape. Tony Stark doesn't need to think about any defense at all. They just need to attack freely. Tony immediately raised his hands, and the electric arc pulse gun in his palm aimed at the escaping ultimate creature. From time to time, someone was shot through his heart and fell to the ground. He didn't know whether he was stimulated by Chenmo to simply vent, or whether he found the key of the ultimate creature, learning and using it flexibly. When Tony Stark chases the escaping desperate creature, Chenmo strides towards Aldrich Killian. Killian didn't want to keep up with Tony, take advantage of his armor damage and kill him. But Chen just broke out suddenly, and he saw the scene of killing the ultimate creatures. The whole process was like cutting melons and vegetables. The sword light dance room was a piece of head landing, and the one in front of him was cut into two parts directly. Although Aldrich Killian's strength is superior to other ultimate creatures, he has to be cut into two parts in that case. If Chenmo suddenly attacks while he is fighting with Tony, he has no chance to escape. That long sword that doesn't know where it came from is really too powerful. We should know that these ultimate creatures not only have powerful strength, but also have much higher body and bone strength than ordinary people. Even the sharpest special alloy knife is not easy to cut their arms. It's impossible to cut off the body from the most dense part of the human body. The biggest possibility is that the blade can't be pulled out from the bone. So Killian never thought that cold weapons would do so much damage to his ultimate creature army. Just now, when Chenmo killed those ultimate creatures, their hard bones seemed to be turned into cream. They were easily cut off by Chenmo's long sword without any hindrance. Even one sword was cut off, directly cutting several people into two parts. In the face of such an invincible sword of terror, Killian did not dare to be careless. As for escape, Alan Bright's end is in front of him. He dare not turn his back on Chenmo, who holds such a terror weapon. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than the flying steel war clothes. So when Tony Stark chases the ultimate escape creature, Killian stands still and stares at Chenmo, who is walking towards him. The whole person is like an enemy. But to Killian's surprise, the long sword that Chenmo had held in his hand before, which made him afraid, didn't know when it would disappear. When Chenmo's sword of the king attacked Alan Bright just now, he took back the space. Facing Killian, Chenmo didn't intend to continue to use it. From the fight between Killian and Tony just now, he has found that Killian's strength is much stronger than other ultimate creatures, including Alan Bright. Chenmo will not kill directly when he comes up. He also wants to see the power of this imperfect extinct virus. To what extent? The strength of a group of cannon fodder minions is comparable to that of the enhanced super soldier serum. What about the strength of the big boss, Killian? With some expectation, Chenmo takes the lead in launching the attack and punches Killian on the head. Killian was relieved to see that Chen Mo did not use the sharp sword he did not know where to hide. However, in the face of Chen Mo's fist, Killian was not at all careless. The bodies of several guys who had been blasted by Chen Mo's fist were lying on the ground nearby. If they were hit head-on, even he would never be better. Killian then quickly dodged, and at the same time his red arm, which radiated hot light, grabbed Chen Mo's arm. He wanted to use his high temperature to interfere with the operation of the war suit. Chen Mo's main purpose was to test Killian's strength, so he didn't use all his strength. After finishing his fist to avoid Killian's arm, he launched another attack. Under Chen Mo's intentional exploration, he soon found out Killian's strength. His strength is indeed stronger than other desperate creatures, almost 7 times more than ordinary people, slightly worse in speed, but about 6 times more than ordinary people. There is no problem in suppressing Tony Stark. As far as Chen Mo's information is concerned, the strengthening effect of the virus is far beyond the super soldier's serum, and this is not its limit, and there is great potential to explore. After completing the test of Killian, the little white mouse, Chen Mo intends to end the fight, and once again blows at Killian's head, but this time the speed and prestige are far ahead of the previous attack. Looking at the iron fist that suddenly became more powerful and violent in front of him, Killian's pupil was suddenly shrunk, as if he felt Chen Mo's sudden and intense cold attack. Chen Mo's previous attack he has been very reluctant to cope with, and he is almost impossible to withstand the current attack down. However, Killian didn't despair. The orange-red light in his eyes suddenly flourished, like a fire rolling and burning. Killian opened his mouth suddenly, and a hot flame burst out of his mouth, like a dragon breathing. In a moment, Chen Mo's arms and the whole upper body were covered. Chen Mo only felt a hotter feeling than when he was hit by Killian's fist before. The operation of the war clothes was greatly affected. The originally swift and violent fist became slower. Killian took the opportunity to flash to one side, but the flame in his mouth continued to spray, enveloping Chen Mo in the blazing flame, as if he wanted to melt him completely. Even with the existence of heat insulation layer, the system of steel war clothes is greatly disturbed. The control and drive system is almost completely out of order. The war clothes lose the ability to move, but they are trapped in the fire. Not far away, Tony Stark is suspended in mid-air, and the electric arc pulse gun in his palm points to a bald-headed man who is running away, preparing to launch. However, the sudden fire here attracted his attention. When Tony found that Chen Mo was trapped by the flame from Killian's mouth, his face changed. Even if he left the ultimate creature in front of him, he quickly turned around in the air and rushed in the direction of Chen Mo. However, just a few meters away, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rings in his mind. "I'm fine. Keep cleaning up." Tony Stark soon realized that this sentence was not through the communication system of the war clothes, but Chen Mo's mental communication ability, using his consciousness to communicate with him directly. Tony Stark could not help but look at Chen Mo, who was bathed in the fire, but saw that Chen Mo, who was wearing armor, was nodding his head gently towards him. He didn't seem to be hurt. In fact, Tony is not too worried about Chen Mo's safety. Not to mention that Chen Mo can defeat Thor's terrorist power. Just the blink ability can ensure his safety. Not long ago, he just experienced the magic of Chen Mo's blinking ability. Chen Mo brought him in and out of Air Force One and escaped from the fire, which was the simplest thing. Tony Stark soon understood that Chen Mo had deliberately not evaded and stood there to take the attack. He thought there was something else. Tony Stark stopped at Chen Mo's request and didn't take part in the fight between him and Killian. Instead, he turned around and continued his work. Raised his hand, a white arc pulse gun beam shot out from the palm of Mark 42. A bald man's vest, who was desperately running away in the distance, was directly penetrated by the beam of light. The strong body running at a high speed fell to the ground and lost its vitality. Just now, the ultimate creature lucky enough to escape a disaster did not escape the end of being shot through the heart by the arc pulse. But after killing this desperate creature, Tony Stark immediately found that there was no ultimate creature on the deck of the oil ship. The guy he killed just now belongs to the slowest runner and the one furthest from the ship's side, so he becomes the last one to stay on the ship. Others either jump into the sea or escape to the wharf under the ship. Even when Tony Stark controls the propeller, flies towards the wharf and crosses the ship's side, the whole wharf situation is reflected in Tony Stark's eyes. At the same time, he also finds dozens of fugitive figures on the wharf below. The dozens of desperate creatures brought by Aldrich Killian were first slaughtered by Chen Mo, and the ones just killed by Tony Stark are now only more than 20, less than half of the original ones. In other words, the individual strength of these desperate creatures is as powerful as that of ordinary superheroes. When dozens of people gather together, their destructive power is even more terrifying, enough to change the outcome of a war. But this time, unfortunately, they met Chen Mo, the most powerful and terrifying man on Earth. He was killed by Chen Mo and broke down. He ran away in a panic. Tony Stark made a hole, attacked from behind, and killed a number of them. Otherwise, Tony would have to work hard to kill them. Now, though, they have managed to escape to the docks and disperse. The wharf is not as open as the deck of an oil ship. The huge steel frame, base, and many containers of several giant container cranes provide them with the best cover. In addition, they had a very tacit understanding of running away, but at this time they were completely scattered in the whole wharf, and the location was very scattered. It was almost impossible for Tony Stark to keep them all. According to their current speed, the rest of them have already escaped before he kills a few. Tony Stark, seeing this, did not rush down to pursue but hovered over the dock and asked in a deep voice, "Jarvis, how long is it going to take?" "Sir, it's here." As soon as Jarvis's voice fell, Tony Stark could vaguely see a moving light spot in the sky in the distance. Tony Stark's eyes lit up. As the distance rapidly draws closer, these light spots become more and more clear. From the original faint light spots, they become a long dragon composed of bright fire lights. From the high altitude, they rush to the wharf. In the dark, they look like a meteor shower falling from the sky, which is very shocking. The speed of these firelights is very fast. In an instant, they fly to the front, and their real faces are finally revealed. I saw more than 30 steel battle suits with different shapes, behind which there was a dazzling blaze, forming a long dragon coming from the air. When they reached the dock, they quickly adjusted their posture, stopped their momentum, and hovered in the air in front of Tony Stark. A Taiwan warsuit was flying in front of Tony, forming a human wall. It quickly extended to both sides and soon surrounded the whole wharf in the middle. It's Tony Stark's iron and steel army. When the two men came to the dock, Tony Stark ordered Jarvis to send out all the steel battle suits to support them, but the battle was too fast to catch up with the initial battle. But it's also timely. More than 30 steel battle suits are suspended in the air, completely surrounding the whole wharf and cutting off the way of the ultimate creatures who are running away below. These ultimate creatures were also shocked by the steel battle clothes that suddenly appeared in the air. However, the fear left by Chen Mo's bloody killing was too strong for them to stay at all, for fear that Chen Mo would catch up and continue to kill. So in the face of the many steel battle suits surrounded by the wharf, they did not hesitate at all and still rushed forward to break through the encirclement and escape here. Tony Stark hovered over the dock, looking at the steel battle dress regiment who arrived in time, with a look of pride in his eyes, and ordered in a loud voice, "Jarvis, target the heat signal of the ultimate creature and strike with devastation." "Yes, sir." As soon as Jarvis's voice fell, more than 30 steel battle clothes began to move quickly. Their thermal detectors quickly lock in the special heat source signals of the ultimate creatures below, and then automatically allocate targets according to their respective positions to launch an attack. Some raised their arms, pointed the electric arc pulse gun in the palm at the desperate creatures coming from below, and sent out a hot energy beam, while others directly opened all kinds of missile silos under the armor and fired missiles. And some armor designed by Tony to be good at melee is directly turned to the next dive, physical attack on the target. However, these desperate creatures are not ordinary people. Their strength is even higher than that of Tony Stark. At this time, they attack positively and take precautions. The vast majority of the long-range attacks of the Iron and Steel Battle Clothes Regiment have been dodged in the past, and those who rush down to the near battle have not been able to gain the upper hand quickly. These armor are all attacks under the control of Jarvis. Although Tony's original Jarvis has a high level of intelligence, it is impossible to compare it with Chen Mo's real artificial intelligence strengthened by Fire Source. Although the armor can fight autonomously under the control of Jarvis, its combat skills and attack flexibility are far less than those of the disabled soldiers strengthened by the desperate virus. Even if they occupy a quantitative advantage, they cannot be eliminated quickly for a while. In any case, however, the arrival of the Iron and Steel Battle Clothes army stopped these desperate creatures at least and could not escape. Originally, Tony Stark thought that when his Iron and Steel Corps arrived, they should clean up all these desperate creatures cleanly when they were on top of Mount Tai. But in fact, they were in a situation of equal power. If they were not cleaned up by him and Chen Mo, maybe even the battle armor would be destroyed in the hands of these ultimate creatures. Although he was not satisfied with the performance of these carefully crafted battle armors, he was able to stop all the desperate creatures that almost escaped. Tony Stark was relieved for a while and turned to the direction of the oil ship. Chen Mo and Killian are still stuck on the deck, surrounded by flames, but he never left. Just as Tony Stark looked over there, he suddenly noticed that an armor was rushing through the air towards Killian, who was still struggling to spit out flames. Tony Stark thought of Chen Mo's account before and quickly asked, "Jarvis, call the Heartbreaker back. Don't worry about the situation on the ship." Tony Stark said, remembering the men who had jumped into the sea in a hurry, adding, "Also, let the Hammerhead Shark go to the sea and kill all the guys jumping in the sea." "Yes, sir." Immediately, the disintegrator, who had rushed to the side of the oil ship, suddenly turned around and flew back to the wharf. While an ultimate creature was dodging an electric arc pulse gun from the air, the intensified impact gun, with its chest bigger than that of other armor on the one hand, was suddenly lit up. An unusually large energy shock wave then burst out and shot through the chest of that desperate creature in an instant and burst out a big hole in the mouth of a bowl. On the other side, Mark 37's deep-sea armor, which was making a long-range attack in the air, stopped the attack and flew to the sea near the wharf. After approaching the oil ship, the Hammerhead Shark dived into the sea and disappeared. Meanwhile, on the deck of the oil ship, Killian's mouth is still burning, and Chen Mo is still standing there, letting the flames burn. In fact, when Killian just opened his mouth, Chen Mo had found out that it was wrong. Chen Mo, who had seen the movie, naturally knew that Killian had such an ability to blow fire, but Chen Mo didn't get away with it. His purpose was to find out the strengthening effect of the extinct virus. Killian seemed to be the only one who had the ability to spray fire. Chen Mo would not let go of the chance to experience it, and Chen Mo has the ability of blinking. He can get out of the range of the fire at any time. It seems that he is trapped by Killian, but in fact, there is no danger. Under the burning of the flame, the black coating on the armor surface has disappeared, revealing the original silver of the Edelman alloy. However, the flame that is enough to melt any metal has not played any role in the alloy. Despite the continuous burning of the flame, the armor has not turned red and still maintains the original cold color. If it wasn't for the failure of the armor control system, Chen Mo would not continue to attack, and Killian almost thought his flame was useless. Rao is so. Killian dare not relax at all. He desperately excites the energy in his body and continuously spits out the blazing flame. Even if his face is red and his forehead is blue, he dare not stop. In case Chen Mo recovers his ability to move again, he takes out a long sword and splits him in two. He looked at Chen Mo, who was shrouded in flames. Killian's eyes were full of ferocity. He vowed to kill Chen Mo as a huge threat at one stroke. Spitting out the flame is his unique way to press the bottom of the box. Killian has just mastered this ability after repeated experiments and strengthening. The temperature of the flame from his mouth is much higher than the maximum temperature that ordinary desperate creatures can reach, reaching a horror level of 4,000 degrees. At this temperature, even the ultra-high temperature ceramics with the best heat resistance will melt. And this kind of flame is different from the short-term contact of small area when attacking through the body, but the long-term burning of covering type. Even if there is heat insulation layer, it will be completely destroyed by the high temperature under the continuous burning. It has to be said that the power of this flame is very powerful, comparable to the legendary mythical creature, the breath of the dragon. Basically, no one or any object can withstand the burning of this flame, which is the reason why Killian has the courage to fight against Chen Mo and the Avenger Alliance. Killian even had a dragon tattoo on his body because he thought he had become a mythical creature comparable to a dragon. Chen Mo also felt the power of the flame very quickly. With the continuous burning of the flame, in a few seconds, the temperature inside the war clothes has risen to the point that ordinary people can't bear. Chen Mo feels that his hair is going to be burnt. All kinds of systems inside the war clothes are completely paralyzed. Chen Mo wants to move, but he can only rely on his own body strength. If it goes on, Chen Mo can still hold on, but the war clothes will be discarded soon. Chen Mo has a clear understanding of the power of this kind of flame. If he doesn't have the ability to blink, this horrible high-temperature flame may really pose a huge threat to him. The continuous burning of the 4,000-degree high-temperature flame, even with his physical quality, cannot bear. The repair speed of self-healing ability is likely to catch up with the damage speed of the flame. If Killian can keep the flame long enough, it's really possible to kill him. Of course, if he gives up resistance or is completely imprisoned. To threaten him doesn't mean to defeat him. Chen Mo's strength is not only one or several of his abilities can be measured. Strong physical quality, variety ability, fighting skills at the patriarchal division level, and all kinds of powerful weapons and equipment. Each of these things is very powerful when taken out alone. When combined, they can play an amazing power. Killian's flame is only a theoretical threat to him. In real combat, Chen Mo can kill Killian in a short time, and will not give him a chance to use the flame at all. Even if it is used, Chen Mo has countless ways to deal with it. As for Killian's dragon breath as the final card, Chen Mo has also thoroughly understood the details. There is no need to continue. Chen Mo immediately launched a blink, leaving the completely paralyzed battle clothes in place, while he himself appeared behind Killian in an instant. The sword of the king appeared in Chen Mo's hand when he raised his arm. With the waving of his arm, he quickly cut his back to Killian. Killian, though most of his attention was on Chen Mo, who was surrounded by the fire in front of him, had been devoting some energy to prevent Tony Stark from making trouble. Although he didn't know that Chen Mo and the war clothes had disappeared, when Chen Mo appeared behind him, he felt a little strange. Especially when Chen Mo's sword was beheaded at him, Killian felt the cold hair standing on the back of his neck, and a great sense of crisis enveloped him. Behind the attack, and it's a deadly attack. The sword light in Chen Mo's hand came to Jillian's mind. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Killian believed in his own feelings. Immediately, he could not care to continue attacking the armor in front of him. The flames in his mouth kept on, but his body turned to the back at the fastest speed, and he wanted to rely on the dragon breath to push back the opponent and get the chance to breathe. With the rotation of his body and head, the flame from his mouth also flew in the air and swept towards his side. However, compared with Chen Mo's sword light, his speed is still slow. His head just turned to half, and a dazzling sword light flashed by in the afterglow. Killian's eyes were wide open and his heart was full of ghosts, but he had no time to think and even felt no pain. A sense of death overwhelmed him instantly. Killian seemed to see that he turned his head and saw the man standing behind him and the sword in his hand. He seemed to see Chen Mo's sharp, cold and fierce eyes, and also felt the heat on the tip of the sword that was rapidly disappearing. The flame from his mouth swept towards Chen Mo, but it dissipated when he was about to sweep him. With a trace of regret and unwillingness, Killian's vision quickly blurred and finally completely fell into a boundless darkness. Watching Killian's head fall to the ground, Chen Mo turns around and looks at the dock. Then he sees Tony's iron and steel battle clothes regiment fighting with the remaining desperate creatures. A series of electric arc pulse guns, cluster guns, and a micro-missile shot out of the steel battle clothes suspended in the air, shooting towards the desperate creatures below. These creatures, whose strength and speed are far faster than ordinary people, dodge the attack of iron and steel battle clothes flexibly, and constantly use all kinds of steel pipes and heavy objects pulled down by them to project towards the battle clothes in the air. Their strength is almost the same as that of the captain of the United States. All kinds of steel pipes and heavy objects are thrown out by them with all their strength. Their speed is faster than the arrows, and their power is even higher than that of the shells. The steel battle clothes that can't dodge but can't be shot have been greatly affected. The main battle armor is better. Most of them are just thrown back by the huge force. They soon stabilize their body and launch a new attack. However, some auxiliary armor specially designed for special purpose are relatively weak in defense, and some are even scrapped directly under the attack of desperate creatures. In addition to the long-range air attack steel battle clothes, the ground is also very fierce. The most prominent is a nearly 3 meters high, extremely strong blue armor, Mark 37, Igor. Igor was not originally designed to fight. It was actually a heavy-duty armor, used to lift and carry heavy objects. Therefore, its strength was also very huge. A desperate creature who was stopped by it rushed to its front, wanted to interfere with its system by its own high temperature, and fled directly while it was paralyzed. As a result, due to the thickness of the armor, the heavy iron fist of Igor had fallen on him before the high temperature could be transmitted to the interior and affect the operation of electronic components. He was hit by a heavy iron fist of tens of tons, which made him fly out directly, hit the crane bracket behind him heavily, then fell to the ground. The whole body became a little twisted, and the bones of his whole body were still broken in half. However, he was still alive. The whole body was filled with hot lava, and he quickly began to repair it. It didn't take long to recover. But before he stood up, Igor took a heavy step, rushed to him quickly, raised the huge steel foot and stepped down in his shocked and desperate eyes. No! Poof! The huge strength and the heavy weight of the armor itself. The strength of this foot is nearly 100 tons. If one foot goes down, it is like stepping on a watermelon, and the red liquid splashes all over the ground. After a few convulsions, the struggling body was completely paralyzed. It was being repaired quickly, and the dazzling red lava covered the whole body was also rapidly dimmed. On the other hand, the two endangered creatures close to each other are dodging all kinds of attacks from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, and at the same time, they rush towards a large black and yellow armor, trying to tear it down directly together. Although this armor is not as big and strong as Igor's, it is still much bigger than the ordinary armor and looks full of strength. Moreover, at the forearm of its hands, it is not an ordinary arm, but equipped with two huge and heavy impact hammers. This is a large armor, one size larger than other ordinary battle suits. It's a heavy construction armor, Mark 25, Raider. The heavy impact hammer on its arms can easily crush the military concrete. When fighting, it is also a pair of powerful close combat weapons. However, although it is very destructive to the heavy hammer, the Raider's own movement speed is not very fast. If the Raider directly attacks two ultimate creatures, it is easy to be evaded by them. So in the face of the two ultimate creatures, the Raider did not take the initiative to attack, but just stood there and waited for them to rush forward. The two ultimate creatures didn't care so much. They just thought that this heavy big guy was slow to respond, rushed to the Raider, and then they jumped up, waving their hot and shining arms to the Raider's head, trying to tear its head directly. The high temperature on their hands is the key to all the machines and equipment. As long as they catch them, the equipment will be paralyzed in an instant. No matter how tall and powerful the robot is, it can only be disassembled into parts by them. However, just when they jumped up in the middle of the sky and couldn't use their strength, the Raider, who had been standing quietly, suddenly moved. Originally, the arms hanging on both sides of the body were raised rapidly. The huge, heavy impact hammer at the front of the arms suddenly hit the two people in the air. In a twinkling of an eye, the sharp hammer at the front of the impact hammer hit their chest heavily. Under the great strength, it directly smashed their sternum. But it's not over yet. Just as their sternum was smashed, the heavy hammer suddenly started. With a loud bang, the front end of the heavy impact hammer originally only showed a small part of the hammer head, which suddenly popped forward under the push of a huge force. The sharp hammerhead also broke through the broken sternum and deeply inserted into the chest of the two ultimate creatures. Their bodies were hit by heavy impact hammers and flew backward for more than 20 meters before they fell to the ground. There was a huge hole in their chest. There was no heart shadow in them, but they were directly blasted into a mass of flesh and mud by impact hammers. The battle on the wharf was fierce, and the sea not far away was not peaceful. In the shadow under the oil ship, there are several figures floating at this time, which are the ultimate creatures who jumped the ship directly in a panic. One of them can't swim at this time, while clapping the water with both hands, struggling vigorously, while shouting for help to his companion not far away. However, the people who had been frightened by Chen Mo didn't pay any attention to him. They tried their best to swim towards the shore, hoping to escape as soon as possible. The guy who just ran away and forgot that he couldn't swim was a bit stupid, but after all, he had been transformed by the desperate virus, and his physical quality was far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if it's just that his feet are pedaling and his hands are patting the water randomly, he can hardly keep sinking, but he can't avoid choking on his saliva from time to time. If no one helps him, it's only a matter of time before he drowns in the sea. Just as he looked at the back of several people who were struggling to paddle in front of him, he was in despair. However, he saw that the position of several people suddenly exploded in succession. The strong explosion lifted the sea water into the air, forming a high water column. With the water column falling, there is no trace of several people on the sea. When he almost forgot to struggle because of this sudden scene, his eyes suddenly found that there seemed to be a dark shadow rushing towards his position in the sea not far ahead. He instinctively wants to avoid, but he can't swim. He can't even keep floating on the water, let alone move. In addition, the speed of the dark shadow is very fast. In an instant, he comes to him. He can't escape at all. He opened his eyes in horror and watched the dark shadow hit his chest. With a strong explosion, he felt only a pain in his chest, and the whole person lost consciousness. When the water column formed by the explosion fell, his body with a big hole in his chest had already sunk towards the bottom of the sea together with other bodies with the same injuries. What happened in the dock and the sea all fell into the meditation of Chen Mo. Although the individual strength of the desperate creature is very strong, and the ability to produce high temperature still restrains the steel battle clothes, the steel battle clothes army has the quantitative advantage after all. And under the control of Jarvis, the air and ground cooperate with each other to fight together, and the overall situation is still dominant, and the loss of battle clothes is far less than that of desperate creatures. With the passage of time, the greater the gap between the two, the more clear the outcome will become. When Chen Mo saw it, he didn't mean to fight again. He just stood on the deck and watched the excitement. But Tony Stark watched the fierce battle below, but he joined the battle again according to his desire to fight. Hovering over the dock, Tony Stark's eyes swept over the dock below, quickly locking in a desperate creature who had just destroyed a rescue armor and was about to continue to flee. Tony Stark suddenly turned around, turned his body down. The thruster started at full force and dived towards the desperate creature who was running at a high speed. At the same time of approaching, the cluster guns on the chest of the warsuit also shine brightly and start to store energy in advance. When the battle suit dived 10 meters behind the endangered creature, Tony Stark's back-extended hands suddenly turned to the ground. The original straight-line dive-down figure suddenly stopped the dive a few meters away from the ground, and then rose again. At the same time, with the change of flight attitude, The cluster gun on the chest of the warsuit turned from pointing down to the ground to facing down, and quickly locked the running figure not far ahead. The cluster gun, which had been storing energy for a long time, was launched suddenly, and a dazzling white light column quickly crossed the air. It was accurately shot behind the desperate creature. The powerful energy directly blew out a big hole in his body and ran through the whole chest. The body, which had been running forward at a high speed, suddenly fell to the ground, rolled forward several times with the inertia, and then there was movement. Tony Stark's figure soared into the air, and then he went through the dock at a high speed, looking for the next target. When Tony Stark was on the deck before, he took advantage of the collapse of desperate creatures to escape and killed a lot of people by sneaking attack from the back. He seemed to like the pleasure of sneaking attack from the back, and then all the attacks from the back. After finding the right target, Tony Stark dived directly from behind the enemy, pulled up sharply after approaching, changed his posture and fired the cluster gun. The tactics of sneaking attack and shooting at the back of his move seems very troublesome, but as long as the target he is targeting, no one can survive. The efficiency of killing the enemy is much higher than that of other steel battle suits under the control of Jarvis, and there is no need to fight head-on. There is no danger at all. These desperate creatures have to cope with the numerous steel battle suits launched by the sky and the ground, and at the same time they have to flee as hard as they can. The insidious attack way of sneaking attack behind Tony Stark's rapid dive can't resist at all, and he soon killed several of them by this means. Under the constant strangulation of the Iron and Steel Battle Clothes Regiment and Tony Stark, the number of desperate creatures on the wharf is becoming less and less. With the increasing number of people, the Iron and Steel Regiment's speed of destroying the enemy is further accelerated. When Tony Stark killed his 7th target and lifted himself up again, he found that there was only the last desperate creature left on the whole dock. Surrounded by more than 30 steel battle suits in the air and on the ground, the last surviving creature's face is full of despair. But Jarvis didn't leave him a chance to beg for mercy or fight back. More than 30 sets of cluster guns on the chest of Iron and Steel battle clothes were lit at the same time. At the next moment, more than 30 fist-thick and thin white beams were fired from the air and the ground at the same time towards the desperate creatures in the center. An extremely dazzling strong light broke out in the encirclement, which made people unable to see the situation in the middle for a while. As the light gradually dissipated, only a piece of burnt black remained on the ground in the middle of the encirclement. That last desperate creature was directly destroyed by more than 30 cluster guns fired at the same time. Even the body was not left behind. Tony Stark saw this and shook his head regretfully, deeply regretted that he missed the last goal. This is the end of the war. Desperate creatures versus steel. The Iron and Steel Battle Clothing Regiment wins. With the total extinction of desperate creatures, only a few auxiliary armor with weak combat power and defense were lost in the Iron and Steel battle suit, which did not cause much loss as a whole. As for the battle between the top forces, the only figure standing on the deck is the winner. In fact, the battle between Chen Mo and Killian seems fierce, but actually there is no difficulty for Chen Mo. Killian's strength is limited after all, and there is still a big gap between Chen Mo and Killian. The pressure on him is not even as strong as the force of dozens of people in the previously desperate biological core. The only thing that can make Chen Mo feel a little threatened is Killian's ability to spray high-temperature flame. Under the high temperature of 4,000, his Iron and Steel battle suit was still in good condition, but its electronic components were almost abandoned, and the whole armor was completely paralyzed. However, Chen Mo did not feel that it was a pity. The paralysis of the war clothes under Killian's fire shows that there are huge defects in the war clothes that need to be made up. This time, Killian, who is much weaker than him in strength, can easily cope with his own ability even if his uniform is paralyzed. But if war armor is suddenly paralyzed when fighting with a stronger enemy in a similar situation, then he is likely to fall into danger and face a more deadly threat. Find your own weakness and make it up, so that you become more powerful, which is the meaning of the fight. Moreover, Chenmo's harvest is more than that. Although the battle with Killian was a waste of time, and his iron and steel battle clothes were abandoned at the same time, through the battle with Killian, Chenmo had a thorough understanding of Killian's ability and the power of the desperate virus. He also confirmed that the potential of the virus is much greater than he thought. Just the imperfect extinct virus can make Killian's physical quality reach 6 to 7 times the level of ordinary people, and the strengthening effect should be on top of the enhanced super soldier serum. And this is far from the full potential of the virus. Chenmo believes that after improvement, the virus will definitely play a better strengthening effect than Killian. It was the end of the fight, Tony Stark said excitedly as he flew in front of Chenmo. Dad, the enemy has been wiped out. Not a single one has escaped. Chenmo stood at the side of the oil ship, glanced at the dead wharf below, and then said to Tony, "My war clothes are paralyzed. Let the raiders come up and contact Coulson to deal with the aftermath," said Chen Merton, turning his head to look at a large luxury yacht moored on the shore not far away. "Let's go and have a look on that ship." Tony Stark could not help but turn around and look at the yacht. He quickly thought that the ship should be the place where Killian and his men hid during this period of time. Only at sea can he completely avoid their search. "Okay, Dad." Tony Stark promised to contact Agent Phil Coulson when he flew the raiders to the deck of the oil ship and explained the situation to him. While Tony Stark and Agent Phil Coulson were talking, Chenmo walked into Mark 25's armor, which was open, among the raiders. Chenmo's height is much higher than Tony Stark's. Most of Tony's battle clothes designed for him can't be worn unless he changes his height and body shape like he pretended to be President Ellis. This set of heavy armor is designed for engineering construction. The raider, Tony Stark, did not plan to operate it by himself. In addition, for the convenience of construction, the built-in body is relatively large, so the internal space is relatively spacious, which is a few large armor Chenmo can use directly. After the raider's armor was dressed, the heavy hammer on both arms fell off the armor and hit the deck with a heavy sound in a sound of mechanical opening and closing. Although these two heavy impact hammers have good attack power, they are useless to Chenmo, but they are still cumbersome, so they were unloaded by him as soon as he put on the battle clothes. At this time, the armor looks no different from Chenmo's original Edelman alloy. After a little activity, Chenmo finds that it is a little slower than his upgraded one, but it can be used barely. At that time, Chenmo started the propeller directly, and his tall body rose from the deck and flew towards the yacht not far away. Tony Stark also ended his conversation with Agent Phil Coulson. Seeing Chenmo take off, he immediately turned around and followed him to the yacht. The distance of several hundred meters passed in a flash under the speed of steel battle clothes, and the two came to the luxury yacht in an instant, suspended in the mid-air. Jarvis, scan. With Tony Stark's instruction, a ray of light shoots out of the battle suit, slowly sweeps through the hull below, and scans the whole yacht. The inside of the yacht is fully displayed in Tony Stark's eyes. At this time, there were dozens of people in the yacht, but combined with the results of thermal detection, no thermal reaction of desperate creatures was found. It seems that all the desperate creatures have been taken down by Killian and no one left behind. The rest of the ship are ordinary people. In the scanning image, those with guns are only ordinary security personnel. Dad, there are only some ordinary armed men. The rest are civilians. No desperate creatures have been found. In fact, while Tony Stark was scanning with his battle clothes, Chenmo's mind had already covered the whole yacht and found the target he was looking for. What Chenmo is looking for is not Mandolin, but Maya Hansen, who has developed the desperate virus. But to Chenmo's surprise, he found that Maya Hansen's place was not in the laboratory full of experimental equipment, but in a very small independent cabin. Maya Hansen, after all, is the director and chief scientist of the ultimate biological project. She should not be assigned such a small cabin as a room, which looks more like a cell. This was confirmed by the two armed men guarding the door, and Maya Hansen seemed to be locked up. At that time, Chen Mo didn't delay anymore and went straight down to the yacht below with Tony. When? A big one and a small two steel figures landed on the front deck of the yacht, but the yacht was quiet. There was no response, and there was no one on the deck. Previously, in order to avoid the search of Chen Mo and Tony Stark, the yacht has been hiding in the sea. Killian strictly forbids anyone to board without his order. At this time, although the yacht came ashore, Killian's order was not lifted. Under Killian's lewd authority, no one dared to violate his order and come out without permission. The researchers were busy in the laboratory, while the remaining ordinary armed men were scattered in important positions in the cabin. The people in the boat knew little about the situation outside. Even if someone heard the sound of battle from the distant dock, they thought it was made by Killian. No one dared to go out to find out. So until Chen Mo and Tony Stark set foot on the deck, no one noticed their arrival. Chen Mo is also too lazy to walk slowly. He simply wraps Tony Stark around with his mind and starts in a blink. At the next moment, the two figures disappear from the deck and reappear in the cabin. At the bottom of the yacht, in front of a separate cabin door that was temporarily used as a detention room, two tall white men in suits and pistols at their waists were leaning against the bulkhead chatting. One of the young men with flat head said regretfully to his companion, "I can't see that Dr. Hansen was so bold that he dared to betray his boss. She must be miserable now, with the ruthlessness of the boss." The young man with flat head didn't finish, but the strong man with horsetail cut him off. "Hush, keep it down. You're not going to die. If the boss hears it, it's you." When the young man with flat head heard this, he could not help but shrink his neck and glance around. Seeing that there was no one else here except the two of them, he was relieved. Then he leaned over to the strong man with horsetail and whispered, "Why do you think Dr. Hansen betrayed his boss? The boss has ordered that no one be allowed to contact with the outside world. She even wants to secretly send out information." Hearing this, the strong man turned his head and looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he reached the flat-headed young man's ear and whispered, "I heard from the research department that Dr. Maya Hansen had an affair with Tony Stark." The young man with flat head can't help but see the light in his eyes. The fire of gossip is burning in his heart. Who of them didn't know that the boss hated Tony Stark, and Dr. Maya Hansen had an affair with Tony Stark, which was a big news. Just when the young man with flat head was thinking, he heard the strong man with horsetail continue to say, "The boss is going to give Tony Stark a hand this time. She wants to remind him quietly, but she is caught by the boss. If the boss didn't want to use her, she would have thrown her into the sea to feed sharks." The young man with flat head was obviously more interested in the erotic history of Maya Hansen and Tony Stark, and asked quickly, "How did she get on with Tony Stark?" Seeing the curiosity of the young man with flat head, the strong man with horsetail felt proud. However, he carefully looked around again, leaned forward again, and whispered in a voice that only two people could hear, "I heard that the boss wanted Tony Stark to invest in his company, but Tony Stark stood him up and ran to the room with Dr. Maya Hansen to roll the sheets." The young man with flat head heard the secret gossip and let out his eyes excitedly. No wonder the boss hated Tony Stark so much. It turned out that there was such a thing that happened in that year. If he met this situation, he would hate Tony Stark to the bone. Just when they wanted to further discuss the love and hatred between Tony Stark and his boss, Dr. Hansen, they suddenly felt something in the light of the corner of their eyes. The two quickly turned around to see, but saw that there were two tall figures in the passage where there was no one in the outer space except for them. More than 2 meters of strong body, covering the whole body of steel armor, as well as the eyes part of the cold light of electronic eyes. Two people who were just talking about Tony Stark suddenly had another name in their mind: Iron Man. At this moment, they can't help but regret that they just talked about other people's gossip behind their backs. The most afraid boss didn't appear, but another leading role of the story, Iron Man, appeared. And there were two at once. The first reaction of the two men was to take out the gun. However, they saw the white light in the palm of their hands when they saw the small, gold and red armor raised. The two people who had seen the battle video of Iron Man had felt the handle of the gun release suddenly, and their hands quickly raised over their heads. "We surrender," cried the two men in unison. They didn't know that Killian had died in the hands of Chen Mo, or that his powerful ultimate biological core had been wiped out. However, compared with the anger that Killian might face in the future, it is clear that Tony Stark's electric arc pulse gun is more deterrent. Tony Stark had planned to kill them directly, but since they surrendered so wisely, Tony Stark didn't kill them, and the white light in his palm gradually faded. Seeing the two men standing there with their hands held high, Tony Stark turned his head and looked at Chenmo. Just now Chenmo took him from the deck and moved here in a blink. He didn't know what Chenmo was going to do. Chenmo takes a deep look at Tony, but through his armored helmet, Tony Stark doesn't feel anything different. Just now, although Chenmo was on the deck when the two men were talking, their thoughts had covered the whole ship, and their conversation naturally fell into his ears. From the conversation, Chenmo knows the reason. Maya Hansen tried to contact Tony Stark before and gave him a warning, but Killian found out, which locked her up. Chenmo can't help but think of the scene in the movie when Maya Hansen went to the villa to warn Tony Stark. Although the two had only one night of Spring Festival, but Maya Hansen Tony Stark is obviously a little obsessive. I just don't know if Tony Stark remembers the bed mate in it. Chenmo immediately glanced at the two men holding their hands high in front of the door and said to Tony Stark, "Knock them out, open the door." Tony Stark hears the words, immediately turns his head to look at the two people, steps forward in their panic eyes, and walks towards the two people. The young man with flat head and strong horsetail, looking at the steel armor coming towards them with a big bang and a big change in face, just wanted to beg for mercy, but Tony Stark stretched out his arms, grabbed his head left and right, and hit him hard in the middle. Touch! The head of the young man with flat head and the strong man with horse tail collided with each other severely. They only felt a whirl of the sky and turned up their white eyes at the same time, and then their bodies softened. Tony Stark saw that he had a good grasp of his strength, nodded with satisfaction on his face, then with a wave of his arms, he threw their dizzy bodies on both sides. After finishing the two men in front of the door, Tony Stark immediately looked at the closed cabin door. It seemed that he had found a feeling just now when he knocked them out with his bare hands. Tony Stark immediately raised his right leg and was ready to kick the door open. "Stop!" Chenmo in the back can't help but feel helpless, and he quickly stops. In the cabin, Maya Hansen was sitting in a chair, worried. In recent days, she has been locked here. She knows nothing about the outside world. She doesn't know what happened outside. Although Maya Hansen is the chief scientist of AIM, she is usually only responsible for the research of the extinct virus. She has a vague understanding of Killian's plan and the actions of the endangered creatures, which is far less clear than Eric Seven and Alan Bright. She didn't fully understand Killian's crazy plan until she came to the yacht. Maya Hansen knew that Killian's ambition was much bigger than she thought. She thought Killian was just trying to make money from the virus of extinction and build his commercial empire. Although she didn't agree with Killian's many practices, she chose to compromise because of Killian's lewd power and the most important research on the virus of extinction for her. But when she knew that Killian's real goal was to rule the world, after several struggles in her heart, she overcame her fear of Killian and decided what to do. She had heard from Killian about the Iron Man and the Commander's surprise attack on the Manor base, and her special relationship with Tony Stark, so she planned to contact Tony quietly and try to stop Killian. But she has been dealing with experiments all the time. The Secret Service skill is about Zero, which was accidentally discovered by Killian and locked here. In recent days, she has been living in worry and fear. If Killian's plan succeeds, she can't imagine what the world will be like. For her betrayer, Killian's brutal character, she will not have a good ending. Maya Hansen felt that her future, like the world, was shrouded in darkness. I hope Tony and the Commander can stop him. Maya Hansen prayed in secret. When the two guards outside talked about her, she also vaguely heard a little, but at this time she was not in the mood to pay attention to it. When she was worried and despairing, she suddenly heard two people outside shouting something, and then there was no movement. Maya Hansen felt that something was wrong. She quickly got up from her chair, walked to the door, put her ear on the door and listened carefully. Then she heard a heavy and loud step outside, and the ground began to vibrate. When Maya Hansen was puzzled, the strange footsteps stopped quickly, followed by a collision of objects, which seemed to be one step away from the door. Maya Hansen couldn't help but press her head a little closer to the door panel again, trying to hear more clearly. This time she finally heard the voice outside. "Stop!" Maya Hansen remembers that this was not the voice of the two men guarding the door. Maya Hansen didn't know. She was almost kicked to death by Tony Stark just now. Just when she stuck it on the door and wanted to continue eavesdropping, she suddenly felt that the hatch had been pulled out. Her whole body was firmly attached to the door. At this time, the hatch was suddenly opened. She stood unsteadily and immediately rushed out towards the outside. Tony Stark was stopped by Chenmo, so he reached out and opened the locked hatch with brute force. Just after the hatch was opened, he felt a figure rush out from behind the door. Tony Stark instinctively thought it was a surprise attack, and the electric arc burst into light in the palm of his hand. But when he saw that it was a hot and sexy woman, he quickly turned off the electric arc pulse gun and reached out to help the woman who was about to fall up. Then he saw the woman's face. Well, it was beautiful. If before, when the woman looked up, Tony Stark said proudly, looking at him with a surprised look, "Hello, miss, we have killed the bad guys. You are saved now." Maya Hansen looked at the gold and red Iron Man who lifted her up in front of her and said with surprise, "Tony." But when she reflected what Tony had just said, her face couldn't help but froze. "You don't remember me?" Maya Hansen looked down at Tony Stark and was relieved. "Well, I'm not surprised at all." Tony Stark felt a bit wrong when he heard the words. He felt familiar when he saw Maya Hansen just now, but he didn't think much. Now it seems that his feeling is not wrong. Before he asked, Jarvis had shown Maya Hansen's information in front of his eyes. Tony Stark suddenly remembered the night in Bern, Switzerland. To be honest, that night was really great. But I didn't recognize her just now. It was awkward to call her name again. Tony Stark just pretended to be confused. "Well, my memory has never been very good," said Tony Stark, turning his head to Chenmo and asking, "Dad, what are we doing here?" Chenmo ignored Tony Stark and looked down at Maya Hansen standing in front of the door. Maya Hansen noticed the larger steel figure standing behind Tony Stark at this time. Recalling Tony Stark's name for Chenmo just now, and the name Killian mentioned before, Maya Hansen immediately responded, looking at Chenmo with surprise and excitedly. "You are the commander." Tony Stark was more excited to see his former bubble friend face Chenmo than to recognize him just now. His face was even more revered and he could not help being jealous. "I'm also the Iron Man. Why don't you talk to me so excited just now?" Chenmo didn't answer Maya Hansen. He looked down at her and said in a cold voice, "Maya Hansen, the chief scientist of AIM, the inventor of the extinct virus and a participant in the terrorist bombing of Mandolin." Hearing Chenmo's words, the expression on Maya Hansen's face suddenly froze. Zhang opened his mouth to explain, but found that he could not refute. Although she didn't know all of Killian's plans before, she was clear about Killian's use of the virus's instability to create terrorist bombings. But she didn't refuse to give Killian the chance to continue to make a desperate virus, so it's not wrong to say that she was a participant in the terrorist attacks. Although she was afraid of Killian's ferocity and unscrupulous means, and understood that if she refused, she would have to die after losing the use value, so she had to choose to deceive herself. But Chenmo said it directly at this time, but she could not argue. She can't deny that those people really died because of the desperate virus she created. Seeing Maya Hansen look down with guilt, Chenmo continued in a deep voice. "Killian is dead, and the ultimate creature army you created for him is gone." When Maya Hansen heard this, she suddenly looked up again and said excitedly, "You mean it? They're all dead?" Chenmo and Tony Stark didn't answer and didn't need to answer. Their presence here is enough to explain everything, and Maya Hansen naturally understands that. Maya Hansen didn't know whether she was happy or lost at this time. Killian and his ultimate biological core were created by her own research of the desperate virus. For the ultimate creatures, she was excited, proud, regretted, and hated. Now they no longer exist. In fact, her original intention of creating the desperate virus was to use the desperate virus to cure all diseases and prevent human beings from suffering again. However, after she joined AIM under Killian's control, everything deviated from the original direction she expected and developed towards weaponization, and finally evolved into the ultimate biological core like the evil terrorist organization. Maybe from the day she joined AIM, it was doomed to be a mistake. Now it's over. Just as Maya Hansen looked complicated, she heard Chen Mo's voice continue to ring. You now have two options. First, we will give you to the U.S. government. You will be arrested as a core member of a terrorist organization and a participant in a terrorist attack. The court will judge you. Maya Hansen can't help but panic on her face. She knows how she will end up if she does. Although the death penalty has been abolished in the United States, at least she will be sentenced to several hundred years imprisonment in her case, enough to die in prison. Chen Mo looks at Maya Hansen and continues. Another option is to join the Shendun Bureau and continue your original research so as to completely improve the virus. Although I don't know what the Shield Bureau is, Maya Hansen knows that she has no other choice at all. I choose to join the Shield Bureau, Maya Hansen said in a hurry. But then she thought of something, turned to look at Tony Stark, looked at Chen Mo again and said with some trepidation, "But now, the research on the virus is in a standstill. If I want to continue to improve it, I need Tony's help." Tony Stark hears the words and says it's not good. If Pepper knows that he works with his former lover, he will never have any good fruit. So he hurriedly looked at Chen Mo and said eagerly, "Dad, is this unnecessary? Although I'm a genius, I don't have any research on genetic coding." At the same time, Chen Mo and Maya Hansen turn their heads to Tony Stark, which makes him feel guilty and feel like he said something wrong. Maya Hansen looked at Tony Stark, took out a piece of old paper from her body, held it up in front of Tony and said seriously, "You can help me perfect it. In fact, it's because of the formula you left to me that the virus will succeed." Tony Stark looked down at the piece of paper which was printed with the logo of the Bern Scientific Conference in Switzerland and said, "You know who I am." Well, it's really his style. Sometimes when he leaves in the morning, he leaves a note for the woman who feels good. Of course, with his popularity, he doesn't need to leave a name or a phone as ordinary people do. On the other side of Maya Hansen's flip paper, she wrote a series of complicated formulas. Tony Stark glanced, but he had no idea. He couldn't help asking, "I wrote this." Maya Hansen, surprised at the words, nodded quickly. "Yes." Tony Stark shook his head and watched Maya Hansen speak slowly. "I remember only the evening, not the morning." "You don't remember?" Maya Hansen said incredulously. How could she not have thought that Tony Stark had no impression of the formula he had left behind? This formula left behind by Tony at that time helped her make a great breakthrough and finally successfully create the ultimate creature. She always thought that with the help of Tony Stark, she could completely perfect the virus. As a result, he didn't remember at all. Tony Stark saw Maya Hansen with an unbelievable face, turned his head to look at Chen Mo and helplessly spread out his hands. But Chen Mo didn't answer Tony and said directly to Maya Hansen, "Tony is right. He is really a genius. He was able to write this formula and now he can remember it as well. I've agreed to your request. Tony will help you improve the extinct virus. In addition, I'll arrange another top biologist to help you." Maya Hansen can't help but see the light in front of her eyes. That's right. She just showed Tony Stark the research data of the extinct virus at the beginning, and he wrote the crucial formula the next day. Now, as long as he and himself study the extinct virus in depth, he will find a way to improve it. When Tony Stark heard Chen Mo's words, he felt that he had lifted a stone and hit his foot. Turning to look at Chen Mo, Tony tries to make a final struggle. "Papa Pepper knows he's going to kill me." Chen Mo glanced at Tony and said lightly, "It's okay, you can't die." Seeing Tony Stark's dejected and demoralized feeling, Chen Mo thought for a moment and continued, "What do you think of Killian's strength?" "All right," said Tony Stark listlessly. Chen Mo ignored Tony's hard mouth and continued to chase. "Compared with you," Tony Stark glanced at Maya Hansen, who was looking at him. He straightened his chest and chin slightly raised. He didn't notice the strange eyes of Maya Hansen looking at his badly damaged suit. he said in a confident voice. "Of course I am more powerful. Just now I've completely gained the upper hand and I'm going to kill him soon. If it wasn't for you to let me clean up the ultimate escape creatures I would have." Chen Mo turned a white eye and cut off Tony's boasting without any politeness. He said in a deep voice, "I'm talking about not wearing war clothes." Tony Stark is now faltering. "Well, I haven't played. It's hard to say the winner. It seems that your anxiety is completely better. Before that, you went crazy to improve your war clothes. You want to improve your strength and deal with the threat from other stars. Now such a good opportunity to improve your strength is in front of you, but you have no interest. Improve your strength." Tony can't help but think of the strength Killian showed just now. Far more than him, even more powerful than Steve's physical fitness. No matter how serious the injury can recover in a flash. The strong self-healing ability. The heat insulation layer cannot completely block the horrible high temperature, tear the armor by hand, spray the flame at the mouth. As far as his own strength is concerned, Killian can be in the top 3 among all the strong human beings he has seen. Chen Mo, who beheaded him with one sword, doesn't have to say that Killian may even compete with Hulk depending on the horrible heat and the ability to spit out flames. Even against the extraterrestrial powers, Killian has enough strength to fight. Loki may not be his opponent, only Thor can win him. That is to say, among all the Earth and alien powers he knows at present, only Chen Mo and Saul can stabilize Killian. This kind of strength is not powerful. Most importantly, this kind of power can also be mass-produced. Isn't that exactly what he's been looking for to deal with alien threats? Although his iron and steel battle clothes are not weak, but the cost is too high. They are all in 100 million units, and they cannot be mass-produced at all. With the huge scale of Stark's industry, he has made more than 30 sets of war clothes in the past half a year, and spent most of the profits created by Pepper's hard work. The ultimate biology belongs to biological transformation, and the manufacturing cost is naturally far lower than that of iron and steel battle clothes. It can completely realize mass production. But when he thought of Killian as ferocious as a lava devil, Tony Stark suddenly had a chill. He didn't want to be like that. "Dad, I don't want to be that glowing monster." Although he wants to be more powerful, Tony Stark thinks he might as well focus on strengthening his steel suit as on becoming a monster like Killian. He believed that with his genius, it was only a matter of time before he could improve the performance of steel battle clothes to surpass Killian and even compete with Chen Mo and Lei Shen. Hearing this, Chen Mo gave Tony a white look and said, "I want you to help improve it, eliminate the side effects of the extinct virus, and make it as safe and controllable as the super soldier serum." Speaking of this, Chen Mo glanced at Maya Hansen and said slowly, "Moreover, the potential of the virus is far from being developed. If it can be completely improved, it may be able to directly strengthen to the extent of Saul." Tony Stark's eyes brightened when he heard this, but Maya Hansen's face was unbelievable. She naturally knows who Saul is. Since the New York incident, no one in the world has no idea that he came from the heaven and only existed in the legendary Thor. The shocking scene of manipulating thunder and lightning, killing countless Za'Tari soldiers and giant Leviathan beasts is still clearly branded in many people's hearts. Maya Hansen looked up at Chen Mo and asked incredulously, "You mean we can make gods? How is this possible?" Even if she knew that her extinct virus had great potential, Maya Hansen didn't think that it could strengthen the power of ordinary human beings enough to compete with Thor. Chen Mo looks at Maya Hansen, who is shocked and doesn't speak, while Tony Stark is completely excited. "No, it's quite possible." Tony Stark looked at Chen Mo excitedly and said confidently, "Since we can defeat the Protoss, we can also create new Protoss." Maya Hansen looked at Tony with a puzzled face and asked, "Defeat the Protoss? Are you talking about the evil god Loki? But his strength is far less than that of Thor." Tony Stark shook his head slowly and said proudly, "I'm talking about Thor." Maya Hansen looked at Tony Stark, who was wearing a tattered armor, and raised his head high and said incredulously, "You beat Thor." Tony Stark's face was red when he heard that. Fortunately, it was covered by a war suit mask and he was not seen. Tony looked at Maya Hansen badly, then pretended to be nothing and slowly said, "After defeating the Zetas, Dad had a fight with Soul." When Maya Hansen heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and guess the answer in her heart. "In the end, Dad won," Tony Stark finished, glanced at Maya Hansen, and felt more comfortable to see her mouth open slowly because of shock. Maya Hansen was unbelievable about Tony's words, but she knew that Tony could not lie about it. That is to say, the commander standing in front of her at this time actually defeated Thor. Saul is a legendary being. The real god is born with strong and incomparable power and powerful power. Chenmo is just an ordinary Earthman who has been strengthened by his body. Maya Hansen suddenly realized what Tony Stark had just said. Since Chenmo can defeat Thunder Robot, it means that human beings can achieve a powerful power comparable to Thunder Robot through strengthening. Maybe they can really create new gods. To understand this, Maya Hansen was very excited. At the same time, she also thought of Killian, who was trying to rule the Earth. Now, all Killian's bitter plans are just delusions. Even the legendary Thor was defeated by the commander. How could Killian be his opponent? Before, it was just because he had not provoked the commander and his nemesis alliance. Now he has just launched a pair of Tony Stark. In a few days, his plan to control the United States almost successfully was destroyed. Killian and his powerful ultimate biological core were completely destroyed. But it's a good thing for her. Although she has to be forced to join the SHIELD Bureau that she has never heard of, it's obvious that this SHIELD Bureau is not the same as Killian's aim. The commander is a superhero who has saved the world several times. His SHIELD Bureau should be similar to the Avenger Alliance. From the conversation between the two men, Maya Hansen heard that their purpose of studying the extinct virus was to deal with the threat of alien, just like the alien invasion in New York. That is to say, her doomsday virus will be used to create more superheroes like commanders and U.S. captains to protect the Earth's security, which is more meaningful than her original goal of curing the disease. After the alien invasion of New York, all human beings have realized the great threat facing the Earth. This time, it's the evil gods, Rocky and Zitari. What's the stronger enemy next time? The legendary Thor and Loki have appeared. Will the other mythical evil spirits and powerful creatures come to the Earth? Compared with the treatment of diseases, for the Earth today, it is obviously more important to enhance strength. As Chenmo said, her doomsday virus is really possible to create a superpower comparable to the Thunder Robot and create a god of human own. All kinds of principles, effects, functions, and possible further development of the extinct virus flashed in Maya Hansen's mind. She would like to take Tony Stark into the laboratory and start the research of the extinct virus now. At that time, Maya Hansen also had lofty ideals, full of infinite passion for the study of the virus of doom, towards one day can benefit mankind. However, since accepting Killian's recruitment and joining AIM, she feels that she is more and more far away from her goals, and her lofty ideals, beliefs, and passions are all gone. But at this moment, Maya Hansen felt the passion that had been gone for a long time again, and the ideals and beliefs that had already collapsed were established again. Seeing that Maya Hansen and Tony Stark are full of fighting spirit for the study of the desperate virus, Chenmo nodded his head with satisfaction, and immediately did not continue to delay. His mind power shrouded the two people, and directly started to blink and disappeared in place. Maya Hansen, who was in a trance, only felt a flash in front of her eyes. When she got back to her senses, she was shocked to find that they were not where they were. Maya Hansen quickly turned to look, and soon found that they had come to the door of the desperate virus laboratory. At the same time, Maya Hansen's face, who could see the surroundings clearly, couldn't help changing. As the most important core department of AIM, there are also 4 guards outside the desperate virus laboratory. Seeing Maya Hansen and 2 steel armor suddenly appeared in front of them, the 4 of them immediately changed their faces, took out their weapons, and prepared to shoot. But when Maya Hansen was afraid of the 4 men who took out the weapons, Tony Stark quickly raised his hands and fired 4 hand guns in a row. He didn't give them a chance to shoot, so he killed them all. It can only be said that the guards outside the laboratory this time are not as smart as the two before. If they are killed, they will be considered unlucky. Easy to solve the guard, 3 people with even unimpeded access to the laboratory. When Maya Hansen was arrested, the lab was completely shut down from research, with only a few researchers in it. Just now, when they heard the noise outside, they were afraid to hide in the corner. At this time, they saw Maya Hansen, who was locked up by Killian, coming in with 2 steel armors full of attack at first sight. They were shocked and stunned. They hurriedly raised their hands and consciously stood by the wall. For these ordinary researchers, Chen Mo didn't embarrass them either. He asked Tony to lock them in a room and turn it over to Phil Carlson. Chen Mo, on the other hand, collected all the equipment, materials, and desperate virus samples in the lab into the space. Maya Hansen looked at the disappearing equipment, shocked, but Tony was used to it. Chen Mo's space ability is not deliberately hidden. People around him basically know that he has the ability to take and put objects out of the air. Even with the ability of blinking, there is nothing unacceptable in the storage space. Soon, the most important core department of AIM, Killian, has been operating for many years and has spent a lot of effort to build a desperate virus laboratory, which has been completely emptied by Chen Mo. When Tony thought that Chen Mo had got what he wanted and wanted to take them away, he found that there were 2 armed men with a startled face in front of him. Seeing the 2 men react quickly and are about to take out their guns, Tony Stark raises his hands like a reflex. Boom, boom. The 2 cannons went out quickly. Before their fingers touched the handle of the gun, they were killed directly. Looking at the 2 people who had fallen to the ground and died, Tony Stark was stunned. He seemed to forget to give them a chance to surrender just now. Tony Stark ignored the dead 2, looked around, and found that they were on the top deck this time. Beside the bodies of the 2 guards, there are also reclining chairs and sun umbrellas. Behind them, the 2 guards are no longer the heavy hatch, but a wide, transparent glass door. Tony Stark couldn't help but look through the glass into it. Then he found a very familiar face on a sofa not far from the door. Though he was leaning sideways towards the door and could only see half of his face, Tony Stark recognized him at once. It's not just the super terrorist who has just threatened President Ellis, Mandolin, who has a wrinkled, thin face, long beard to the chest, and a very special ball head. Tony Stark's eyes brightened. He had no place to find. It took no time. Just killed Killian and the desperate creatures, turned around and found the super terrorist in their nest. Tony Stark immediately opened the door and walked in. He quickly came to Mandolin's side. He raised his hand to face him, and the arc pulse gun in the palm quickly lit up. But then Tony Stark's eyebrows began to wrinkle. For a normal person at this time, he had already raised his hand to surrender. But in the face of his electric arc pulse gun, Mandolin was still comfortably leaning on the sofa, without any reaction. It's worthy of being a super terrorist who dares to threaten the President of the United States and is extremely ferocious. It's a constant force in danger wait. Tony Stark suddenly found out that it was wrong. Even if he was in danger, he would not have no reaction at all. And even though this guy is sitting on the sofa and holding a beer in his hand seems to be watching TV, what's the matter with the beard blown up with his breath again and again? Tony Stark took a few steps towards the front of the sofa, and then found that Mandolin's eyes were closed. This guy is not fearless at all, but sleeping. Tony Stark couldn't help but turn his head and look at the dock in the distance. This room is located on the upper deck of the yacht. Most of the walls around it are wide floor glass. It is one of the few rooms in the whole yacht that can see the outside. Most of the other people's activity areas can't see the outside at all below the deck. From Tony Stark's perspective, you can see the docks and oil ships not far away. The figure of more than 30 steel battle suits suspended in the air can be seen clearly. The fierce battle just happened can also be seen clearly. But looking at the sweet sleep of Mandolin on the sofa, it's obvious that he has been sleeping for a long time and has no idea about the movement outside. Tony Stark can't help but doubt that the guy in the loose nightgown, a can of beer, leaning on the sofa and watching the TV fall asleep, who can't wake up even after such a fierce fight, Is it really the murderous and evil Mandolin on TV? Moreover, his height seems to be much shorter than that seen on TV. He looks very thin and has no momentum at all. Just then, Chen-mo and Maya Hansen came in. Tony Stark couldn't help turning his head to Chen-mo and asking, "Daddy, this is Mandolin." Just as Tony Stark was talking, Mandolin on the sofa suddenly woke up, and then he found a steel man standing in front of him, pointing at him with the shiny thing in his palm. His face was first startled, then he found that Tony didn't look at him, so he quietly climbed down from the sofa, trying to escape. But Tony soon found out his action, and a pulse of electric arc directly hit the ground in front of him, blowing out a fist hole so that Mandolin quickly climbed back to the sofa and sat down. "Hey, don't be impulsive. Are you here for Killian? He should have executed Mr. President on the dock now." Tony Stark frowned as he looked at Mandolin. "You're not Mandolin, tell me. What about the real Mandolin?" Mandolin leaned on the sofa, opened his arms, and said earnestly, "I am Mandolin." Seeing that Tony's electric arc burst gun was on again, Mandolin quickly added, "There's no Mandolin at all, it's just a character. Do you understand? It's not true." As Mandolin said, he drew his hands and deliberately made a fierce look. "And I'm just an actor who plays Mandolin, but I'm very similar, aren't I?" "No one found out," said Mandolin with a proud look on her face. Looking at Mandolin's performance, Tony Stark's image of the cold and ferocious super-terrorist quickly collapses. This is no big boss behind the evil terror, but a clown. Tony Stark understood it thoroughly and looked at Mandolin and said in a deep voice, "Did Killian create you?" "Yes, because he needs someone to be responsible for the bombing. What better person than a fictional terrorist?" Tony Stark used to think that Killian and Mandolin were in a cooperative relationship. Now it seems that Killian directed all of this. The protagonist of this series of terrorist attacks is just a fictional role played by an actor. He's fooled everyone. But soon Tony Stark's anger dissipated, and even though Killian's time was up, it wasn't his father who cut off his head. Even if he has spent a lot of effort and developed the virus of doom and gloom for many years, what is there to be angry about? Tony Stark looked at Mandolin, who was still looking for a chance to escape. He reached out and grabbed him by the collar and picked him up. "I think President Ellis would love to see you." Mandolin also can't help but panic, frantically trying to struggle. Although he is only an actor after all, he is known as Mandolin by the whole people, and he has teased and threatened the president repeatedly. After being caught, there must be no good fruit to eat. But his little body was Tony Stark's opponent in steel. Tony holds Mandolin in one hand, turns to look at Chen-mo, and waits for Chen-mo to continue to blink. But after waiting for a long time, the surrounding scene did not change. Tony Stark could not help but look at Chen-mo and say, "Dad, I'm ready. Well, let's go." With that, Chen-mo turned and walked out toward the door. Tony Stark looks at Chen-mo's back and looks confused. "Didn't you just use blink all the time? Why is it walking now?" However, seeing that Chen-mo has walked out of the door, Maya Hansen has also followed him. Tony Stark looks down at Mandolin, who is still struggling and is carried by him. He quickly follows him. On deck, Tony Stark noticed that a dozen black SUVs were coming in the distance and soon stopped at the dock. When the front passenger's door of a car opened, a middle-aged man in a suit with sunglasses, a serious face, but a sense of honesty came down from the car. But Phil Coulson had arrived with his agents. When Chen-mo found the wharf through Jarvis a few days ago, he had informed Phil Coulson to take people to the surrounding area for standby. After receiving Tony's news, he soon arrived at the wharf. Just as Tony Stark looked at Chen-mo again, waiting for him to start the blink, he saw that the propeller under Chen-mo's feet started, and his body soared rapidly towards the wharf. Tony Stark was shocked again. Did Dad's blink fail? However, Chen-mo has left and he will not blink, so he can only fly. Tony Stark, with Mandolin still trying to escape in one hand, looked down at Maya Hansen, who was also looking at him. As for the lady, it's natural that he can't be so rude as to deal with Mandolin. Tony has to take a step forward, hold her with his other hand, start the propeller immediately, and then fly to the wharf. Maya Hansen is okay. She is hugged by Tony's arm. Although she is a little flustered by the flying wind, she still looks down curiously and experiences the feeling of flying. And Mandolin was more miserable. He felt that his collar was suddenly tightened, and the whole man was carried to the air by Tony Stark. Under the rapid flight, he felt that the cloth seemed to break at any time. The struggling movement stopped in a moment, and his hand seized Tony Stark's arm to death, leaving the whole man hanging on him. On the wharf, just as Phil Coulson got off, he saw a large number of corpses scattered on the wharf and more than 30 pieces of armor suspended in the air. Looking at the big holes in the chest of those corpses and the scattered remains of steel battle clothes, Phil Coulson knew that there must have been a war before. He couldn't help looking around, looking for Chen Mo and Tony, and soon found the armor coming from the yacht not far away. In a flash, Chen Mo, wearing the armor of a big raider, landed in front of Phil Coulson. Coulson looked at the black armor, which was one size larger than the one in his memory. He could not help but take off his sunglasses and looked at it doubtfully. Did the commander change his uniform? It's not possible. He knows that the outer armor of Chen Mo's steel battle suit is made of precious Edelman alloy. It's indestructible and can't be replaced easily. Unless, in this half-year time, the commander grows tall again. The commander's figure is big enough. If he grows taller looking up at the huge armor more than 2.5 meters in front of him, Phil Coulson couldn't help but fill in the image of Chen Mo, who is 2.4 meters tall. Is Commander going to develop in the direction of Hulk? Phil Coulson's height is not too short in itself, but as Chen Mo's direct subordinate in the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Coulson usually contacts a number of superheroes of the Avengers Alliance. They are either Protoss mutant or have received super soldier serum reinforcement. Their height is generally above him. Even Sharon Rogers has a tendency to surpass him. He usually deals with them and looks up most of the time. At the moment, in front of Chen Mo, who is wearing raider armor, the angle of looking up has reached a new limit. Phil Coulson feels that his neck is beginning to ache. While Phil Coulson was muttering, Tony Stark, who took a slow shot, came down from the air with Mandolin and Maya Hansen. Chen Mo doesn't always use telepathy to explore other people's thoughts, so he doesn't know Phil Coulson's thoughts. Otherwise, he will find a way to help Coulson grow tall. It's so simple for him. However, he still saw his doubts about his identity from the look on Phil Coulson's face. After all, he is wearing the raider armor that Phil Coulson has never seen before. At that time, Chen Mo opened the armor mask and showed his face. Phil Coulson said as soon as he saw it, "Commander." Chen Mo nodded and saw Tony and the two men fall to his side. He immediately motioned to his hand. Tony, like quail in his hand, hugged his arm tightly and refused to give up, threw Mandolin to the ground. As for Maya Hansen holding on to the other side, he gently lowered her. Chen Mo looks at Phil Coulson and says, "This is Mandolin, Killian's puppet. Just give him to the U.S. government." Phil Coulson looked at Mandolin lying on the ground, with his eyes full of thieves. He could not help but compare with the cold and ferocious terrorist image in the live TV broadcast, and instantly understood the meaning of Chen Mo's puppet. Phil Coulson immediately beckoned to the agent on standby, and the two agents quickly stepped forward. They looked at Chen Mo with reverence, and then put up Mandolin on the ground and took him to the car behind them. Maya Hansen stood next to Tony, watching Mandolin being taken away with a look of uneasiness. Wearing uniform black suits, these people are vigorous and have sharp eyes. At first glance, they are secret agents like the FBI. Maya Hansen, an accomplice of Mandolin, is inevitably guilty. Chen Mo looks at Phil Coulson and continues. The yacht is an AIM researcher, and there are several ordinary guards. You send someone on board to deal with it, take it all away, clean up the bodies on the oil ship and wharf, and destroy it all. Obviously, Chen Mo is not going to let the U.S. government know too much about the virus. As for Mandolin, after all, he is just a puppet and knows only a few things, which doesn't matter. Chen Mo, the most critical endangered virus sample and related equipment, has been packed and taken away. As long as these researchers are under control and the bodies of the ultimate creatures are destroyed, there is no need to worry about the endangered virus falling into the hands of the U.S. government. With the urination of these politicians and capitalists, if the virus of doom falls into their hands, it is not allowed to create another Killian-like character. It's enough for Chen Mo to deal with the threat from other stars. Chen Mo doesn't have the time to deal with these endless careerists. As for Maya Hansen, Chen Mo didn't give it to Phil Coulson. What Chen Mo told Maya Hansen before is not the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, but the Shendon Bureau. He glanced at Maya Hansen, who was standing by, and looked at Phil Coulson and others, and Chen Mo turned to Tony Stark and said to him, "Tony, give her a war suit. Let's go back to Lowe's Angels." Tony Stark's face turned when he heard that, and he said quickly, "Dad, my war clothes are all tailor-made. There is no suitable model for her, and people wear skirts." With that, Tony Stark took a look at Phil Coulson next to him and said to Chen Mo, "Or do you want Agent Coulson to take her back first?" Maya Hansen hears the words and looks at Tony in shock. "This damned guy should do this to her. I was really a Japanese dog. No, I was given RI by the dog." Maya Hansen glared at Tony Stark angrily, then turned to Chen Mo for help. Chen Mo gave Tony a cold glance and said in a deep voice, "Call Igor here." Tony Stark felt Chen Mo's bad eyes, and his neck could not help but shrink. He couldn't make a fool of it, and he didn't dare to play dumb anymore. He had to transfer Igor. Soon, Igor, who was on guard in the sky, flew down and landed in front of Maya Hansen. Boom! Even after the deceleration buffer, Igor's heavy weight still shook the ground. As the largest armor made by Tony Stark at present, Igor is nearly 3 meters tall, massive, standing in front of Maya Hansen, like a mountain. A strong sense of oppression came to her face, making her involuntarily back several steps. And Phil Coulson looked at the huge armor that was nearly 3 meters high in front of him, and his hatred for his height became more serious. Even Tony Stark's armor has begun to develop to a large scale. If it continues like this, he will look up when he sees Tony Stark. His age is not small, the old man's cervical vertebra is not good. Can we not all develop so hard? Is it because the aliens that last appeared in New York are higher than humans? So he hopes that the next time extraterrestrial creatures appear, they'd better be shorter. Thunder Robot appears. Presumably, the legendary dwarf should also exist. I just don't know what kind of expression Phil Coulson will have when he sees the Dwarf King, who is more than 5 meters tall. In Maya Hansen's frightened eyes, the armor in front of Igor quickly spread out, revealing the space inside. Igor's size is very large, and the internal space is several times larger than that of the ordinary armor. Igor is a heavy-duty armor, so Tony Stark will not wear Igor to do heavy work himself. So the space inside the armor is not specially reduced according to his figure, except for the space occupied by the driving device and various parts. The rest of the space is reserved. Not to mention Chen Mo, even the Hulk can barely fit in. It's even easier to accommodate the tiny Maya Hansen. Chen Mo releases his mental power, controls Maya Hansen to float slowly, puts her into Igor's armor in her surprised eyes, and the open front armor quickly closes. Maya Hansen felt as if she had entered the body of a giant. The interior space was very spacious. She could even turn around in it, help Maya Hansen to put on the armor, and Chen Mo is ready to leave. Look at Phil Coulson standing in front of him. Chen Mo says, "Here you are." "Wait, Commander, one more thing." When Phil Coulson saw this, he immediately stopped Chen Mo and said quickly, "President Ellis's Air Force One is still in a state of loss of contact. The military has sent out warplanes and still has no contact with the president." Chen Mo can't help but look at Tony Stark. It seems that President Ellis is really dedicated. It's more than an hour since they left Air Force One. President Ellis is still missing. The White House and the Pentagon are in a hurry. The reason why Phil Coulson told him this was obviously that he and Tony Stark were there after Air Force One lost contact. Chen Mo immediately told Phil Coulson, "I see. Tony and I will come over." Then Chen Mo turned to look at Tony, glanced at his broken armor, and said slowly, "You're going back in this." In fact, Mark 42 only suffered serious damage to the external armor. Tony Stark in the armor didn't feel anything and almost forgot the problem of damage to the battle armor. The damage of outer armor has little effect on ground operation or low-speed flight, but it will definitely be supersonic flight when returning to Los Angeles. At this time, the damaged armor will seriously damage the stability of flight and cannot fly at full speed at all. At this time, Chenmo reminds Tony Stark that this is the reaction. He immediately calls up a new set of armor and makes a replacement. Seeing Tony Stark dressed up again, Chenmo nodded to Phil Coulson, then put down the armor mask. The thruster under his feet started, and the High Raider's armor rose rapidly. Tony Stark followed. Igor and more than 30 pieces of armor suspended above the wharf were also under the control of Jarvis, spitting out flames, and then flew towards the west, with a sound of air breaking over the wharf, full of momentum. Like the fireworks at the end of a feast, a dazzling flame across the night sky quickly disappeared in the night. Phil Coulson stood on the dock and looked up to see the iron and steel battle clothes army go away. He knew it would disappear completely, so he raised his hand and rubbed his sour neck. Next time he will never stand so close. I feel my neck is breaking. At a height of 10,000 meters, a blue and white painted airliner is flying forward smoothly, but at this time, around the aircraft, there are enough 6 fighters surrounding it from all around. The pilots in the fighter constantly try to get in touch with the people in the airliner through radio and gestures, but they have never received any response. Air Force One, this is the U.S. Air Force F-15. Please reply. Air Force One. A F-15 fighter on the left side of the cockpit of Air Force One is flying forward at the same speed as Air Force One, and is calling continuously, but like the previous hour, it still hasn't received any response. Shuk swallowed his saliva, moistened his dry throat, turned his head and looked at the figure of the pilot in the pilot's cab of Air Force One. He could not help complaining. Damn it, why didn't the pilot of Air Force One respond? Were they asleep? As if hearing Shuk's complaint, the pilot in the cockpit of Air Force One suddenly turned his head and looked through the windshield at Shuk, who was only 20 or 30 meters away from him. When Shuk saw this, he immediately made a gesture. Just when he thought the other side would respond, the pilot of Air Force One turned his head back again as if he had seen nothing. Falk! Shuk raised his arm and froze there, scolding angrily. However, at this time, the radar warning light suddenly flickered, and Shuk looked down quickly, but saw a few red dots suddenly appear at the edge of the radar screen, flying towards their position at a very fast speed. His face couldn't help changing. At present, the Pentagon has only sent one of its fighters to escort and check the situation of Air Force One. At this time, the red dots that suddenly appear on the radar are likely to be enemy targets, coming to attack Air Force One. But before he could give an alarm, the other pilots in the rear had already sounded in his headphones. Unidentified flying targets are found in the rear. They are approaching at a high speed. There are 3, no 5. God, there are more and more, at least dozens of them. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. Listening to the slightly flustered voice of his comrades in arms, Shuk stared at the dense red dots on the radar and couldn't help but widen his eyes. They are now in American airspace. How could there be so many UFO targets? Is it aliens are coming again and targeted the President of the United States? Did they do the same thing when Air Force One lost contact? Seeing that a large red dot suddenly appeared on the radar was approaching their position quickly. In a twinkling of an eye, it was not far behind them. Shuk's hands could not help but grip the joystick. Now it's obviously impossible to wait for support. It seems that we can only fight with them. Just when Shuk's face was heavy and firm, ready for battle and sacrifice, his eyes suddenly fixed on the rear view mirror on the side of the cockpit. For the convenience of observing the situation behind the fuselage in air combat, a rear-view mirror similar to that of a car is installed inside the fighter. At this moment, on the rear-view mirror, Shuk can vaguely see the figure of the unknown target flying in the rear at a high speed. But only look at the big fire in the night. You can feel the momentum of this unidentified flying formation. And as the distance quickly drew closer, through the blurry outline of the fire, Shuk suddenly found that the UFOs looked a little familiar. At the same time, The Ground Command Center also received the support of the convoy flying formation and quickly used satellites to search the Air Force One's rear airspace, looking for a large number of these suddenly rushed UFOs. Although it was night, the flame from behind the thruster was still very obvious. Soon, the satellite image was fixed on a fast-moving light spot. With the continuous enlargement of the satellite image, the people in the command center couldn't help but stare. In the light of hundreds of flames, the outline of these UFOs is clearly shown. Body shape, well-defined armor, and the glare of the back of the hands of both feet, as they had just seen from satellite images an hour ago. However, there were only 2 at that time. How come there are more than 30 at once? These are Iron Man. Why are they back? When the command center was shocked, the fast-moving steel battle suit suddenly began to slow down. At the front of the team, the 2 figures continued to speed up and rush out, approaching Air Force One. At this time, all the fighters escorted around saw that the incoming UFO was actually the armor of Iron Man. They were a little relieved by the collective deceleration of the large army, but saw that the 2 armor continued to speed up and rushed over. The 2 fighters behind Air Force One were still in a hurry to slow down and wanted to stop them. But how can the maneuverability of the F-15 fighter compare with that of the iron and steel battle suit? The 2 fast-flying figures quickly changed their direction, passing under the 2 fighter planes and flying under the Air Force One in a blink of an eye. The 2 planes that failed to intercept quickly lowered their altitude and came under Air Force One, only to find that there was no figure of those 2 sets of steel battle suits. What about the 2 armor? No targets found below. No one above. Just as several fighters were searching for the 2 missing armor around Air Force One, Chen Mo had once again brought Tony into Air Force One in a blink, which finally made Tony move for a second. In President Ellis's office, 2 tall figures suddenly appeared. President Ellis, who was sitting at the back of his desk, looked up quickly, surprised. The armor that Commander and Tony Stark used to wear doesn't look like this, does it? Only 2 tall armors with a similar shape and a height of more than 2.5 meters are standing in front of him side by side, but one of them is painted black. The other one is silver gray and green, which looks a lot ugly. When Tony Stark changed his armor, he found that Chenmo and Maya Hansen had very high armor. After a look at Phil Coulson, who had been talking to Chenmo with his head up, Tony finally chose another heavy-duty construction armor similar to Chenmo's Raider armor, Mark 26, Gamma. After wearing it, Tony Stark felt much more comfortable. Looking at Phil Coulson, a strong sense of superiority came into being. It seems that the feeling of large armor is also very good, at least the vision is wider. In the future, we can consider to make a larger giant armor so that the Hulk can only look up to him. Chenmo did not know that Tony had a plan to develop anti-Hawk armor in his mind. In President Ellis's confused eyes, the armor was opened and the 2 men came out of it. President Ellis was relieved to see that it was Chenmo and Tony Stark who came out of 2 strange large armors. "Commander, you are back. How's it going? Is it going well?" asked President Ellis a little eagerly. For more than an hour, his heart was also very uneasy. Although he was full of confidence in the commander's strength, his opponent was obviously not simple and seriously threatened his safety. Due to the initiative to cut off communication, they have lost contact with the outside world completely. They have no idea about the progress and situation of Chenmo's actions. It is inevitable that they have no idea. Chenmo looked at the eager President Ellis, nodded softly and said slowly, "Mr. President, things have been settled smoothly. Mandolin has been caught and Killian, the real black hand behind the scenes, has been wiped out. I'm sure that the specific situation will be reported later. Now, you can resume the communication of Air Force One." When President Ellis heard of the success of the operation, he was very happy. Now that the operation is over, there is no need to continue. President Ellis immediately ordered the resumption of communication. The command center found the recovery of communication at the first time and quickly got in touch with Air Force One. Soon, they knew the context of the matter. It wasn't long before Phil Coulson was able to quickly clean up the scene, transfer the yacht, hand Mandolin over to the U.S. government, and tell them about AIM and Aldridge Killian, the real behind the scenes. Of course, the information obtained by the U.S. government has been deleted and modified, and the information of the extinct virus and the ultimate creature has been covered up. This series of events are still characterized as terrorist attacks, but the real emissary has changed from Mandolin to Killian. After Air Force One resumed communication, Chen Mo and Tony Stark put on their war clothes again and returned to the outside of the plane. The fighters escorting around also found the two men again. Just when they didn't know if they should attack, the command from the ground command center came from the communicator. Attention of BC-27 team, Air Force One communication is restored. The president is safe. Air Force One is escorted to San Francisco by 1 and 2, and other fighters return immediately. Knowing that the communication was restored, the president was safe, and several fighter pilots could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But looking at the two steel battle suits that appeared again, the leader of the flight team asked for instructions. Command Center, what about unidentified flying armor? In the ground command center, the person in charge listened to the sound in the communicator and couldn't help but look up at the real-time satellite image displayed on the large screen. Behind Air Force One, more than 30 humanoid armor were closely following them, forming a long dragon. How to deal with it? Can you deal with it? With those 6 F-15 fighters, not even a steel battle suit can be dealt with, let alone more than 30. The director of the command center felt that the captain of the flying team could not be because the cockpit oxygen supply system had failed. Was there a lack of oxygen in the brain? In the sky, 6 fighter pilots waited for a long time before they heard the communicator ring again, and a sound came slowly. Just think you don't see anything. Several pilots are all covered with flying armor. Do you want us to see it? However, although they are extremely puzzled, they are still relieved. It's better not to fight. They haven't lived enough. At that time, several fighters did not continue to intercept or attack. 4 fighters made a direct turn and drew 2 huge arcs towards both sides, quickly separated from the formation and ready to return. The remaining 2 fighters moved to the side rear of Air Force One to continue their escort. Chen Mo and Tony ignored the action of the 6 fighters. When the iron and steel battle clothes corps in the rear speeded up to catch up with them again, they took them to quickly pull up, and then they flew over Air Force One, and then they flew towards the high altitude. The speed of the steel battle suit is much faster than that of the supersonic fighter. The best flight altitude is naturally higher. Now everything has been done. They naturally return to Lowe's Angels at full speed. On the left side of Air Force One and in Fighter 2, Shuk looked through the cockpit glass at the huge iron and steel battle clothes regiment that was rapidly moving away from the top. He couldn't help but wonder, what was all this? He didn't know the answer until he returned to the base after completing the escort mission. The next day, from the TV news, Mandolin's caught, but he's just a puppet. It was Aldrich Killian, the boss of AIM, who really led the series of terrorist attacks behind the scenes. Just last night, when they were planning an attack on the president, they were completely wiped out by the commander and the Iron Man led by the Iron and Steel Corps. The TV also showed the shocking pictures that someone had taken from a distance, and the Iron and Steel Corps had flown through the sky when they left. However, in order to prevent panic and negative impact, the details of the whole incident have not been fully disclosed, and the situation of Air Force One's loss of contact has not been disclosed. But Shucker, who personally participated in the Air Force One escort mission last night, easily connected the two things. In terms of time, the Iron and Steel Corps came to Air Force One after killing Killian and his men. After losing contact for more than an hour, Air Force One resumed communication. However, it was not mentioned in today's news that Air Force One lost contact. Is it true that President Ellis was kidnapped by Killian? The commander and Iron Man defeated Killian, rescued the president and sent him back to Air Force One. Yes, that should be it. More than 30 iron and steel battle suits came to Air Force One in such a big way to escort Mr. President. Shuk would never have thought that the president had been on Air Force One all the time, just to cooperate with Chen Mo's acting, deliberately cut off the contact, and let them call and sign outside, but ignored. Chenmo came here with the iron and steel core, just because President Ellis was too deep in the play, and he was still performing when the time came. If Chenmo didn't come, they would fly out of the border and towards Russia. The reason why more than 30 iron and steel battle suits set out together is because it happened to be on the way. After informing the president, Chenmo and Tony took the iron and steel corps to the west and soon returned to Los Angeles. When the passage of Villa Garage was opened, more than 30 sets of steel and war clothes penetrated and soon landed in the underground garage one by one. Pepper and Harpy, who came back first, had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Chenmo and Tony finally coming back, they hurried forward. Pepper soon found Tony's usual suit in many steel battle suits. When she found that the outer armor of Mark 42 was seriously damaged, her face couldn't help changing. She rushed up with anxiety, stroked the damaged armor, and asked anxiously, "Tony, are you okay?" But Mark 42 just looked down at her strangely and didn't speak. Pepper can't help but worry more. Is it his brain that has been severely hit and lost his memory? While Pepper was worried, Tony Stark's familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Hey, honey, I'm here." Pepper quickly turned around to see, but saw a large armor with a height of 2.5 meters was rapidly opening. Tony Stark jumped out of the war suit with some difficulty, rubbed the part between his legs, and walked towards her with some uneasiness. Pepper saw Tony's happy face at first, but he frowned at Tony's vulgar action. When Tony came to her and opened his arms to hold her, he hurriedly dodged away. Tony Stark stood there with his arms raised awkwardly, empty in his arms, then looked at Pepper with an injured face, discontented. "Hey, Pepper, is that how you treat the hero who risked his life to save you?" Pepper put his arms across his chest and looked at Tony and said angrily, "If I remember correctly, it was Dad who saved me." "You seem to be trapped by Killian," Tony said at once. "I was acting to distract you. As soon as you leave, I'll quickly take the upper hand." Pepper turned to Mark 42 and asked, "Oh, is it? So can you tell me how the injury on this suit came from?" Tony Stark looked at the broken armor on Mark 42, and even he thought he was unbelievable. However, the cowhide has been blown out, involving his dignity as an Iron Man. He can't recognize it in any way. "Well, those injuries were caused by the siege when I was chasing dozens of ultimate creatures alone, but I finally eliminated them all. There are more ultimate creatures in my hands than Dad has killed." Seeing Pepper's face disbelieving, Tony Stark immediately shouted into the air, "Jarvis, show her what you've done." "Good, sir." As Jarvis's voice sounded, a flash of blue light flashed, and a holographic virtual projection appeared in front of the two men, clearly listing a table. "Commander, kill the ultimate creature 24. Killian 1. Iron Man, kill the ultimate creature 11. Ordinary people 6. Jarvis, kill the ultimate creature 21. Looking at the record displayed on the holographic screen, Pepper looks at Tony with a strange face, which is not a slap on the spot. Tony Stark looked at the last row of Jarvis, record, and old blood almost gushed out. He couldn't help but think that it seems that Jarvis's intelligence level still needs to be improved. There is time to upgrade it again. "Jarvis, I made you and the steel core myself. Shouldn't your record be counted on me?" Tony Stark said angrily. "As you wish, sir." As Jarvis's voice fell, the form on the holographic screen flickered and the content changed a little. "Commander, kill the ultimate creature 24. Killian 1. Iron Man, kill the ultimate creature 33. Ordinary people 6. Tony Stark nodded contentedly and looked at Pepper with a proud face. Pepper looked at Tony's shameless face in shock and couldn't help saying, "Do you think I was blind or deaf just now?" Just as Tony Stark wanted to continue to defend himself, there was another woman's voice. "Tony Stark, I didn't expect you to be so brazen." Pepper turned to look at Tony, but saw a beautiful woman with a long, sexy body full of intellectuality. It's Maya Hansen, who just came down from Igor's armor with the help of Chenmo's mind. Maya Hansen was furious with Tony Stark for trying to hand her over to Phil Coulson. Seeing him so shameless, she couldn't help but attack him. When Pepper saw such a strange beauty follow Tony back to the villa, he couldn't help turning to Tony Stark and asked in doubt, "This is?" When Pepper asked, Tony Stark, though a little uneasy, had to brave his head and pretend to answer easily. This is Maya Hansen, a botanist. I used to know him. I'm not familiar with him. Pepper immediately stopped caring about Tony's boasting and turned to Maya Hansen, smiling politely. I'm sorry, but I didn't expect any guests to come. Tony Stark gave Maya Hansen a look and said rudely, She's not a guest. Pepper sniffed the words and smiled meaningfully at Tony. That's the old lover, not bad. Tony was peep-see heart empty, hurriedly shook his head, denied. Not really. When Maya Hansen saw Pepper misunderstood, she quickly explained. No, I don't have any feelings with him. At best, it's a fine night. Tony Stark couldn't hide it. He gave Maya Hansen a bad look, broke the jar, and pretended to be generous. Yes, a fine night. In fact, when she was Tony's personal assistant, she had not seen Tony in all kinds of beautiful women's affairs. What happened in the hotel doesn't count. All the women who spent the night in the villa were sent away by her. She can't understand the glorious history of Tony Stark's playboy anymore. Naturally, she won't be angry about it. Instead, she turned to Tony and said with a smile, It's a feat, isn't it? Things are clear. Tony Stark has no good heart. A face of pig is not afraid of boiling hot, said. Yes, it was a great night. Pepper gave Tony a white look, turned to Maya Hansen and said helplessly, Fortunately, you didn't jump into the fire. What do you say? Tony Stark's face was not satisfied when he heard the words. What's the meaning of jumping into the fire pit and regretting it? Am I so bad? But neither of the two women paid any attention to him. Pepper looked at Maya Hansen and stressed with a serious face. Believe me. When Maya Hansen heard Pepper's words, she nodded with a deep thought on her face. I think so too. When Tony Stark saw the two women singing together, he became a fire pit of tragedy, and his face was ugly. But after a look at the same two women who were not good at looking at him, Tony Stark wisely chose to shut up. One is his former bubble friend and the other is his current girlfriend. He can't take advantage of anyone, let alone the momentum of the two to deal with him. Don't give them the chance to unite, or they will never have a good life. Under the strong desire for survival, Tony Stark's EQ broke out in a flash at this moment, and his fighting skills were full. He quickly made an action plan for the night and vowed to bring Pepper back to his camp. Immediately, Tony Stark quickly shifted the subject, turned to Harpy and said aloud, Harpy, take Ms. Hansen to the guest room for a rest. She has been locked up by Killian for several days. After a long flight, she must be very tired. She needs a good sleep. Happy immediately came to Maya Hansen and said politely, Nice to see you again, Ms. Hansen. Please come with me. Maya Hansen naturally remembers Tony Stark, a tall and burly bodyguard who didn't listen to her advice and had to fiddle with an experimental plant she had implanted with a desperate virus, causing an explosion. And this guy thought it was attacked, so he rushed directly into her room from the living room and jumped up to press Tony under her body. Fortunately, the two of them had not officially started at that time, otherwise she would be seen all. With a strange look at Harpy, Maya Hansen nodded, greeted Pepper and Chenmo, and then followed him out of the garage. She was locked in the yacht by Killian for several days. She was afraid every day. She didn't know when she would be killed. She couldn't sleep at all. In addition, with the exciting flying speed, she is very tired now. She really needs a good sleep. After successfully supporting Maya Hansen, Tony Stark was a little relieved and didn't look at Pepper's meaningful eyes. Tony then turned to look at the many battle clothes in the garage. Jarvis, put all the war clothes in storage, check the damage, and give priority to Mark 42's parts. Good, sir. At that time, the Iron and Steel Corps, standing in the garage as orderly as the army under the control of Jarvis, lined up to enter the underground weapon depot through the lifting platform and checked the damage one by one. As for the repair work, let's wait until tomorrow. Looking back from his steel suit, Tony Stark turned to Pepper and said with a smile, Honey, I had a big fight just to save you. I'm tired. Let's go back to my room. Pepper looked at Tony's face and knew that he was not just talking about sleeping. He gave Tony a white look. Pepper turned to Chenmo, who had been standing by watching the excitement, and said earnestly, Dad, thanks to you to save me, or Tony alone, maybe even he himself will be killed by Killian. Before Pepper was rescued by Chenmo, she saw the fight between Tony and Killian with her own eyes. Killian went all out. She didn't know. But Tony must have given all his strength, but he still couldn't defeat Killian. With her knowledge of Killian, he usually doesn't use all his strength directly. So the damage to Mark 42 was apparently caused by Killian. Without Chen Mo, they would have fallen into Killian's hands. Chen Mo glanced at Tony, who was not satisfied but could not refute, and said to Pepper with a smile, "Well, Tony is my son and you are my daughter-in-law. The family has nothing to say. You haven't had a good rest these days. Go back to bed early." "Well," Pepper nodded at Chen Mo and glanced at Tony again, then turned and walked upstairs. Tony Stark saw this and said to Chen Mo, "Dad, I'll go back and you'll have a rest earlier," Tony said, and hurried up the stairs after Pepper. He had been in a state of anxiety for the first half of the year and had little in-depth communication with Pepper. When he finally came back from Chen Mo, his anxiety got better. As a result, before he could make up for the half-year debt, Pepper was arrested by Killian. "Now I finally killed Killian and saved Pepper. I don't want to take advantage of the hero's opportunity to exchange ideas." Chen Mo looks at Tony hurrying up the stairs, raises his hand and touches his beard that doesn't exist on his chest, shakes his head helplessly, then disappears in a blink. Upstairs, Tony had just come to the hall when he met Harpy, who came down from upstairs. Tony Stark is not in the mood to take care of him at this time. He looks at Pepper's graceful figure on the stairs. He is going to catch up, but he is stopped by Harpy. Tony and Harpy have both been strengthened by the improved super soldier serum, but Harpy's own strength is far above him, so he is still not Harpy's opponent without wearing steel battle clothes. "Get out of the way, haven't you seen me busy?" Tony Stark looked at Harpy and said impatiently. Harpy didn't get out of the way immediately, but mysteriously came to Tony's ear and whispered, "Tony, I put her next door to you." After Harpy finished, he gave Tony a look, and Tony responded in a flash. He clapped hard on Harpy's shoulder and said happily, "Or you know me, don't worry, I will avenge you." Tony finished, watching Pepper disappear on the upper stairs, hurriedly from Harpy around toward Pepper. That night, Tony Stark and Pepper stayed almost overnight. Although Tony has been likened to a fire pit before, Pepper's feelings for Tony are still deep. Otherwise, he can't stand Tony's original temperament. Pepper has been kidnapped for 3 days and both of them are worried about each other. At this time, Killian, the biggest threat, has been solved. When Pepper comes back safely, their worries, fears, thoughts, and dependence all burst out. That night, the war situation was more intense than the previous days. Chen Mo and Harpy are okay. The room is far away, almost no feeling. But Maya Hansen, who was arranged by Harpy to Tony's next room, doesn't feel so good. Although the sound insulation of the villa is good, it can't be completely blocked by only one wall. In addition, the voices of the two people were not disguised. Tony Stark even deliberately made a loud voice for it. Maya Hansen, sleeping next door, heard it clearly. Maya Hansen was lying on the bed, covering her ears with both hands, but the voice from the next room still went through the fingers. Damn Tony Stark! Tired and sleepy, Maya Hansen could not help gnashing her teeth. She would like to rush to the next room and beat Tony, but now there's a fierce battle going on next door. It's obviously not appropriate for her to interrupt at this time. Maya Hansen finally chose to bear it. It's good to wait for them to finish. It's just a whole night. When the morning light came out of the window, Maya Hansen lay on the bed and looked at the roof with her eyes wide open, bloodshot in them. Listening to the continuous voice next door, Maya Hansen can't help doubting life. When was Tony Stark so strong? She can't remember Tony Stark being so good. Maya Hansen somehow understood why Pepper knew Tony Stark was a fire pit and jumped in. It can only be said that people have their own aspirations. She respects Pepper's choice. Under the collusion of Harpy and Tony, Maya Hansen also experienced the experience of Harpy in the living room, and it is the ultimate version of lengthening free night charter. At breakfast, Pepper's face was bright and radiant, while Tony Stark and Maya Hansen with big black eyes looked listless and drained. Chen Mo and Harpy look at the three people's picture and can't help but look at each other. What happened last night? Did Tony and Maya Hansen rekindle their old passion? Still, 3 people together last night. Maya Hansen felt the two men's different eyes and couldn't help but pucker. She turned to Tony Stark and said angrily, "Tony Stark, can you pay attention to the feelings of the guests in the next room?" Harpy looks at Tony in surprise. Does this guy revenge Maya Hansen all night? Pepper did not know until now that Maya Hansen lived next door to them last night. Thinking that last night's performance was all listened to by Maya Hansen next door, Pepper was also shy, with a blush on his face, and then turned to look at Tony, but his face was not good. Tony Stark didn't notice Pepper's expression. He looked at Maya Hansen angrily and said proudly, "I said you're not a guest. If you have any questions, I can call Agent Phil Coulson for you. Oh, the guy you saw last night, I can ask him to take you away. You'll have a good sleep there." Maya Hansen looked at Tony Stark angrily and said angrily, "You bastard." Just as Tony Stark was going to fight back, Chenmo interrupted him. "Now Tony, stop bluffing about." Chenmo then turned to Maya Hansen, who was still angry, and said slowly, "Don't listen to him scare you. Phil Coulson is my subordinate, and I said you will join the SHIELD Bureau, continue to improve the desperate virus, where no one can touch you. You don't need to be afraid, whether it's the U.S. government or the military." Hearing Chenmo's assurance, Maya Hansen felt full of security in an instant. Although Chenmo said before that she would continue to study the virus, she was still a little uneasy. She was afraid that when the U.S. government investigated Killian, it would find her and arrest her in the name of terrorists. After all, she is the chief scientist and core member of AIM, and the maker of the extinct virus used to make terrorist bombings. Now, hearing Chenmo's clear promise, Maya Hansen is totally relieved. After all, Chenmo is a superhero who has saved the world several times. In Maya Hansen's mind, he has enough prestige and conviction. Moreover, Maya Hansen remembered that on the way to Los Angeles last night, Chenmo and Tony also flew to an airliner with fighter escort for a while. At that time, she was still immersed in the excitement of her first flight and the uncertainty of her future. Maya Hansen didn't think about it. Now, she seems to know the plane very well. The blue and white airliner, accompanied by the fighter, suddenly brightened Maya Hansen's eyes. Air Force One. Chenmo went to the U.S. President's plane last night. Air Force One, yes. As a commander, Chenmo has a very special identity. He can speak to the president. With him, the government and the military will not hold her. Moreover, Chenmo's Shendan Bureau should not be an ordinary organization. Joining Shendan Bureau should be like a spy who has been recruited. All the past things will be written off. As long as he works hard to do his own work and improve the desperate virus, he can. Thinking of this, Maya Hansen's uneasiness completely dissipated. She glanced at Tony Stark at a glance and then stopped paying attention to him. Instead, she looked at Chenmo and asked curiously, "What kind of organization are you talking about?" Maya Hansen was curious that Chenmo could ignore the shield of the U.S. government and military. However, Chenmo did not immediately explain to her but said, "Then you will know." Oh. When Maya Hansen saw Chenmo say that, although she was extremely curious, she could not continue to ask questions. However, for this mysterious shield, her heart was more curious and expectant. Tony Stark, on the other side, sees Chenmo mercilessly breaking through his bluff. He looks at Chenmo wrongly, but Chenmo stares at him with a cold face. Tony Stark's eyes were as sharp as Chenmo's blade, and his heart was filled with emptiness. He could not help thinking of the scene he saw on the deck of the oil ship last night. The long sword cuts out horizontally, and several people in front are cut into two parts directly. With a punch in the chest, take out Alan Bright's heart and crush it directly. These horrible pictures are deeply imprinted on Tony's mind, which can't be forgotten. At this time, Chenmo stares at them with a cold look but remembers them instantly. Tony Stark looks at Chenmo with more awe. All day long, I almost forget that he is a ferocious man who kills people without blinking an eye. That's a superhero. Tony Stark thought that he seemed to know how Chenmo's strong sword technique was tempered. As a child, he often heard Howard mention Chenmo's sword technique and his invincible medieval two-handed knight's sword. Howard only talked about Chenmojian's killing of tanks and countless enemies at that time, but didn't explain the specific process of killing countless enemies in detail. Considering that he was a child at that time, Howard must have been cut, and the scene he saw on the ship was obviously within the scope of the cut. I don't know how many Hydra soldiers died under his sword. If you want to die, it's just like those desperate creatures under Killian. What's more, as far as he knows, Chenmo met more than dozens of Hydra soldiers in the battlefield. Each battle, at least, was hundreds or even thousands. Once Tony Stark imagined it, he could guess the scene at that time. It was absolutely a scene of corpses, mutilated limbs and blood flowing into a river. It was terrible. In his mind, Tony Stark could not help but feel the bloody scene like sure hell. Chen Mo's powerful and extraordinary swordsmanship is the result of killing people. I don't know how much blood the ancient knight's sword has drunk, and Howard even dared to covet such a murderous sword. Tony Stark had to admit that he really admired his father's courage not to die. In fact, Howard only dared to show his yearning for the king's sword in front of Tony. In front of Chen Mo, he dare not even look twice. At that time, he didn't have the idea of this invincible magic weapon, but after Chen Mo let him experience the cold and sharp of this sword, he was afraid to make it any more. No one can be cut off by a long sword that can easily cut people into two pieces against the skin. The clothes are cut into rags. The skin can clearly feel the cold on the blade. I'm afraid that I dare not look at the sword again, let alone try to take it as my own. That's not life at all. Just as Tony was getting ready to eat breakfast, there was a cold voice from Pepper. Interesting? Tony Stark's body suddenly froze, his brain whirled, and then he looked at Pepper's face and said innocently, "Pepper, I didn't know she was next door. Harpy arranged it," Tony Stark said, quietly giving Harpy a look of self-congratulation. Harpy, who was having breakfast, saw that Tony had sold him out so easily. He couldn't help but be stunned, and then he secretly made up his mind. He would never believe him again. When Pepper turned to look at him, Harpy had to brag. "Well, everyone was very tired last night. I thought you were going to sleep directly. Do we have any arrangements to report to you? This is not in the company. Harpy, I don't think the job of the Minister of Security is for you." Pepper looked at Harpy with a serious face and said slowly in his suddenly changed look, "You'd better follow Tony later. He needs someone to hand him a spanner when he does the experiment. I think you must do better than Damie." Damie is a one-armed robot made at MIT during Tony's university. He has simple intelligence, but he is clumsy and often makes mistakes. So he was named Dummy by Tony, which means stupid. Pepper made him take over Damie's job. It was obvious. "Hi Harpy, good brother, welcome back to me," Tony Stark said to Harpy with a happy face. But Harpy saw schadenfreude in his face. Looking angrily at Tony, Harpy shook his head firmly. "No, you can't think I won't help you anymore," Harpy said, turning to look at Pepper, said the righteous. "Now, Pepper, I want to confess to you. I can't hide it from Tony anymore. In fact, he ordered me." Tony Stark's eyes couldn't help but stare at his words, and he suddenly understood that Harpy was angry that he didn't hesitate to sell him out, and he was still gloating. "I knew that I had shown a little sympathy just now. I'm so overjoyed. Now the Harpy is not the former Harpy, since with Pepper he is no longer the one in his heart to protect to the death. Think of here, Tony Hart cannot help but a sour, but now it's too late to regret." Feeling the cold look of Pepper at his side, Tony quickly and loudly distinguishes. "No, he's lying. Honey, I was by your side, remember. How could I have directed him?" Harpy saw Pepper looking at him and said with an innocent face, "You know, Tony has a lot of high technology and I don't understand that much." When Pepper heard this, he remembered Tony had been secretly in the basement, controlling the steel battle clothes and talking with her, and instantly believed Harpy's words. Looking at Tony angrily, Pepper stood up directly, picked up his bag, and then turned to Harpy. "Harpy, let's go." Seeing that his job was saved, Harpy wiped his mouth happily and hurriedly got up to follow him. "Okay, boss." Until the two disappeared, Tony still couldn't accept the fact. He was framed by Harpy, and most importantly, he succeeded. Who says Harpy is a fool? He is himself. At this moment, Tony could not help doubting his intelligence. Is that too much really going to hurt your brain? It seems that you should pay attention to it later or you might be killed by Happy. When did he become so treacherous? His IQ didn't go up at all. He was as stupid as a bear. After Pepper, he became so smart. Even he was cheated. Just when Tony doubted life, there was a gloating voice beside him. Retribution. Tony Stark turned to Maya Hansen, who looked at her with a happy face. He was very angry, frowned, and looked at her fiercely. He said with threat on his face, "You don't want to go to bed tonight, do you?" Maya Hansen stares back. "I want to change rooms." "Sorry, there are no other rooms," Tony Stark said with a straight face. "Then I'd rather sleep on the sofa." Maya Hansen showed no weakness. Chenmo sees two people quarrel like children but shakes his head and immediately interrupts them. "All right, Tony, get ready for the war suit. It's time for us to go." Tony Stark couldn't help but be stunned. "Set out. Where to?" Chenmo took a look at Tony Stark and said slowly with a smile on his lips, "Shendan Bureau." On one side, Maya Hansen can't help but look forward to hearing the words and finally can see what this mysterious shield looks like. Tony Stark's face changed. "Dad, I won't go." Chenmo glanced at Tony and shook his head slowly. "What can you do if you don't go? You still need your help to improve the desperate virus. Don't you want to become stronger? If the next time I'm away and there's an alien invasion, it's up to you to deal with it, in case Pepper gets caught again." Tony Stark heard that his face could not help changing and felt that his anxiety was on the verge of recurrence. He nodded and agreed. "I'll go. Can I go?" Then Tony pulled out 3 sets of armor from the underground arsenal. Chenmo is still the big Raider armor. Maya Hansen is the same Igor that is enough for her to sleep in. But Tony Stark gave up the green Gamma armor on his head and chose the super high-speed armor, Mark 40, shotgun that Pepper had sent back. The size of Gamma is too big for him. That kind of light sadness can't afford it. Soon, 3 sets of war clothes flew out of the open garage door, quickly into the air, toward New York. The repair of those damaged battle clothes is not in a hurry. Anyway, there are more than 30 that can be used, but the research on the hopeless virus can start immediately. After a while, they arrived in New York, on the east coast of the United States. The east and west coasts of the United States are more than 4,000 kilometers apart. Normally, it takes 5 or 6 hours to fly, but it only takes more than half an hour under the extreme speed of steel battle clothes. It's the same time driving from the villa to downtown Los Angeles. Finally, the 3 landed in front of the gate of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York. The armor was opened and the 3 men came out of it. Of course, Maya Hansen was still carried to the ground with the help of Chenmo. As Chenmo waves away the 3 sets of armor, Maya Hansen looks curiously at the abandoned factory through the steel gate. The factory covers a huge area, with mottled traces on the abandoned factory buildings, office buildings, thick pipes, and towering large equipment. All the steel surfaces have been covered with thick rust, and large vines are growing wantonly everywhere, crawling with brick walls and pipes. The whole factory looks decadent and desolate. If you come here at night, you will feel very gloomy and horrible. "What are we doing here?" Maya Hansen looked at the deserted factory and asked with doubts. That is to say, Chenmo was present. If Tony Stark was the only one who brought her here, she would have thought that this guy was ill-intentioned and wanted to commit an evil plan. Maybe he would have turned around and run away. Tony Stark looked at Maya Hansen with a look at the buns and said scornfully, "I'll let you know later." Who would have thought that the powerful Shendan Bureau, which controls the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau behind the scenes, was hidden in this dilapidated, abandoned factory? In fact, all they saw was only the appearance. Under the dilapidated appearance, there were many heavily defended checkpoints. Chenmo ignores the 2 hate for love and walks to the factory first. Maya Hansen takes a look at Tony and immediately follows him. Under the leadership of Chenmo, the 3 men came to a tall, heavy, rusty steel gate and stood there. A light invisible to the naked eye slowly swept over them. Click. With the completion of the light scanning, a small closed door on one side of the steel gate suddenly opened slowly. Maya Hansen couldn't see the light she had just swept through her body, but looking at the small door that suddenly opened by herself, she could also guess that someone must be behind her. The abandoned factory is not as simple as it looks. After Chenmo, the 3 people walk into the abandoned factory from the small door, and the open door slowly closes again behind them. After entering the factory, Chenmo did not go on, but turned right and walked into an abandoned large factory on the side of the gate. Although it is daytime, the inside of the workshop is far less bright than the outside, or even slightly dark. The sun shines in from a few windows on the ceiling, casting several golden pillars in the dark workshop, barely illuminating the space in the workshop. In addition to a large and open space, there are several rooms connected together near the wall, such as offices and storage rooms. Chen Mo kept on walking. He opened the door and walked into one of the rooms. Maya Hansen and Tony followed closely and walked in. The inside of the room was darker than the outside factory, but Maya Hansen could see the inside through the dim light from the door behind her. It should have been a dressing room. Except for the door they came in, there was no window. There was a row of old heavy iron cabinets near the wall. After Maya Hansen and Tony came into the room, Chen Mo waved and the door behind closed again. The dim light outside was cut off in an instant, and the whole room fell into darkness. Maya Hansen felt that the iron door behind her closed with a clang, and her eyes suddenly turned dark. Her heart couldn't help tightening, and her face instinctively showed a look of fear. In the dark, Chen Mo was not affected by anything. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the iron chest. A light that is invisible to the naked eye like the front gate reappears, passing through the 3 people, and then the hidden camera in the surrounding corner is activated to take a clear picture of the 3 people in the dark. In the dark, Tony Stark looked at Maya Hansen. His vision, strengthened by super soldier serum, made him see the fear on Maya Hansen's face. Tony's face couldn't help but show a bad smile, quietly raised his right hand and suddenly put it on Maya Hansen's shoulder. Humans have an instinctive fear of darkness. Many men are afraid of it, let alone Maya Hansen. Maya Hansen was afraid of being suddenly in the dark. All kinds of terrible things flashed in her mind. At that time, she suddenly felt something fell on her shoulder. At that moment, Maya Hansen only felt that her whole body stood up in a flash and could not help screaming. At this time, the cupboard in front of Chen Mo suddenly opened silently to both sides. A soft light came from the cracked position of the cupboard, and a smooth and flat silver metal door appeared. The metal door opened slowly. Behind the door is a small square space similar to the elevator. The white light shines down from the top, which makes the space bright, and the dressing room where the 3 people are outside becomes much brighter. Maya Hansen, who was screaming, felt the sudden brightness in front of her eyes. She looked at her shoulder and saw a palm on it. Maya Hansen looked up her arm and soon saw Tony Stark's proud face. Before Maya Hansen could ask, Tony Stark said first, "I was worried that you were afraid of the dark. I wanted to help you. I didn't expect that you were so timid and scared me." Maya Hansen looked at Tony, the villain who had complained first, and his eyes were almost full of fire. He was gnashing his teeth in his heart. He wanted to attack him and kill him. Tony Stark, however, looked at Maya Hansen without any weakness, with an expression of beating. Looking at the beginning of a war, Chen Mo's cold voice sounded in their ears. "What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, they quickly turned their heads to look ahead, only to find that the track in front of them had not known when it had cracked, revealing the space behind it like an elevator. At this time, Chen Mo was already standing in the elevator, and his sharp eyes fell on Tony. Tony did not dare to rush into the elevator at once. Maya Hansen looked at the elevator, which was full of science and technology hidden in the abandoned factory building, with a surprised look. He had no time to think about it and hurried in. When Maya Hansen stood in the elevator and looked around curiously, the elevator door began to close slowly and automatically. After looking around, Maya Hansen found that there was no key inside the elevator. When the elevator door was completely closed, she felt a slight shock under her feet. A slight sense of weightlessness came from her. Maya Hansen knew that the elevator they were in had started to move down automatically. Is this the secret passage to the shield? It's really hidden. I don't know what the real shield will look like. Maya Hansen can't help looking forward to it. Maya Hansen didn't wait too long. After a dozen seconds, the elevator stopped smoothly. When the elevator door opened, a bright, broad, science fiction hall appeared in front of Chen Mo, and a shield-shaped sign with a long sword in the middle hung high on the wall opposite the hall. Maya Hansen stared at the sign for a long time, but didn't find any impression. It seems that the Shield Bureau is really a secret organization. Tony Stark is familiar with this sign, not because his father Howard is in the Shield Bureau. He is also a member of the Shield Bureau, but because the sword and shield in this sign are Chen Mo's King's sword and Zhenjin's shield. The symbol of Shendun Bureau is Chen Mo's weapon, which shows Chen Mo's position in Shendan Bureau. Tony is also familiar with this place. When Maya Hansen looked around curiously, Tony Stark's eyes fell on a middle-aged couple standing in the middle of the hall. They were only 30 or 40 years old. The man had a short beard and a serious face. However, the eyes of the two men dodged Chen Mo, while the woman looked at Tony tenderly, which made him feel warm in his heart. "Mom!" Tony Stark quickly stepped forward and gave his mother Maria Stark a big hug. Maya Hansen, who was looking around curiously, was stunned by Tony's words. What happened? Did she hear it wrong? Was Tony the guy just shouting at his mother? When she looked at it with a puzzled face, she saw that Tony and the dignified lady in the hall hugged each other. She should have listened correctly just now, but Mom. Maya Hansen felt like a question mark. That woman doesn't seem to be much bigger than Tony Stark. She says sister, she can still accept. What's the situation of calling mother? And as far as she knows, didn't Tony Stark's parents die years ago in a car accident? Maya Hansen couldn't help but turn around and look at the middle-aged man with a short beard beside him. At this sight, Maya Hansen was completely stunned. Howard Stark, as the commander's comrade in arms, the father of Tony Stark, the Iron Man, the creator of Stark Industry, the largest industrial group in the United States, is also an outstanding scientist. Although he has passed away for many years, his name and image are still well known by many people. Maya Hansen, a fellow scientist, is no stranger to him. That's why Maya Hansen couldn't believe it. Tony Stark is sure to recognize the wrong person and call others Ma. At this time, the lady he held should be his mother. No doubt, the middle-aged man standing nearby can't just look like Howard. That is to say, the Howard Starks are still alive. How is this possible? Even if they didn't die in a car accident and survived, they should be in their 90s now. Now there is almost no difference between the two people standing opposite and what she saw in the picture. It seems that they still stay decades ago. What's more, Maya Hansen suddenly found out that she never seemed to see the older Howard and his wife. Two people had an accident more than 20 years ago, when they should have been more than 70 years old. But no matter on TV, internet, or newspaper, all the photos about two people appeared. It seems that there are only a few photos of two people when they were young. It seems that they lived in seclusion after they were old, and no photos flowed out. And then Maya Hansen finally knew the truth. These two people have never grown old. They still look like they are 30 or 40 years old. They obviously slow down or even stop aging in some way. Although it's amazing, Maya Hansen quickly accepted this point, because there is an old antique standing beside her, who has experienced more than 70 years of face but has not changed at all. Obviously, she is nearly 100 years old, but looks much younger than her and Tony. Although Chen Mo was frozen in the sea by accident, however, since Chen Mo can stop aging, Howard and his wife may not have no way. As for the traffic accident, it is obvious that it did not take the lives of two people. Even Maya Hansen had a bold idea that there was no traffic accident at all. It was just a false image of deceiving the world. Maya Hansen suddenly remembered that in addition to Chen Mo and Howard, American Captain Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter, who returned after the commander, also kept the same appearance. In addition, both the way of freezing and the process of returning are almost the same as Chen Mo. At first, Maya Hansen didn't think much about the news, but thought it was a coincidence. The reason why the two were found and awakened was because of the inspiration of the Discovery Commander. The government sent personnel to search the sea area where the two crashed, which finally found the frozen them. But now, after seeing the same young Howard and his wife, Maya Hansen has deep doubts about this. Did Rogers and Carter fall into the sea by accident? Maya Hansen thinks that the original plane crash is likely to be the same as that of the Howard couple. It's a hoax. As for the reason, Maya Hansen took a look at the shield board sign hanging high in the hall and had an answer in mind. Maya Hansen felt as if she had been exposed to some great secrets. But when Maya Hansen's mind was swaying with the waves and the great discoveries, Howard Stark stood there with a serious face, quietly squinting at his wife and son. Standing by and waiting for a long time, Howard took back his eyes and turned to Chen Mo, who was walking towards him with a smile. "Boss, why do you have time to inspect your work?" When Howard spoke, he was still cynical. Maya Hansen listened to Howard's words and looked at Chen Mo in surprise. "Boss, inspection work. Don't they come from a shield office but a factory hidden under an abandoned factory?" Chen Mo, who knows Howard well, hears a bit of depression in his tone. Obviously, he is very frustrated that Tony is only talking to his mother and completely ignores his actions. Chen Mo immediately clapped Howard on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's not inspection work. We'll stay here for a while," Howard said, looking at Chen Mo excitedly. "Really? That's great." Looking at Howard's excited look, Chen Mo knows that his excitement is not for himself but for Tony. The relationship between the two people has been twisting, meet or quarrel, or do not talk, or even fight directly when serious. When Tony was young, he was too strict with him, and the work of research and the shield took up too much of his time, so that he did not have enough time to accompany him. Now that Tony has grown up, he wants to ease the relationship but doesn't know where to start. The most important thing is that he has little chance to get along with Tony. If Tony can spend more time in Shendon Bureau, their relationship will certainly ease a lot. But then Howard found out what was wrong and asked Chen Mo, "Can Tony stay? This is not his luxury villa. I don't think he will be able to stay for 2 days and escape." "You think we're on holiday? Of course there's business." White Howard one eye, Chen Mo turned to have been staring at his side of Maya Hansen, introduced to Howard. "This is Maya Hansen and Tony's." "Well, old friend, you know all about AIM, don't you?" Speaking of business, Howard's face became serious again. He looked at the beautiful Maya Hansen and nodded softly. Chen Mo then looked at Maya Hansen, who was still a little stunned, and said to her, "You should see. This is Tony's father, Howard." Maya Hansen just came as like as 2 peas in the picture. At the very least, Howard, who was only 40 years old, was still prepared to prepare for his mental experience. Chen Mo naturally knows that a person who should have died is standing in front of him alive again, which is hard to accept immediately for a while, but he continues. "Howard is the director of Shendon Bureau and your new boss. As for the details of Shendon Bureau, you will find out gradually." Hearing this, Maya Hansen said hello to Howard. Chen Mo has already told her to join the Shendon Bureau. After that, she will be Howard's subordinate. Although the new boss is a person who should have died, which makes her a little uncomfortable anyway, it must be much better than staying under Killian or falling into the hands of the U.S. government. At this time, she has basically confirmed her conjecture. Howard must have feigned death, and then he hid in this mysterious and hidden shield. However, she did not know what kind of existence the Shield Bureau was. She only made a little guess through the identities of Chen Mo and Howard. The specific situation can only be understood later. Howard looks at Maya Hansen, remembers the intelligence information he got from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau last night, and finally guesses the reason why Chen Mo and them came here. "You're going to study the extinction virus?" "Yes," Chen Mo nodded. "But what does it have to do with Tony?" Howard asked, puzzled. In his mind, though his son Tony is a genius, he is as good at the fields of machinery, physics, and weapon manufacturing as he is. The project of the gene biology of the extinct virus should have nothing to do with Tony. Chen Mo sniffed at the words but smiled and looked at Howard, who was puzzled. "You think Tony can only make bombs like you. Your son is more talented than you and knows more than you." When Howard heard Chen Mo's words, he was puzzled about whether he should refute them. After a look at Tony, who was still talking and laughing with Maria, Howard finally closed his mouth. How to say is also praising own son, when the father should be happy just right. Howard immediately turned around with a proud face and looked at Chen Mo and said proudly, "This only shows that my gene is good enough. In your Chinese words, it's called blue from blue, but it's even bluer than blue." Listening to Howard's literal version of Chinese idioms, Chen Mo couldn't help turning a white eye, but then he found that Maya Hansen looked at Howard admiringly. He obviously thought that Howard's quotation, extensive quotation and knowledgeable look was pretty. Looking at Howard, who is also intoxicated by his literary accomplishment, Chen Mo suddenly feels that it's really appropriate for Maya Hansen to work for Howard. However, Chen Mo agrees with Howard's view that he is better than blue. Glancing at Maya Hansen, Chenmo nodded and said slowly, "You're right. Tony has got your true biography in every way, and he has had it before." In Howard's murmur that there is no shortage of to enrich his own culture, but listen to Chenmo continue to say, "When Maya Hansen's desperate virus got the formula written by Tony, it made great progress and helped Killian to create the ultimate creature." Howard smelt the information hidden in Chenmo's words, and his eyes to Maya Hansen became different. But he knew that with Tony's arrogant nature, he could never leave any formula for others, and the Maya Hansen in front of him was very beautiful, and what happened between them was obvious. "It's my son indeed, it's bluer than me." Maya Hansen was all over Howard's skin. Apparently Howard guessed her relationship with Tony. It didn't matter. In front of Pepper, Maya Hansen was very calm. After all, everyone is young and can open up. But in front of each other's parents, the mentality is totally different. What's more embarrassing is that Howard is not only Tony's father but also her future boss. Maya Hansen is very upset. She glanced around a little flustered, and Maya Hansen quickly pointed across the hall and said, "Well, you talk first. I'll go there and have a look," Maya Hansen said, then ran away and walked towards the high shield sign. Howard watched Maya Hansen go away quickly and couldn't help but look at Chenmo. "As for me, am I so conservative? Young people, it's understandable," Howard said, but he suddenly thought of Pepper. Tony wants to study the virus with his old lover. Do you know if Pepper knows? Howard couldn't help looking at Chenmo and asked suspiciously, "Could they have been found out by Pepper and chased to seek refuge here? Otherwise, Tony will never come to me." It was just a random guess, but the more Howard said it, the higher he thought it was possible. With his knowledge of Tony, even if he really wanted to study the virus of the desperate, he would rather rebuild a laboratory and he would never come to Shendon. There must be ghosts in it. Chenmo hears Howard's words, but he looks at him in surprise. Where is all this? Howard, who has been secretary of the Shield for several years, thinks he's a super agent. In his mind, it's okay to study something. Reasoning and analyzing a case is just mindless. If the Shendon Bureau was not well organized and well staffed, and did not need him to take part in specific actions, he was also a little self-conscious and did not give arbitrary command. Otherwise, it would be possible for him to play with Shendon Bureau without others thawing. If he is a judge, he doesn't know how many false and unjust cases he will make. Chenmo immediately looked at Howard speechless and clarified, "What are you thinking all day long, Tony and Pepper? Don't worry." But Howard didn't believe Chenmo's words at all. He frowned and started his genius's mind and carried out a rigorous analysis. "I just looked at Maya Hansen a few more times, and she walked away with a guilty heart. There must be a love affair between her and Tony." Maya Hansen could not have imagined that the act of escaping from her embarrassment just now was, in Howard's view, the evidence of her and Tony's love affair. As a result, Howard confirmed his analysis more and more. Tony came here to avoid the pursuit of Pepper. He took his lover to him to take refuge. What research on the virus is just a cover, and it seems that even Chenmo has been cheated by them. Thinking of this, Howard felt a little bit proud. Even Chenmo was cheated by Tony, but he could see the problems between them and deduce the truth at a glance. Finally, I once could completely ask Chenmo to suppress him in all directions, surpass him once, and raise my eyebrows and breath mercilessly. At the same time, Howard looked at Chenmo and said with great emphasis, "You must have been cheated by this boy. If he and Pepper are still good, he will be willing to throw her down and run here for research. You still don't know this guy." Howard, a father, is very concerned about his son. As the director of the Shield Bureau, Howard pays attention to Tony's situation. As far as he knows, the two have never been separated since the boy and Pepper established their relationship. Even when the anxiety is the most serious, they still stay with Pepper every day, and the research is carried out in the underground laboratory of the villa. There was no problem with their feelings. How could he leave Pepper behind and run to the Shendon Bureau with his old lover to study what kind of desperate virus? Howard said, looking at Tony's eyes cannot help but become sharp up. This son of a bitch, isn't it killing him? If he let them stay, wouldn't it be equivalent to his father's direct support for his son's infidelity? It's not going to work. Imagine Pepper coming to catch the traitor. Howard's heart is empty. He doesn't want to be the laughingstock in the history of Shendan Bureau. His daughter-in-law killed Shendan Bureau to catch traitors, enough for him to be the most legendary director of Shendan Bureau. Besides, he can't tolerate Tony's treachery. It used to be the same when he was single, but when he had a lover he had to be loyal and single, which was a matter of principle. Think that year he met Maria but never went out to flirt with others, absolutely a model husband. He will never allow his son to do such humiliating things. Looking at Howard's face in front of him, he finally looked angrily at Tony, who was not far away. Chenmo couldn't help feeling powerless. What's going on in this guy's mind? Chenmo can't help doubting whether the decision that several people take turns to defrost and take charge of the Shendan Bureau was right. Even if we take turns, he should get rid of Howard, who is not reliable. Seeing that Howard seemed to have made up his mind, he was ready to walk towards Tony in a rage. Chenmo quickly reached out and held him on the shoulder. Howard was so excited that he tried to rush to teach the son to know his father's majesty. "Don't stop me. See if I don't kill this whoops." Not far away, Tony and Maria haven't seen each other for a long time. They were having a warm chat. When they were talking about Pepper, they suddenly heard something loudly said by Howard. The two turned their heads and saw that Chenmo was straining Howard's neck with his arm, while Howard was red and struggling to reach out to them. It seemed that he was asking for help. Mother and son looked at each other, shaking their heads helplessly, and then turned back to chat with each other. Howard's out of tune is not a day or two. This time he must have done something stupid to annoy Chenmo. However, they are very familiar with the relationship between the two. It's just a fight between brothers. It's better if you can't see it. You don't need to pay attention. Howard is choked by Chen Muller. He can't breathe for a moment. His face turns red quickly. At first, he still wanted to struggle to clean up Tony, but he soon realized the power gap between himself and Chenmo with the rapid increase of the feeling of lack of oxygen. Howard soon lost his mind to clean up Tony and turned to reach out to the two people who were talking with their back to them for help. When they heard the sound and turned around, Howard raised hope in his heart, thinking that Tony was his own son or care about himself. But the next moment, Howard will feel thunderous. Seeing Maria and Tony as if they didn't see anything, they turned around together and continued to talk. Howard suddenly felt abandoned by the whole world. Maya Hansen on the other side also saw the scene of Chen Mahler living in Howard. Seeing the trend that Howard, the SHIELD chief, was killed by Chen Mahler again, the staff passing by the hall seemed to have no reaction. If she had not known Chen Mo's identity and her relationship with Howard, she would have thought that the Shendan Bureau had been invaded by evil forces, and that the director who allowed others to murder them would pretend to be invisible and ignore her. But soon, Maya Hansen, like others, turned around and looked up carefully at the SHIELD badge on the wall in front of her, as if there were some treasure in it. Among these big men, she is a prisoner of the evil organization who just abandoned the covert. She has no right to participate. Even if Chenmo really wants to strangle Howard and seize the throne of the director of Shendan Bureau, she has to accept the fact that she will change a new boss again. But soon, Maya Hansen's attention was drawn to two lines under the SHIELD badge. Safeguard world peace and earth security. Is this the Shendan Bureau? Just as Maya Hansen was dreaming, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. The SHIELD was a World War II organization co-founded by the Commander and Captain of the United States, Captain Carter, Colonel Phillips, Dr. Abraham Erskine, and my father. Maya Hansen looked around, but Tony Stark didn't know when he had come to her. He looked up at the SHIELD badge hanging on the wall and the two lines of letters, and said slowly, "The sword and shield on the SHIELD badge are the weapons the Commander used in those days." Dr. Erskine and the Commander developed a super soldier serum that can greatly strengthen the physical quality. Just like the desperate virus, it can create powerful super soldiers. In order to prevent the super soldier serum from being abused, and to give full play to the role of super soldier serum, they secretly set up the Shendan Bureau. When Maya Hansen heard this, he couldn't help thinking of Kyrian. Her desperate virus was supposed to benefit human beings, but in the hands of Kyrian, a crazy careerist, it became an evil force, abused by him to complete his ambition to rule the world. Because of her deep understanding of the terrible consequences caused by the abuse of fortifiers, Maya Hansen admired Chen Mo and others for their foresight. She was totally immersed in the great achievements that the virus could change the world. She was only looking for funds for research and did not consider the possibility of research results being abused at all. If she could have foreseen even a little danger, it would not have happened. As Maya Hansen regretted, Tony Stark's explanation continued. The Shendun Bureau does not belong to any country or force, nor is it known by anyone outside the Shendun Bureau. The purpose of Shendun Bureau is to maintain world peace, protect Earth security, and deal with and respond to various special events threatening human security. For more than 70 years, Shendun Bureau has been protecting the world in secret and solved many major threats without the knowledge of ordinary people. When Maya Hansen listened to Tony Stark's explanation, she knew the origin and responsibility of the Shield Bureau, as well as the relationship between Chen Mo and the Shield Bureau. No wonder just now the commander almost broke their chief's neck and no one was in charge. 2 elders of Shendun Bureau, 2 fighting, where dare ordinary members of Shendun Bureau manage. Moreover, although Chen Mo is the founder of Shendun Bureau, his position in Shendun Bureau is obviously higher than Howard's. To be exact, it should be above all people. This can be seen from the use of Chen Mo's weapon as a badge by Shendun Bureau. At the same time, for Chen Mo and several elders who co-founded the Shield Bureau, especially Dr. Abraham Erskine, who developed the super soldier serum, Maya Hansen is full of infinite respect. In her view, they not only created a great organization to protect the Earth and human in the dark, but also prevented a huge disaster. If the super soldier serum falls into the hands of people like Kyrian, it will be used to make a large number of biological weapons, and countless people will die as a result. But it is also to create a kind of medicine that can change the world. Dr. Abraham Erskine was not blinded by the achievements like her, but saw the great threat hidden in it rationally and successfully killed it in the cradle and created today's Shield Bureau. Compared with him, Maya Hansen is ashamed and shameless. Fortunately, the wrong products she created, the evil and powerful ultimate creatures, have been wiped out by Chen Mo. Now the desperate virus in the hands of the Shendun Bureau, it must be able to play its due role like the super soldier serum for the benefit of mankind. On the other side, when Howard felt he was going to suffocate, Chen Mo finally let go of his neck. Howard stood there, panting hard for a long time, then looked at Chen Mo wrongly and said bitterly, "Do you want to strangle me?" Chen Mo gave Howard a hard look and snapped, "I wish I could strangle you." Howard looked at Chen Mo's angry face and he took a step back in fear. He looked at Chen Mo warily for fear that he would strangle himself. "What are you thinking? Have you ever thought about what would happen if Tony didn't go as you think and you just rushed up? I don't think you want it." Howard realized the seriousness of the problem. He looked at Tony Stark, who was standing under the shield badge with Maya Hansen not far away. Then he turned to Chen Mo and asked, "You mean they don't really have anything, but why does Tony leave Pepper and run to Shendun?" Chen Mo gave Howard a cold squint and said lightly, "Have you forgotten my sword?" Listening to Chen Mo's mention of his long sword, Howard's mind suddenly came up with those grisly memories of many years. His heart couldn't help being cold. The fear once dominated by Chen Mo's king's sword came again. However, it makes sense that only Chen Mo's sword of the king can force Tony to do things he doesn't want to do. However, Howard didn't want to mention the sword of the king, which had brought him countless sad memories. He was afraid that Chen Mo would rise up and take out the sword again. With a stiff smile on his face, Howard quickly shifted the subject and said carefully, "So, do you really want to study the extinct virus?" Chen Mo did not care about Howard's careful thinking, nodded and said, "Tony's anxiety is because after the last New York incident, he realized that his own strength is not enough to deal with those powerful alien creatures, so he fell into the anxiety, crazy to strengthen the steel battle clothes, trying to improve his strength. According to last night's battle, I found that the strengthening effect of the virus is stronger than that of the super soldier serum." As long as we improve and eliminate the side effects, Tony will have more powerful power. What? Do you think this desperate virus is better than the super soldier serum? Howard was shocked when he heard this. He knew the effect of super soldier serum best. Although most of the injections he and Tony injected were improved super soldier serum, the strengthening effect was only 3 times that of ordinary people, but it was enough to crush all people on the earth. And the fortified super soldier serum injected by Chen Mo and Steve can reach 5 times of the physical quality of ordinary people, and its strength is even more amazing. Even in the face of those powerful alien creatures, it has the power of World War I. In his opinion, the effect of super soldier serum is strong enough. He still remembers the shock Steve and Chen Mo brought to him when they finished strengthening, and the horror they played on the battlefield. But now Chen Mo tells him that the strengthening effect of the virus is stronger than that of the super soldier serum. That's right. When it comes to physical fitness, Jillian is even better than Steve. Chen Mo looks at Howard's shocked face, nods slowly, and continues. What's more, I think there's still a lot of potential for the virus to tap, or even to the extent that it can compete with Thor. All of a sudden, Howard was completely stunned. Thor, the deity who came to the earth, the existence of the legend, is also the most powerful man on earth. At present, only by virtue of his superb fighting skills, and the 2 magic weapons of Zhenjin's shield and King's sword, can Chen Mo barely defeat him. If the desperate virus can really make people have the strength comparable to Thor, it's really amazing. Super soldier serum is really incomparable with it. If it can be realized eventually, the whole power level of the Earth will change dramatically, completely reversing the weak situation that has been faced with alien creatures. At that time, whether it is the evil god Loki, Thor, or other more powerful alien race than the Zetas, the Earth people will be fearless. At a glance by his words completely shocked Howard, Chen Mo immediately said, "Give us a laboratory that can resist the strong explosion. If the fusion of the extinct virus fails, it will cause the explosion of the experimental body and generate a high temperature of up to 3,000 degrees. Howard heard that he was shocked, but he didn't care about Tony and Maya Hansen. He nodded and agreed. No problem. There is a weapon test ground at the bottom of the base. There is a separate explosion-proof room. You can test there. Chen Mo nodded and watched Howard continue. Besides, I need a doctor to join in. Howard was stunned at the words, but he quickly responded, looking at Chen Mo and asking, You mean wake up Dr. Erskine? Chen Mo nodded. Yes, he is the top biologist. He created and perfected the super soldier serum. I believe he can help a lot. Howard nodded and said, Yes. Originally, according to their original rules, except for leaving one person in charge of the administration of the Shield Bureau, others were all frozen and dormant and changed every 10 years. It's still Howard's term. Everyone else should be in a state of dormancy. But with Chen Mo's return, Steve and Carter first woke up, ran to take care of their baby daughter, and now wake up Dr. Erskine to carry out the study of the extinct virus, so that only Colonel Phillips was left in a frozen state. I don't know if this guy will be angry if he doesn't play with him when he knows that they are all awake. The room where the elders of Shendan Bureau freeze and sleep is the most heavily defended place of Shendan Bureau. Maya Hansen has just joined in Shendan Bureau and obviously is not qualified to enter. Chen Mo took her and Tony to the weapon test ground at the bottom of the base, while Howard went to the sleeping room alone to wake up Dr. Abraham Erskine. Just woke up from sleep. There will be a period of weakness. Rather than a group of people around, it would be better to wait for him to have a good rest. On the large yacht in Kirian, Maya Hansen watched Chen Mo remove all the equipment and virus samples in the laboratory. At this time, Maya Hansen saw Chen Mo waving again in the underground test field of Shendan Bureau, and a large number of experimental equipment appeared again. In a flash, they were filled with an open space in front of them. Although she has seen Chen Mo's vanishing scene several times, Maya Hansen can't help but stare at these disappearing devices again. It's not over yet. As Chen Mo slowly raised his hands, the devices that appeared in the air also slowly floated up. Then, ordinary people have a force to push them. These devices quickly shuttle in the air, and soon they move to the corresponding positions, orderly placed, and the corresponding circuits, pipelines, and other parts are automatically connected as if operated by someone. In just a few minutes, a corner of the original open weapon test field was occupied by various instruments and equipment arranged in order, and a biological virus laboratory was built in an instant and can be put into operation at any time. After finishing the lab, Chen Mo turned to look at Maya Hansen, who was shocked, and said, "To prepare the details of the virus, we need to start from scratch and have a complete understanding of the virus." Maya Hansen hears Chen Mo's voice, which just returns to her mind from the magical picture she just saw. Obviously, like the ability to move things in an instant or to put them in and out of the air, this ability to control objects floating and move things by itself is also Chen Mo's unique super ability. Chen Mo became more and more elusive in Maya Hansen's eyes. This World War II superhero, legendary commander, in addition to a powerful force, has so many unheard of magic capabilities, including the mysterious shield bureau created by him. Chen Mo seems to contain countless secrets. Maya Hansen is almost sure that what she knows now is only a small part of Chen Mo. There must be many unknown secrets in him, but the secrets were clearly beyond her reach and were not something she should be curious about. Maya Hansen is not a woman who is full of curiosity. When she finds out the secret, she has to find out the truth. The kind of person who thinks that he has discovered someone else's secret and has to make it clear regardless of everything in Maya Hansen's eyes is just a brain wreck. And she thinks she's a smart person. She is very clear. Some things should not know she should not rush to explore. It is good to do their own work honestly. Needless to say, she has full trust in Chen Mo, the superhero who has saved the world several times. The more secrets Chen Mo has, it's a good thing for her and the whole Earth. That means that when facing more powerful threats in the future, Chen Mo has a bigger base card to save the Earth and protect human beings. So Maya Hansen didn't think about Chen Mo's secret anymore, but began to prepare the details of the virus according to Chen Mo's instructions. Now she has joined the Shendun Bureau. Her only job is to perfect the desperate virus. Of course, Tony Stark's help is indispensable. In Bern, Switzerland, their main thoughts in the hotel room were actually in-depth exchanges. When they presented her research results to Tony, they were only general introduction, not very detailed. Rao is so, Tony Stark's formula based on what she learned has played a decisive role in her later success in creating the ultimate creature. Now, they need to perfect the virus completely. Naturally, they need to let all participants have a detailed understanding of the virus so that they can start real research. Maya Hansen can't help but hope that after fully understanding the virus, Tony Stark will bring her a greater surprise and make a breakthrough in the long, stagnant research of the virus. The details of the virus were already in the lab computer, and Maya Hansen quickly found them and rearranged them. Just after Maya Hansen finished, she turned around to tell Chen Mo, but she found that Howard, who had left alone before, was coming with a middle-aged man in a white gown, 40 or 50 years old. But before in her eyes has been majestic and cold commander, but with a happy smile to take the initiative to welcome up. You should know that even in the face of Howard, the SHIELD director, Tony Stark's father, Chen Mo's attitude is not so good, more like treating one of his younger brothers, and Howard obviously has a little fear of Chen Mo. But at the moment, Chen Mo treats this ordinary middle-aged man who has never met before with a really good attitude. He takes the initiative to go forward and directly stretches his arms to give each other a big hug, and the middle-aged man who looked like a researcher also had a happy smile. He was obviously very happy when he clapped Chen Mo's back with both hands. Obviously, their relationship is very good, even above Howard. When Chen Mo saw Dr. Abraham Erskine again, he was filled with emotion. The last time I saw Dr. Abraham Erskine, it seemed to be a long time ago. It was the first time he crossed after he got the space shuttle ability, and then he came to the world of Captain America. Now he has traveled through many other worlds, but the most impressive one is the first time. When he joined the Science Strategic Reserve team with Steve for training and assessment, Dr. Erskine always valued him. First, he was promoted to be his scientific assistant and participated in the development of Super Soldier Serum. Under the careful guidance of Dr. Erskine, Chen Mo learned many cutting-edge biological theories and helped the doctor to develop Super Soldier Serum together. Later, Dr. Erskine deliberately selected him as the first candidate to receive Super Soldier Serum fortification, which shows that Dr. Erskine valued him. The relationship between the two can be said to be a teacher as well as a friend. Dr. Abraham Erskine trusted Chen Mo very much, and Chen Mo also helped him rewrite the fate of being killed in the experiment, making him one of the founders of the shield. As a result, the Super Soldier Serum has not been destroyed. On the basis of the original serum, Dr. Abraham Erskine has developed the improved serum with higher success rate and the enhanced serum with better enhancement effect. These three kinds of serum are not only of great significance to Shendan Bureau, but also play an important role in the development of Hydra. When Dr. Abraham Erskine saw Chen Mo again after 70 years, he was very happy and clapped him on the back. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Chen Mo fell to the bottom of the sea with the Valkyrie. It was always believed that Chen Mo had been killed. However, Dr. Erskine and Steve believed that Chen Mo was still alive. He could never die so easily. Sure enough, no matter Steve, Carter, or Dr. Erskine, when they woke up, they learned the good news that Chen Mo was still alive. For a long time, when the two separated, Dr. Abraham Erskine could not help sighing at Chen Mo's youthful appearance. "You haven't changed at all. You are the same as you used to be, but you feel more mature." Howard, listening to the words, looked at Chen Mo's young and handsome face that had not changed in the memory of that year, and could not help but say it with some taste. "Of course, in the past 70 years, we have to wake up in turn to manage the Shendan Bureau. In addition, in those years when the Shendan Bureau was just founded, everyone has spent at least 20 years outside. Even if there is Super Soldier Serum to delay aging, we are still a lot older. And this guy is good. We don't care if we throw the Shield Bureau to him. He has been sleeping under the sea for more than 70 years. I think the next director should let him do it and make up all the time he owed. It's our turn to have a good rest." Chen Mo turns to look at Howard coldly and says slowly, "No problem. Since you are tired, you can go to sleep now. The Shendan Bureau will give it to me. I'll wake you up in 100 years. Howard felt a deep sense of malice from Chen Mo's words. He felt that if he really agreed, Chen Mo would not wake up until 100 years later. Even if he forgot accidentally, let him sleep for another 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. With the Chen Mo's character, he can do it completely. Imagine waking up and standing in the ruins, the feeling of things and people. Howard cannot help but fight a cold war. No way. Never let Chen Mo freeze him. Howard secretly made up his mind that as long as Chen Mo didn't sleep, he would never sleep before Chen Mo. Who knows how long this sleep will be and what will happen outside? In the current crisis situation, maybe when he wakes up, the Earth has been ruled or even destroyed by aliens. He didn't want to be blown to pieces in the freezer. What's more, the director of his Shield Bureau is not enough. If it wasn't for everyone to come to power in turn, he would not be qualified to be the director of the Shendan Bureau with his management ability, so he cherished the position of the director very much. Seeing that Chen Mo even wanted him to abdicate ahead of time, Howard, like the most precious thing about to be robbed, immediately changed his face and said excitedly to Chen Mo, "No way. My term hasn't arrived yet. Even if you want to take over, you have to wait until the end of my term." Chen Mo is not as excited as Howard, just a light look at him, slowly said, "I don't think your ability is enough to take on the responsibility of the director of Shendan Bureau. You didn't even know about AIM and almost let Jillian's plot succeed. Now I'm beginning to wonder if the decision to take turns was wrong. In my opinion, you'd better study your weapons honestly and let us save the world." "You dream," Howard said with some ferocity. In fact, he is also a little guilty. His management ability and sensitivity are indeed the worst among several people, even worse than Dr. Abraham Erskine, who escaped from Hydra alone. Under his management, It is almost inevitable that there are some mistakes in the Shendan Bureau. If other people had not played a good foundation before, he would have defeated the Shendan Bureau. Moreover, if Chen Murin really wants to remove his post as the head of Shendan Bureau and plan to usurp the throne, he really has no chance to win. It goes without saying that Steve and Carter will definitely support Chen Mo 100%, and Dr. Abraham Erskine will probably support Chen Mo. The remaining Colonel Phillips, who is still in the ice, has always believed that Chen Mo is the best choice for the director of the Shield Bureau. If we wake him up, we don't even have to ask Chen Mo to come up with it. This old and stubborn soldier will definitely be the first one to ask him to abdicate and give up his position. Chen Mo will take over the Shendan Bureau. The situation is obviously very bad for him, so Howard's voice cannot help but lower down. Some jokingly said, "I tell you that even if I die, I will die in the position of director of Shendan Bureau." On one side, Dr. Abraham Erskine looked at Howard and Chen Mo with a smile. He had been used to the quarrel between them for a long time. When he was in the Strategic Science Reserve team, they often quarreled, but each time the outcome ended with Chen Mo's victory. Howard never seems to know how to learn a lesson, and soon he will take the initiative to find abuse again. Now more than 70 years have passed, and they have not changed at all. Dr. Abraham Erskine couldn't help laughing at Howard's shriveled appearance, as if he was back in the Strategic Science Reserve team. However, Dr. Abraham Erskine has no regrets. Although more than 70 years have passed and the Strategic Science Reserve team no longer exists, it seems to be a sea of vicissitudes, but in fact for them, those are just like yesterday, but all is just beginning. With the help of Super Soldier Serum, their lifespan has been greatly enhanced. In addition to the freezing dormancy technology, the past 70 years are just a few years for them. All the old guys are alive. Chen Mo is back now. They can continue their unfinished business and do a great job. Thinking of this, Dr. Abraham Erskine could not help interrupting their quarrel and asked Chen Mo. Howard said, "You found something more potential than Super Soldier Serum." Dr. Abraham Erskine's words also gave Howard a step. He shut up and stood aside. Chen Mo gave Howard a squint, nodded to Dr. Erskine and said, "That's right." Chen Mo said, turning around and beckoning to Maya Hansen, who stood not far away and looked curiously at their side. Maya Hansen had only heard the conversation of the three people before and didn't know what they were talking about. However, she was full of curiosity about the strange middle-aged man. Obviously, she was familiar with each other when she saw the three people talking. But before she thought more, she saw Chen Mo wave her hand and Maya Hansen hurriedly walk towards the three. When Maya Hansen arrived, Chen Mo immediately introduced him to Dr. Abraham Erskine. "Doctor, this is Maya Hansen. She invented the desperate virus. She will introduce the specific situation in detail later," Chen Mo said, looking at Maya Hansen, and said slowly, "This is Dr. Abraham Erskine, one of the founders of the Shield and the creator of Super Soldier Serum." Maya Hansen looked at the bespectacled, gentle-looking middle-aged man with a reverence in her eyes. "So this is Dr. Abraham Erskine who invented the Super Soldier Serum." Looking at the calmness and wisdom in each other's eyes, Maya Hansen instantly understood the gap between her and Dr. Abraham Erskine. To put it mildly, she is a pure researcher with only experiments in her eyes. She has no ability to distinguish and deal with people's hearts, calculations, and plots. Obviously, Dr. Abraham Erskine is much smarter than her, not only in experiments. Maya Hansen believes that if Dr. Abraham Erskine is replaced, even in the case of lack of research funds, he will carefully consider the solicitation of Kyrian, first find out the person and aim of Kyrian, and then judge whether he should join. Even if he accidentally joined AIM, I don't believe that he will always be firmly controlled by Kyrian and become his accomplice. In fact, it is the same. When Dr. Abraham Erskine was targeted by Schmidt for the study of Super Soldier Serum, he caught the 9-headed snake. And he just relied on his discretion, wisdom, and decision-making at the critical moment to seize the opportunity to escape from the Hydra base and abandon the dark. Compared with Maya Hansen, who was rescued after Killian, and all his men were killed, Dr. Abraham Erskine is the existence she needs to look up to. Although Maya Hansen tried to struggle and finally got up courage to secretly inform Tony Stark, she was caught by Kirian on the spot because of her lack of prudence. If she were not useful, she might have been caught in the sea and fed fish. How could she have been abandoned today? For Dr. Abraham Erskine, Maya Hansen, in addition to admiring his wisdom, marveled at his scientific achievements. From Tony Stark, she already knew that the three superheroes, the Commander of the Year, the Captain of the United States, and the Captain of Carter, were all able to have such a powerful power because of the injection of the super soldier serum invented by Dr. Abraham Erskine. There wasn't much information at that time. Maya Hansen didn't know much about the strength of the three, but the New York incident half a year ago made her really feel how powerful the three were. Chen Mo, needless to say, almost by himself reversed the war situation and wiped out the endless army of Zitari. Although he was wearing steel war clothes, but also did not see the same wearing battle clothes Tony several people to play such a strong fighting force. And Captain America and Captain Carter showed more real strength. They were only wearing alloy armor battle suits, relying on their long swords and shields. They stood up to the attack of countless powerful Kittery soldiers and killed countless enemies. The strength of the two men is not under the strongest Kirian in the Ultimate Creature. In fact, in terms of strength alone, Kirian's strength is better than Steve's and Carter's, but his combat experience and skills are far below them. With the help of weapons made of precious alderman alloy, Carter may be a little worse, but Steve's overall combat effectiveness is far above Kirian. Even if you don't know the ability of Killian to produce high temperature and spit out flame in advance, with Steve's calm character, rich combat experience, and Chen Mo's powerful combat skills, you can easily avoid Killian's high temperature and flame attack, and kill Killian directly with the help of the high-temperature Fearless Edelman alloy long sword. And this super soldier serum not only has no weaker enhancement effect than her desperate virus, but most importantly, it has been completely improved with almost no side effects, and the enhancement success rate is also higher, and even further developed 3 different versions, which can be targeted to strengthen the objectives of different physical and willpower conditions. Even ordinary people can bear the transformation of improved super soldier serum, greatly improving the application space of super soldier serum. In contrast, her desperate virus reinforcement is extremely unstable and fails to explode at any time. The success rate of reinforcement is very low. In Kirian's crazy accumulation so far, it has only produced dozens of ultimate creatures for him. In this process, the experimenter who died of self-explosion is several times the number. The gap between the two can be seen in general. But this super soldier serum, which is more stable, more perfect, and has similar strengthening effect than the desperate virus, was made by Dr. Abraham Erskine more than 70 years ago. It's important to know that biotechnology has been greatly developed since the Second World War. The discovery of DNA double helix structure, the birth of DNA recombination technology, transgenic technology, and other advanced biotechnology, and the research of Maya Hansen's desperate virus are based on these modern gene technologies. But Dr. Abraham Erskine completed the research and development of super soldier serum 70 years ago by virtue of the original technology at that time. Even if the strengthening effect is slightly worse than that of desperate virus, it is enough to show that Dr. Erskine's ability is far above her. Chen Mo looks at Maya Hansen standing there, his eyes shining at Dr. Abraham Erskine. He is excited to see her idol and can't help but wake her up. "Well, have I got the information you have prepared ready?" When Maya Hansen heard this, she immediately nodded. "Ready. Let's start." Immediately, Chen Mo, Tony Stark, Maya Hansen, Dr. Abraham Erskine, and Howard, who had mixed in to make soy sauce, came to a long table beside the laboratory and sat down. Maya Hansen sent each person a copy of the information about the extinction virus. "All of us here are top scientists. We don't need Maya Hansen's detailed introduction. Everyone took the information and sat there looking down. This document records the composition, principle, and mechanism of the virus, as well as its various manifestations in plant and animal experiments. Failure to strengthen the virus will result in a sharp increase in overall temperature and a direct explosion. After success, the virus will gain the ability to self-healing, improve physical fitness, control high temperature, and even spit out flame. Through this information, several people soon have a clear understanding of the situation of the virus. You are either the top genius or the top biology scientist, the creator of super soldier serum. This complex and hard to understand information for ordinary people is easy for them to understand, and soon they have basically mastered the situation of extinct virus. According to the information recorded in the data, Chen Mo has a deeper understanding of the strengthening effect of the virus. The self-healing ability of the extinct virus is very strong, and the repair speed of the body parts is faster than Chen Mo's self-healing ability from Wolverine. However, compared with the self-healing ability of Wolverine, this self-healing ability has a huge disadvantage. That is, when the vital parts of brain and heart are destroyed, the self-healing ability will be broken. Because the key to the self-healing ability of the extinct virus is the brain. Although the extinct virus strengthens the whole body and endows the aggressor with super strength, the powerful self-healing ability it brings is not the same as the Wolverine's self-healing ability, which is repaired by the cells of the whole body, but the part of the brain in charge of self-healing ability is strengthened by the development of the extinct virus. When the body is injured, it is under the control of the brain through the nervous system to control the injured area for repair. If the cells in the whole body are compared to a group of soldiers, the self-healing ability of Wolverine is like a group of powerful soldiers who have no general, no command system, and fight independently. All cells rely on their own self-healing ability to repair when they are injured. After the transformation of the extinct virus, the cell self-healing process of the body is controlled by the brain self-healing center, which is like a commander-in-chief, commanding the injured or even incomplete parts for systematic repair. The advantage of self-healing controlled by the brain self-healing center is that the speed of repair is faster, and even bone fracture and displacement can be automatically reset under the control of the brain self-healing center. From the speed, efficiency, and recovery effect of self-healing, it is more self-healing than that of Wolverine, which is not controlled by the brain center tough. But at the same time, because of the participation of the brain self-healing center, it is equivalent to an additional commander in the army. When the commander is killed, the command system of the army will be completely paralyzed. The body's self-healing ability can no longer play a role. So whether Eric 7, Alan Bright, or Kirian, after Chen Mo's heart was destroyed or his head was cut off, the original powerful self-healing ability suddenly lost its effect. However, the self-healing ability given by Serum X can still survive when it reaches the current level of Chen Mo's ability. These two kinds of self-healing ability cannot say which is better, but each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But if we can integrate these two self-healing abilities, we can not only retain the self-healing ability of the body cells. Even if the brain and heart are damaged, the body can still automatically repair and return to normal, but also can command the whole body cells to repair more quickly by the self-healing center when the brain is not damaged. In this way, the advantages and disadvantages of the two are complementary, and the weaknesses are made up. Just as a strong soldier meets a fierce general, the combination of the two will play a more powerful role. And this is just the ability of self-healing. The transformation of the body by the extinct virus is not limited to this. After the strengthening of the extinct virus, the body can produce a high temperature of more than 3,000 degrees Celsius, or even directly spit out flame. Moreover, the physical quality has been greatly strengthened, with a powerful force that can compete with the steel front. Killian's fight with Tony before is the best proof. As you know, Tony Stark's Mark 42 steel battle suit is not the same as the original versions. After Tony Stark's continuous improvement and strengthening, the system, energy, power, reaction speed, and other aspects have been greatly improved. In terms of power, Mark 42's battle suit is much more powerful than Mark 4's to an amazing 10 tons. The defense is very strong enough to withstand the attack of ordinary artillery. Although Kirian was able to suppress Tony, to a large extent, because of the impact and weakening of high temperature on the electronic system and armor of iron and steel battle clothes, it was enough to show the strength of the desperate virus. Even Chen Mo, if he doesn't use the king's sword and mind power, and only relies on his physical fitness and bare hands, it's hard to cause too much damage to Mark 42. Next, they did not start the research directly, but discussed the next research direction of the extinct virus. Tony Stark is an all-round talent, needless to say. He helped Maya Hansen write a very important experimental formula and made a huge breakthrough in her research when he only had a partial understanding of the virus. At this time, after a comprehensive understanding of the virus, Tony Stark's mind is full of inspiration. All of the ideas put forward by Maya Hansen can't help but see a new direction of the study of the extinct virus. Dr. Abraham Erskine has not been idle for 70 years. In addition to the time of ice dormancy, he never stopped studying new technologies and super soldier serum while he was in charge of the Shield Bureau. But in the end, Dr. Abraham Erskine regretted to find that the potential of super soldier serum had been developed to the extreme. Although the success rate of reinforcement had been improved, the effect of reinforcement could not be further improved. Super soldier serum has come to an end, but the virus in front of him let him see the hope again. Originally, many ideas that could not be realized on the super soldier serum saw the dawn of realization on the desperate virus. Many of the ideas put forward by Dr. Abraham Erskine had never been considered by Maya Hansen, but when she thought about them carefully, she felt that there was a great possibility that they could be realized. If all these ideas put forward by Dr. Abraham Erskine can be realized, then it is possible that the extinction virus can create a god comparable to Thor. According to his own analysis, Chen Mo also put forward some views on the research direction of the extinct virus. His focus is mainly on the ability to produce high temperature brought by the extinct virus. In his opinion, this ability that didn't attract a lot of attention is the most powerful and unique place for the virus. The normal body temperature of ordinary people is only 37.5, and the maximum temperature that they can bear is only 40-50. When the temperature exceeds this limit, the cell tissue of the body will be damaged. Under the transformation of the extinct virus, the ultimate creature can not only live without fear of high temperature, but also can control all parts of the body to produce a horrible high temperature that can melt steel instantly according to will. In fact, it means that the body transformed by the extinct virus has undergone a qualitative change, which is out of the scope of ordinary human beings and more like Thor, the god of thunder. Fearless of fire, able to produce high temperature, spit out fire, this is not the ability of flame immunity and flame control. Although it is not complete, it is similar to Thor's ability to control lightning. Chen Mo thinks that it's very appropriate for Kilian to call the desperate virus the ultimate creature, because they have exceeded the limit of human body and can almost be regarded as another creature. If on this basis, the virus will be perfect, maybe it can create a god of fire with the same ability as Thor. Chen Mo's words brought a great shock to several people, but when I think about it carefully, I find it is true. This kind of desperate virus may be the key for human beings to move towards the Protos. Throughout the day, several people have been living in heated discussions. As the discussions become more and more intense, the outline of the key becomes clear at a little point. That night, the experiment of the extinct virus officially began, according to the direction and assumption that people finally discussed before. In the evening, after a busy day in Stark Industry, Pepper finally got off work. But when she returned to the villa in Harpy's car, she found that there was no one in the villa. Pepper couldn't help wondering if Tony was hiding somewhere trying to jump out and scare her. This naive guy has never done this. Pepper also had a headache about his bad taste. But then Pepper remembered that Chen Mo and Maya Hansen were also there. Even if Tony was naive, Chen Mo could not play with him. Pepper immediately asked into the air, "Jarvis, Tony, where have they been?" The master took Mr. and Miss Maya Hansen to the Shendon Bureau, where they will carry out the research on the extinct virus. After listening to Jarvis, Pepper remembered that Tony had mentioned to her last night that she wanted to help Maya Hansen improve the desperate virus, but she didn't expect that they would leave so soon. Pepper was angry with Tony because of last night's incident. He was going to clean him up in the evening. Unexpectedly, this guy ran away so fast. I don't know if I'm really anxious to study the desperate virus, or if I don't have good fruit to eat at night. I escaped to the Shendon Bureau to take refuge in advance. For Tony to suddenly go to the Shield Bureau to help Maya Hansen improve the desperate virus, Pepper cannot help but feel a little lost. She didn't worry about Tony and Maya Hansen's old relationship. She also saw that they were really pure friends, and Pepper had no doubt about Tony's feelings for himself. What she lost was that after Tony left, she had to go to bed alone again. More than half a year ago, Tony was suffering from anxiety disorder, and the communication between the two was rare. Chen Mo came back not long ago, and Tony's anxiety was greatly improved. At night, he no longer stayed in the laboratory to beat his armor. It turned out that within a few days she was captured by Kirian again, and their honeymoon was interrupted by Sheng Sheng. Now she just came back one night, seeing that she could return to her previous honeymoon, but Tony suddenly left to study the desperate virus. Pepper looked at the empty villa. His heart was inevitably lost, but she also knows that Tony's going is for business. She also knows the reason for Tanid's anxiety. Only when his strength is really raised to a sufficient level can Tony's anxiety be completely cured. Otherwise, as soon as Chen Mo leaves, he may be ill again. She didn't want to go back to her previous life, go to sleep alone every day, and don't want Tony to get into endless anxiety and pain. For the sake of long-term plan, now one person is one person. Pepper doesn't know how long it will take to perfect the virus, but it must not be completed in more than 10 days. After all, Pepper, the super strong woman in charge of Stark Industry, although she was very frustrated, Pepper quickly adjusted her mind and accepted the reality that she needed to live through alone for a long time. After a busy day in the company, Pepper was also exhausted. After a little cleaning, Pepper went into the bathroom, prepared for a hot bath, and then went to bed. The sound of the water was heard in the bathroom, but a dark shadow was quietly sneaking in from the door, quietly and slowly moving to the bathroom door. Through the frosted glass door of the bathroom, I looked inside for a few times, but found that the water mist was filled inside. With the effect of frosted glass, I couldn't see anything at all. I could only see a little vague figure. Rao is so, also let this sneak in the dark shadow some can't help. Just when he made up his mind, put his hand on the bathroom door, ready to have action, the water in the bathroom is suddenly stopped. He found that the sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. The dark shadow outside the door had suddenly snapped towards the hand that stretched out of the bathroom door, and then he quickly recovered. His body also quickly leaned against the wall, for fear of being found by Pepper inside. Pepper took a hot bath and washed off his tiredness. Then he put on his loose bathrobe, wiped his hair with his head down, pushed open the door and walked out of the bathroom. Just as Pepper stepped out of the bathroom, a dark shadow suddenly flashed from one side and rushed towards her. Pepper was bowing his head and wiping his wet hair with a towel. He didn't pay attention to the situation in the room. At this time, he felt the figure coming to her suddenly. Pepper was really scared. He couldn't care about the scattered hair still dripping with water. He immediately clenched his fist. The figure coming to his side was a fierce blow, and at the same time as Pepper's hand, the dark shadow suddenly called out, "Sir Pricey ah." When Pepper listened to the familiar voice, she couldn't help but was stunned, but then her fist hit the shadow severely. Pepper quickly turned his head and looked carefully, but saw a familiar figure standing in front of her. The towel that she had just wiped her hair was covering his face, and he pressed it with his hand. Obviously, just in a hurry, she just grabbed the towel and made that fist. Although his face was blocked by a towel, Pepper recognized the identity of the figure at a glance. Reaching for a corner of the towel, Pepper slowly pulled it out, and the towel-covered face finally came out. It was in the morning with Chenmo and Maya Hansen that they went to Tony Stark of the Shield Bureau. But at this time he was bared his teeth and covered his eyes, and the one that was exposed was looking at her with surprise and grievance. Pepper looked at Tony and asked, puzzled, "Why are you here?" Tony was even more aggrieved. "Is this my home? Didn't you go to Shendon? Is the study finished so soon?" Pepper is puzzled. Even if the research is successful, it can't be finished so soon. Tony turned his white eyes at his words, and then he bared his teeth again. Obviously, the action of turning his white eyes touched the injury of his eyes. Tony Stark didn't dare to play anymore. He said, directly looking at Pepper, "I'm not afraid that you will miss me when you are alone at home. As soon as today's work is over, I will come back as soon as possible. As a result," Tony said to send away the hand that had been covering his face, pointing to his eyes and saying angrily, "You gave me this as soon as I saw you." Pepper can't help but feel a little sweet in his heart when he hears the words, and his eyes become very soft when he looks at Tony. Looking at the dark blue and purple eye ring on Tony's face, Pepper can't help but reach out his hand and gently caress him, saying guiltily, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you just now, but I thought there were bad people again." Tony felt the warm and soft fingers on his eyes. Although he grinned a little, his face was full of enjoyment. Pepper saw his complicated expression in his eyes, and a word appeared in his heart: cheap. Pepper quickly shook his head to get rid of the idea in his mind. He blamed himself secretly. How could he see him like this? It's clearly because of his love. It's just a little cheap. Tony Stark didn't know what was in Pepper's mind. He said at once, "There are no bad people in my family. It's also Harpy. He dares to frame me. Moreover, what saddens me most is that you believe him." Tony can't help looking down on the morning. Pepper didn't take Tony's advice. Hearing this, he took back his hand and stared at Tony, who was still pretending to be innocent. "Don't think I don't know. You two can't get away with this. Dare you say you didn't know Maya Hansen was next door?" Looking at Pepper's tendency to turn over the old account again, Tony's eyes turned and he quickly closed his eyes with a cry of pain. Ouch, what a pain. When Pepper saw it, he forgot to pursue the matter of last night. He quickly reached for Tony's face and asked with concern, "What's the matter with your eyes? Is it serious? I didn't do anything just now. Is my eyes okay?" Tony Stark said with a face of pain. "I feel more and more pain. Maybe I'm blind. I guess I can't fix it until the R&D of the desperate virus is completed." "What? Is it so serious? Let me see." As the saying goes, caring is messy. When Pepper hears the saying, even if he is a little flustered, he quickly moves forward, puts his face close to Tony, and holds his face and looks at the closed eyes anxiously. Pepper has been strengthened by Super Soldier Serum. Although it's an improved serum, the effect of strengthening is only 3 times that of ordinary people. Just now, she was in a hurry, but the power of that fist can't be underestimated. It's possible for ordinary people to be killed by her fist. Even Tony Stark, who was also fortified by the serum of the super soldiers, could be shot in the vulnerable eyes by her fist, and could be shot in the eyes and become blind. Pepper doesn't know if their self-healing ability can repair the eyeball injury. When Pepper was looking anxiously at Tony's injured eyes, Tony's closed eyelids suddenly opened. His eyes were staring at Pepper, which scared her. "Ha ha, I lied to you." Tony rings in Pepper's ear with a triumphant voice of points. Pepper looked at Tony, though a little red, but his smile flashed. His eyes were as good as before. He knew instantly that he had been cheated by Tony again. And Pepper also found that the blue and purple on Tony's eyes were fading rapidly, which was much lighter than at the beginning and could be completely recovered in a short time. It's obvious that this punch didn't hurt him. He was acting from beginning to end. "You damn thing. Woo-woo." Pepper was just about to get angry, but he was hugged by Tony and pulled forward. The whole body was attached to Tony. A red lip was even sealed by Tony with his head down. He could not speak. After a long time, Tony raised his head, but Pepper's body was completely paralyzed in his arms. Looking at the attractive blush of Pepper's white face in his arms, Tony said softly with a bad smile, "There's no one next door tonight." While Tony and Pepper were busy all night in the villa, Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen were busy all night in the laboratory at the bottom of the shield. After a day's discussion, the research on the extinct virus has a clear direction. Once they put in, they could not stop. As for Howard and Chen Mo, they left the lab together with Tony. Now the research direction and thinking of the extinct virus have been determined. Tony Stark has also written a new experimental formula after deeply understanding the extinct virus. The rest of the research has little to do with them. In the specific experimental research stage, the most experienced are Dr. Abraham Erskine, the creator of Super Soldier Serum, and Maya Hansen, the inventor of the desperate virus, who are the main force of this research. Tony Stark, who had thought he would stay for a long time in the Shield Bureau, naturally rushed back to Los Angeles in the first time, while Chen Mo brought Howard to the Chinese martial arts school in Brooklyn, which is not too far away. Originally, Chen Mo was going to go alone, but Howard knew that he had to go with him. Since his feigned death, he has spent almost all his time in the Shendan Bureau, except for freezing and sleeping. After all, he has long been dead to the outside world. If he is not recognized carefully, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. It didn't matter. Howard was used to it. But now, watching Chen Mo, Steve, and Carter resurrect, one after another, he is still a dead man with the name of superhero, and he can only stay in the Shield Bureau and can't show up, which makes Howard feel very bad. He can't help regretting the way he chose to die in the first place and what kind of traffic accident he did. Now he can't help to revive. It's Steve who is smart. Chen Mo taught him. He even thought of imitating Chen Mo and choosing sinking into the sea to go missing, leaving room for his resurrection. Funny, at that time he also laughed at Steve's blind worship of Chen Mo, and even the way of feigning death had to imitate Chen Mo, making it so troublesome. Now it seems that he is really stupid. Maybe Steve thought about the resurrection at that time. After all, they have a little daughter who is only a few years old, and they will meet again. It's easy for him to choose a car accident, but now it's almost impossible for him to revive. Tony, the poor child, can't get rid of the status of orphan like Sharon. If I could give him another chance, Howard would choose to sink like Steve and Carter. Chen Makai is a Hydra's heavy strategic bomber. Steve and Carter are also military aircraft. He doesn't need to fly or change into a ship. The effect is the same. Howard was envious at the thought of Steve and Carter living together with Sharon every day. Steve rode his broken motorcycle to pick up Sharon every day, which made Howard very jealous. "You have a daughter, don't you?" "Yes, you have." Howard was so excited that he even thought about adding another sister to Tony. In addition to the desire for parents' and children's lives, I'm also envious of Chen Mo and Steve's exciting fighting experience and the growing popularity of Howard. He has also received Super Soldier Serum reinforcement. If he can revive, he must have become a superhero worshipped by everyone now. Before the New York incident, watching Chen Mo and others fight with the army of Za'Tari, Howard would like to rush out of the base immediately, join them, and kill the aliens together. Later, every time he saw what tasks Steve and Carter had completed in the intelligence, his heart was tickling. However, due to his identity as a dead man, Howard had to endure the agitation in his heart and continue to shoulder the responsibility of the director of Shendan Bureau. Now when he heard that Chen Mo was going to the martial arts school, Howard recalled the battle with Chen Mo and all the members of the martial arts school, which swept the whole underground forces of Brooklyn overnight. That was the only battle he participated in personally. He will never forget the feeling of shooting, bullets flying and blood boiling. As a result, Howard was so obsessed with Chen Mo that he forced him to take him with him. This is to go to the martial arts school. Otherwise, Chen Mo will not take Howard with him. Brooklyn itself is the base camp of the 7 Commandments. The martial arts school is even more heavily guarded nearby. Chen Mo often takes the martial arts school as a cover and steals to Hydra or Wakanda. It's very easy to hide Howard's existence. Chen Mo's iron and steel war clothes were damaged by the high-temperature flame of Kyrian, which made the electronic system unable to fly. Fortunately, the Shendun Bureau base itself is in the suburb of New York, not far from the martial arts school. Chen Mo took Howard to move continuously. When Howard returned to God, they had already come out of an antique room. Seeing off Howard's shoulder, Chen Mo turned around and looked around. He couldn't help feeling. This is where he lived when he was in the martial arts school. At the beginning, he got the ability to shuttle space. He came to the world of Captain America for the first time. After a successful plan to replace Red Skull and secretly control Hydra, he took old Eddie to Brooklyn and opened this martial arts school. Here, he took Steve as an apprentice, taught him kung fu, and constantly improved his fighting skills. Here, he spent a simple and warm time, but it is extremely rich. Now I want to come. Those days seem to be in front of me, but they seem to be separated by countless years. They are old and yellow. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid he's old, but he always has perfect blood, but he still looks the same. Even Howard and Wang Kun, Steve and Carter, the old men of that year, look only in their teens and 20s under the influence of super soldier serum and freezer. Chen Mo found that the more world he experienced, the longer he spent, the easier he felt. Those for ordinary people are equivalent to a long life. To Chen Mo, it's just a time-consuming space-time adventure. In the real world, it's just a moment. But those people, he is a real experience. Even with a playful mind, these experiences left some marks in his heart. Now, although the face is still the young man who left home, Chen Mo's mentality has changed a lot. Looking at the familiar room, Chen Mo can't help but think of another place where he has lived for many years, the castle built by Blackstone. What does that little girl know now? Do you still like candy so much? Hey, what do you want? Let's hurry down. I haven't tasted the food made by Wang Kun's wife for a long time. I can't wait. Howard's voice wakes Chen Mo from his memory. Chen Mo can't wait to see Howard's saliva flow out. He can't help but think of Wang Kun's wife's craftsmanship. When Chen Mo and Howard opened the door and went downstairs, Wang Kun was sitting on the sofa in the hall of the familiar martial arts school, drinking tea with a purple clay pot. In the kitchen not far away, the sound of spatula and pot wall friction and collision, as well as the sound of food materials sizzling in the high temperature, came from time to time. The originally empty and cool martial arts school suddenly had a smoke and fire atmosphere. A tempting smell wafted out, and around the tip of their noses Howard swallowed. It seems to be spicy chicken flavor. Wang Kun on the sofa noticed the movement on this side of the building and suddenly raised his head. Seeing Chen Mo and Howard coming down the stairs, Wang Kun stood up from the sofa for the first time and said respectfully, "Master, you are back." That night, Howard got the light of Chen Mo after many years. He once again tasted the craftsmanship of Wang Kun's wife and enjoyed it on the dining table. He was reluctant to put down his chopsticks until he couldn't bear it. He couldn't help but secretly think that it seems necessary to recruit a Chinese chef for Shendun Bureau base. Of course, he is not to satisfy his appetite, but to improve the quality of life of the Shendun agents. Only after eating well can we fight against the evil forces better. After the delicious dinner made by Wang Kun's wife, several people sat on the sofa and chatted again. 6 months ago, the New York incident and the battle with the invading Zetori army took place in the center of Manhattan. Brooklyn was not affected, so the martial arts school and the Seven Ring sect were not affected. Wang Jin, Wang Kun's grandson, joined the Avengers Alliance. Although he was in New York, he moved into the Avengers Alliance building, which was rebuilt from the original Stark building, together with other people for the convenience of carrying out the mission. However, Wang Jin is also filial. When he is free, he will often come back to see them. In addition, Steve often takes Sharon back to the martial arts school with him when he is free. He duels with Wang Kun and teaches Sharon by the way. Their lives are not lonely. Later, Howard lived in the martial arts school with Chen Mo. The organization construction of Shendun Bureau is very perfect. It doesn't matter if he is not the director of Shendun Bureau for a short time. Howard is also at ease in the martial arts school. In other words, Howard fought with them in the same year. He took part in the fight against the underground forces in Brooklyn and killed a lot of enemies, which also contributed to the establishment of the Seven Commandments. See, at this point, Chenmo also let him stay here, by the way. He also helped him hone his fighting skills. Chenmo originally thought that Howard would flinch after living in a few days. Unexpectedly, under the temptation of delicious food, this guy persisted. He didn't eat less every day. His fighting skills were greatly improved under the guidance of Chenmo and Wang Kun. In fact, it's not just the power of food. After the New York incident, Howard also realized the importance of power. The Earth may face the invasion of other powerful alien creatures at any time. Only with strong strength can we ensure the safety of the Earth. As a super soldier serum enhancer, it is too wasteful not to improve his strength properly. When he didn't want the danger to happen, he didn't even have the power to protect his family. Every day enjoy delicious food, feel the continuous improvement of strength, Howard pain and happiness. Every day is very full. But with the arrival of the Steve family a few days later, Howard's nightmare finally came. This evening, in the roar of a powerful engine like a sports car, a pink Beetle car galloped along the road at a speed that was totally inconsistent with its appearance and constantly left a car behind. Through the window, you can see a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair and delicate facial features sitting in the driver's seat, turning the steering wheel excitedly, while in the passenger's seat, a voice slowed down. "Be careful." Carter, who was sitting alone in the back row, looked at Steve's anxious face and shook his head helplessly. This guy is really incurable. Despite Steve's repeated reminders, Sharon didn't listen at all. The small Beetle was still able to surpass a car in front with the speed and flexibility of a racing car, and even drifted around the corner from time to time, making Steve on the co-pilot nervous, but he couldn't help her. Finally, after turning into a street with a sense of history, the Beetle, like a runaway Mustang, finally began to slow down, and finally stopped steadily in front of the martial arts school with a loud brake sound. The driver's cab door was first pushed open. Sharon Rogers came out of the car excitedly and ran directly to the gate of the martial arts school. Although the passenger's door was pushed open quickly, it took a long time for the tall figure sitting inside to get out of the car. The height of more than 2 meters and the strong body full of power make him stand beside this small pink Beetle, which is very incongruous. Looking at Carter, who put down the passenger seat and slowly walked down from the back, Steve said helplessly, "I said I shouldn't let her drive. You see how dangerous the road is. What should I do in case of an accident?" Carter gave Steve a white look and said angrily, "Are you slower than your daughter on a motorcycle? With her reaction speed, you can control it completely, so don't worry about it." Steve heard the words but didn't agree, shaking his head repeatedly. "Well, Sharon is still young. It's safe to drive slowly." Carter turned a white eye and was too lazy to take care of Steve, the beloved monster. He turned around and walked towards the gate of the martial arts school. Perhaps in the father's eyes, no matter how old a daughter is, she will always be a child. When Steve came to the door of the martial arts school, the door had been opened. Looking at the uncle with a beard who had never seen but felt very familiar, Sharon could not help but look puzzled. Behind her, Steve and Carter were surprised to see Howard. "Why are you here?" Steve couldn't help asking. Howard sighed, let 3 people in, while not angry said, "You are allowed to have fun outside and I have to hold it all the time under the ground. Come on in." Steve 3 people immediately entered the martial arts school and closed the door. Sharon at one side originally listened to the conversation between Steve and Howard with a puzzled face. But when she came into the martial arts school and saw Chenmo sitting on the sofa, Sharon immediately flashed her eyes and ran towards him. She jumped into Chenmo's arms and said excitedly, "Daddy, the transformer you sent me is just amazing." Chenmo touched Sharon's soft hair and said with a smile, "Just like it." Just then Howard, who had come to the sofa, suddenly asked, "Transformers, new toys?" Sharon smelled speech, some discontented look up to Howard, a face seriously said, "Transformers are not toys," Sharon Rogers said, looking at Howard's eyes as again confused before that kind of familiar feeling more and more strong. He seems to have seen him. Chenmo looked at Sharon's face, smiled and said to her, "Sharon, this is Tony's father and Steve's comrade in arms, Howard Stark." After hearing Chenmo's words, Sharon instantly overlapped Howard in front of her eyes with the pictures in her memory. That's right. She is like as two peas of Howard Stark she had seen before. When Sharon was adopted by Tony, Howard had been pretending to be dead for many years. She didn't see Howard with her own eyes and left no memory. The only impression on him was some photos. Because Tony and Howard have never had a good relationship, we can't find Howard's photos at home. What Sharon saw is what she found on the internet. Knowing Howard's identity, Sharon immediately rose from the sofa and greeted politely. "Uncle Howard, I'm Sharon." For Howard, Sharon is not so close to Chenmo and Steve, but after all, she has been a brother and sister of Tony Stark for so many years. For Tony's father, Sharon still has a far more extraordinary feeling in her heart. Looking at the lovely Sharon, Howard could not help but gushing out a trace of doting, cannot help but think of 10 years ago, full of exclamation. "How time flies, little Sharon. When you were in the Shield, you were only a little bit big. Now you have become a big girl." Sharon listened to Howard and couldn't help but look at Steve and Carter. Howard said that it must have been before she was sent to Tony for custody. At that time, she should be only a few years old. She doesn't have a big impression at all. She only remembers some scattered and blurred pictures. Steve and Carter listened to Howard's words, but also can't help but think of the picture of little Sharon running around in the Shield Bureau. Their eyes are a little red. When they see Sharon looking at them, they both turn their heads with guilt. When I gave Sharon to Tony, she spent a period of imperfect childhood without her parents around, which made them feel ashamed of Sharon. This is the main reason why Steve now dotes on Sharon so much. He always wanted to make up for all that he owed her. Although she has been back to Sharon for several years, Sharon's life has changed a lot, and she is very happy every day, but the guilt in their hearts hasn't decreased much. At this time, Howard mentions them, and their emotions can't help but get sad. Chenmo on the sofa saw that the atmosphere in the room was completely destroyed by Howard's words. He couldn't help but glare at him. Howard looked at Chenmo innocently and didn't know where he said the wrong thing. Chenmo looks at Howard's idiotic performance. He doesn't know how he managed the Shield Bureau these years. Fortunately, today's Hydra is under his control. Otherwise, he might have been completely infiltrated by Hydra. He, the director of the Shield Bureau, didn't know when he was killed by his subordinates. Chenmo's idea of changing the head of Shendan Bureau is stronger. Put the idea aside for a while, Chenmo turned to look at Steve and said, "Well, stop standing, Sharon. Come here and sit next to Daddy." Hearing Chenmo's words, several people sat down one after another. Sharon directly sat back beside Chenmo, holding his arms in her hands, remembering Steve's complaint to Carter just outside the door, and immediately complained. "Dad, Steve just said I'm not allowed to drive." Hearing this, Chenmo immediately turned to look at Steve. Steve was stared at by Chenmo, just wanted to deny, but found that he had just said it, even though it was to Carter. Steve had to explain. "Shifu, you don't know this girl is driving too fast. It took us more than 10 minutes to get here from the Avenger building, and I don't want her to drive, just slow down." Chenmo hears the words but says slowly with a serious face, "Steve, I know you care about Sharon, but you need to know that excessive care will become doting, which is not good for Sharon." Listen to Chenmo's words. Steve both feel reasonable, but always feel as if something is wrong. But listen to Chenmo continue to say, "With Sharon's physical quality and 10 minutes arrival here, it shows that speed is completely under her control and there is no danger. Moreover, the transformer itself has a strong protection ability. Even if the speed exceeds Sharon's control, the car can ensure safe driving, and it will automatically respond to danger. When it comes to the enemy, it can even automatically deform to meet the enemy and protect Sharon. You don't need any consideration at all, just let her do it as much as she can." After listening to Chenmo's analysis, Steve immediately felt that it was indeed like this. "It seems that I really dote on Sharon. Master is right, I won't care." Steve looked at Chenmo and said earnestly, "Yeah, that's great. At last no one is nagging me." Sharon is very happy to hear that. Since Chenmo helped her upgrade the Beetle into a transformer, and she drove to school by herself, Steve doesn't know how many times a day he nags her. Pay attention to safety and drive slowly. Although she also knows that Steve cares about her, she is not a child. Howard watched Steve and Sharon's war end quickly under Chen Mo's mediation, but he was envious. He can't help but think of his son and himself in Lowe's Angels, an underground base in New York all day long. Only Tony can see them occasionally when he follows Chen Mo to the SHIELD office. If this continues, when can the relationship between them be eased? Thinking of this, Howard immediately said to Chen Mo with dissatisfaction, "You are all resurrected. You can play outside and be your superhero, but I can only hide in the underground base all day and be a dead man in the eyes of the public. This is not fair, and I will rise again." Chen Mo glanced at Howard and said faintly, "Who told you to get into a car accident and kill yourself directly? Let me teach you another famous Chinese saying. You can't live if you do something wrong. As for superheroes, I think it's better to forget it. It's not suitable for you to fight and kill." Howard saw that Chen Mo looked down on him so much and immediately said loudly with a defiant face, "My strength is very strong, okay? In those days, I killed 3 families in Brooklyn with you overnight, killing countless enemies." Sharon was so curious that she immediately leaned over to Wang Kun, who was sitting on the other side, and asked in a low voice with her eyes shining, "Uncle Wang, did you wipe out the 3 families overnight?" Since moving into the Avenger League building, Sharon has often played with Steve in the martial arts school, and the two have been familiar with each other for a long time. Sharon usually pesters him to tell him stories about Chen Mo and Steve. Wang Kun only has a son and no daughter, so he is also very fond of Sharon. When he heard Sharon's questions, he told her the story in a low voice. Chen Mo's eyes turned white when he heard Howard mention what happened. Howard is indeed the potential of some battle maniacs. At the beginning, he was strengthened by super soldier serum and wore bulletproof alloy armor battle suit. When he entered the headquarters of 3 families, he was completely in a desperate manner. If Chen Mo hadn't always focused on them and killed all the enemies who threatened them the most in advance, he would have been shot in the eye and shot dead in the way that he stood up and only focused on shooting. The enemy we are facing now is not the mob and the mafia, but the strength is far beyond our alien forces. Your strength is not enough, Chen Mo said, picking up the teacup on the tea table in front of him, taking a sip of tea slowly and continued. Besides, you have to manage the Shendun Bureau. I'll stay in the base. If you feel bored, you can come to the martial arts school for a few days. Howard can't help but look discouraged when he hears Chen Mo's words. However, looking at the happy appearance of the 3 members of Steve's family, Howard is very reluctant. Can't just give up. Moreover, it seems that things are not totally impossible to see the presence of the old god. Heart secretly determined, Howard immediately looked at Chen Mo, a firm face said, "I must revive. I also want to be a superhero and fight with you again. I know you must have a way." When Chen Mo saw Howard's firm face, it seemed that he would never give up until his goal was achieved. He doesn't want to be tangled up by Howard. This guy has a lot of skills. If he gets tangled up, he will have a headache. Chen Mo thought about the current situation and made a decision in his mind. He immediately looked at Howard and said slowly, "If you want to revive, you can't do it." Howard was very glad to hear that, but then he heard Chen Mo continue, "But you have to satisfy a condition first." "What are the conditions?" Howard asked excitedly. "To be a superhero, you have to prove that you are strong enough." Chen Mo raised his hand and motioned to the people in the hall of the martial arts school, looking at Howard and saying slowly, "You can choose one of all the people in the field to be your opponent. As long as you can defeat him in the fight, I will allow you to revive and become a superhero." When Howard heard this, his face collapsed quickly. My family knows about my family. Although he has also received the reinforcement of super soldier serum and has physical quality that surpasses ordinary people, there is no problem for ordinary people at all, but the problem is that none of you are ordinary people. Steve naturally doesn't have to say that Chen Mo, the American captain who was trained by Chen Mo, is very strong in fighting skills. The injection is the strongest enhanced super soldier serum with 5 times the physical quality of ordinary people. Steve can easily beat him even with one hand. Carter and Wang Kun are injected with improved serum, but their fighting skills are far above him. For the 2 of them, he is only abused. When Howard was in despair, his eyes suddenly fell on Sharon beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo just said that the selection of people seems to include this little girl. Looking at Sharon Rogers, who is sitting next to Chen Mo and listening to Wang Kun carefully, Howard's eyes can't help but flash a little hot. Can't he just beat Sharon? It doesn't seem difficult for him. Howard looks up at Chen Mo, his eyes full of emotion. It's my good brother. It seems to have put forward a very difficult and impossible condition, but in fact, it has left a way for him which is obviously intended to help him release water. Chen Mo feels Howard's moving eyes, his face is still, but his heart is full of ponder. I wonder if you will continue to appreciate me for a while. Howard then looked at Sharon Rogers, his face full of kindness, and said slowly, Sharon, let Uncle Howard check to see if you practice hard at ordinary times. At Howard's words, Steve and Carter couldn't help but turn their eyes. This guy is really shameless. He deserves to be Tony Stark's father. Chen Mo, on the other hand, had a look like this and saw Howard without saying a word. Howard didn't change his face in the face of the public's eyes. Although he was suspected of bullying Sharon compared with other people, only Sharon could win. In order to be able to resurrect, Howard can't care about anything else. After a while he will be merciful, that is to say, he is also an uncle. He should pay attention to his own image. Sharon was listening to Wang Kun about the scene that night. She was hearing that they rushed into the headquarters of the mafia, facing hundreds of armed mafia members. There was a fierce battle. When Howard called her name, Sharon didn't look like Steve and others. Tony rarely mentions Howard in front of her, so her knowledge of Howard is limited to what can be found on the internet. Talented scientist, founder of Stark Industry, commander and loyal comrade of the Captain of the United States. Sharon has no idea about Howard's strength, but she can kill the underground forces in Brooklyn together with Chen Mo and they. There are countless enemies to be killed, so she must be strong. And through part of what Wang Kun just said, Howard seems to have the same strength as them and is very brave and not afraid of danger. As Chen Mo's and Steve's comrades in arms, Tony Stark's father, Howard is also her close elder. It's totally reasonable to check and guide her kung fu. Then they got up and went to the training room beside the hall of the martial arts school. Howard and Sharon stood up. Howard looked at Sharon with a trace of childishness on his face, and he was sure of it. He immediately took out the demeanor of his elders and masters, stood up in the field and said to Sharon, Sharon, come on, just give your all. Sharon saw Howard's imposing appearance and thought that Uncle Howard's strength was not under his father Steve. Sharon can't help but get up and take out the state of practice with Steve, throwing a fist at Howard, said. Then Uncle Howard, be careful, Sharon said, feet suddenly toward Howard fast. Howard has learned some fighting skills from Chen Mo before, but he doesn't know how to deal with them as common people do. Sharon's speed is very fast, but it's totally in his expectation. From Sharon's speed, he can be sure that the two of them have the same physical strength, and he is confident that with his rich combat experience and Chen Mo's own combat skills, he can deal with Sharon. So in the face of Sharon, Howard didn't rush to avoid but still stood there with his head held high, until Sharon rushed to him and a straight fist hit his ribs, then he raised his hand. In Howard's mind, the two men have the same speed and strength. He can take out the style of expert first, stand in place and defend for a period of time, just like those martial arts experts on TV. After loading B, I will look for opportunities to beat Sharon quickly, which shows his elder bearing. But the idea is good, but in practice, Howard found that things do not seem like he imagined. Although Sharon's straight fist was easily blocked by him, Sharon's next fist came at a much faster speed than he thought. Howard quickly raised his hand to block it. Although he barely blocked it again, the rhythm was disordered. Sharon didn't know about Howard. She just thought that she was letting her attack with all her strength, as Howard said before. Then under Sharon's fierce and swift attack, Howard's block became more and more hasty. If at first he deliberately gave up the attack and took the initiative to defend, now Howard is totally unable to attack. He can only fend off and he is in danger. Only a few moves later, Howard's defense is completely disordered. When Sharon attacked Howard's rib again, Howard was too late to resist. Sharon hit him hard. Howard felt a sharp pain coming from under his ribs. He could not help but take action when he had no combat experience. Sharon quickly seized the paws of his defense and hit him in the stomach with a fist. Howard, who was distracted by the pain, was unstable. He was directly hit by the strength of this fist and went back several steps. Sharon, who was immersed in the battle of the whole god, seized the opportunity to catch up with Howard, who was retreating quickly. His long and tight legs suddenly raised. A high kick directly kicked Howard's chest, directly kicked his backward body away from the ground and threw it backward. Finally, he fell heavily more than 10 meters away. Fortunately, the training room of the martial arts school is very large, otherwise Howard will be kicked to hang on the wall. Sharon took back her long kicking leg and watched the distance fall to the ground, hands moving back and forth on her chest, ribs, and stomach. Howard, with a face full of pain, suddenly recovered. "I won. Isn't Uncle Howard going to check my kung fu? Why is he lying on the ground?" Sharon can't help but look at Wang Kun, who is standing at the side of the practice room. He seems to be asking in his eyes, "Don't you think he is very brave?" Wang Kun smiled helplessly. "I haven't finished. Howard is brave, but he has the most bullets and the least enemies. If what was his greatest achievement that night, he should have attracted most of the enemy's attention and helped them reduce a lot of attack pressure. After all, only Howard, a battle maniac, was directly exposed to the enemy's guns. At the same time, he also spent the most energy to protect. Because of the threat to him, most of the enemies who attacked him died in the hands of Chen Mo, but Howard, who was all killed in red eyes, was counted on his own head, which made him think that there are countless enemies to kill. Looking at Howard, Chen Mo, and Steve, who fell to the ground, they all looked at each other with a glimmer of schadenfreude in their eyes. Howard thinks Sharon is young, but he doesn't know that Sharon works harder than him, and his fighting skills are much better than him. Just now it was a duel. Because of the duel with the elder, Sharon has made full use of her strength and speed, but she still has a lot of reservation in the way of fighting. If you want to kill Howard with Sharon's strength on the battlefield, you don't need a few moves at all. Howard once again used his own experience to show what is Nazuo Nodi. Howard, lying on the ground, looked at the faces of Chen Mo and Steve, and suddenly realized that he had been fooled. This basically dug a hole to wait for him to jump. What's hateful is that he actually jumped in and hit a big heel. Looking at the innocent Sharon standing there, Howard naturally can't blame her, but he actually put all this account on Chen Mo and Steve. It's not too late for a gentleman to revenge. Let's see. In Howard's deep resentment, Steve, with Carter and Sharon, also moved into the martial arts school, lived down, and Howard's miserable life started here.